Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another treasonous day of no bubbles. These things happen frequently, so today we're going to do some worky things, which is a bit different. Now, you're probably wondering, Kibs, why are you working with chat supervising? Well, number one, you have no power here. No power at all! And I was thinking about doing SWOTOR, and I decided against it because it turns out the new expansion launched. And if anyone's familiar with how MMOs work, when an expansion launches, it redoes all your skills and stuff because there's balances and changes. And I just don't feel like resetting up my character, so you know what? We're just gonna do something else. I'll do that later. Yeah. Here's some cool concept art, chat. Wow, check it out. Indio drew these. Pretty good, pretty top notch, isn't it? You give it a top squeak. We got a Rhea, we got an Aya. These are the actual concept sketches, if you remember from yesterday's stream where I was talking about we were having art made for the miniatures for the characters from the game. And here's some concept art for the sales page for when they're actually ready. So yeah, pretty cool, huh? Isn't it crazy that progress happened all in the day between then? And it's all thanks to all the mun-muns you guys give me. And also all the mun-muns that make it work. Don't you just love how you throw money at problems and the problems go away only temporarily? Well, it's one way to buy time, right? Quite literally. But yes, these are quite nice, and I'm very much liking how these turning out. Nezra's on her way next. Aya just got approved. Rhea's got some adjustments to her sword, mostly because I'm not going to talk about that right now, but you can tell. They look glorious. What? Those orange things aren't her boobs. That's her little, I forget those ropes are called. The Astrian nobility where, fuck. There's a whole thing about the ropes. Like, they have ropes in their society, and these ropes have different meanings. It's a cultural thing. Generally, you'll only see it on nobility or military. And it normally refers to denoting, it can vary. In the case of Rhea and Aya, they have no military ropes, so they have no experiences. Like, the ropes reference to a campaign, right? Each rope would be woven with, different things and different colors, and that would represent a campaign that a character went on and that they achieved, or a famous battle or something like that. In the case of these ropes, these are just legacy, like nobility, because bloodlines, they just inherit the previous ropes. Like, for example, one of them, it defers and denotes to the Kanar era, where Kanar is the thing. Every single one of them gets one. That's part of this dynasty. It's nothing new. It's not really earned, if you want to look at it that way. And so famous, important things. And the bloodlines and legacies get that. That's very much a southern Astrian trait. You might see it in certain areas in northern Astria, but you won't find it at the tippy top or in Concordia or things like that, because they don't have that same tradition. Oh, the ropes are multi-purpose, I'm sure. Yeah, they can lynch people with them. Exalted Hordes, I know where you're going with that. So, today we're going to do something kind of worky related. We're going to do a couple things, actually. And we might even do some voice work today. I know. I haven't done voice work since I used to do my own skits. But, as it turns out, there's a certain blonde bimbo who needs voice work done by me. Which is peculiar. No, we can't do that on stream, sadly. That'd be spoiling. I'll have to do that later. Let's see. I should probably open up a document, shouldn't I? So we can be productive together. Here we go. We'll get some stuff done today. So what we're going to do today is we're going to actually start planning out the tabletop stuff. More or less just like laying it out. I already have done this before, but now that I've done it before, and I'm not going to show the other document because that other document has sensitive stuff on it, I need to do it again, and I need to clean it up. But by and large, what we're going to be doing here is generating a list of things we need, like a checklist, if you will. So, like, storefront, stuff like that. And the reason for this is because, well, as things are getting closer, because I'm about to hand off the website back-end stuff to Tyler, he's going to start, putting it together. And need to make sure we have a checklist of things that we need from our side. Now, I do know that he wants to do, like, forum stuff later, but, details. So miniature stuff. I'm kind of sad. I kind of really like this art, and I kind of want to look at it more than I want to look at the writing. Because to be honest, like, it looks pretty cool. Doesn't it? You know what I could do? You know what I could do? I also hate how white that is. Like, that's repulsive. My work documents are normally black. Because they have black backlight. We need open up fancy pantsy. We'll use Aya, because who doesn't like Aya? Cute as a button. Perfect. Okie dokie. So. Perfect. This is more like a planning doc. This is not going to be anything finalized. I'm probably going to take this document and use it as a template for the meeting. Because there's some things I want to talk about, like, for example, armies, such as the Astrian Empire, right? So, one thing that I'm thinking very much is we sell units as cohorts. Each cohort or unit comes complete. So, bannermen, musicians, officers, soldiery-doos, soldiers. And what that means is plus variations propose, right? So that's kind of what I'm thinking. And we've talked about it, but I have yet to actually start writing it down. And pretty much everybody's kind of in agreement. So how I'm thinking about doing the tabletop side of things is it's rather simple. We're going to sell them as cohorts and stuff like that. I already have concept art ready to go. Actually, you know what'd be kind of cool? I don't think you guys have seen this on stream at least. But you guys want to see some of the concept art for these? These are pretty cool. Here's some earlier versions, though we made some alterations to the helmets later. Because there was a problem. For example, the faceplate is behind the... I forget what those are called. And that means that if anything thwacks the faceplate, that then puts pressure directly on the face. So it needs to actually be above. So it's... like, this was the course corrections that were made. That way, the faceplate, that energy is sort of deflected around instead of going directly into the face, because that would hurt like a son of a bitch. That would hurt. That would be an absolute ouchie. But yeah, we're tweaking them. I'm not a big fan of the little like Greek style like flume thing with the they're called the horsehairs. We leaned on some other ideas there. Here's a brief composition of the Astrian military kit that we've been working on. A lot more work to do on this, by the way. Getting them nice and solidified. Different soldiery-do types and stuff like that. They aren't using their faces anyways. See, the pressure is gonna hurt. We try to be somewhat practical about the designs of things. Of course, there's the rule of cool, which I think is very important. Like, for instance, this Aya's dress and a priestess would commonly actually wear less armor and fabrics and stuff like that. That has to do with exhaustion and heat buildup. But that's for other reasons. Now, that's not to say she couldn't wear armor, and that's not to say they haven't in the past, but there's a big, a trade-off when you do that, right? Because then that heat generation, the heat buildup, the more clothing you wear. For example, if you've seen the Nephiric shaman art, if you've been here for a while, the Nephiric shamans wear a lot more heavier clothing, and actually that does play a bigger penalty into their casting. Also, their casting and magic is more primitive as a whole, so it's not that intensive. Versus the Astrians are basically, like, technologically, magic-wise, much more advanced. So their spells generate a lot more heat. Okay, and will the game have a crunchy rule set? Crunchy rule set. I'll need your guys' help with that down the line. I've got a couple ideas on how we're breaking units down. In the dev chat, we've talked about it a few ways. We've been discussing it more so as we begin to delve further into tabletops, though more research and playtesting of other games is required to better understand it before we can properly start crafting. I've got some ideas on how I want like heavy infantry and how to break it down. I want to break it down into infantry types, and that might help with point costs for armies, is what I was thinking. So you have like, skirmisher infantry, like infantry, like cav, versus very heavy shot cav, and breaking them down into classifications and seeing how that works. We'll see. A lot of experimentation, a lot of work to do on this field. But yeah, they're looking pretty cool. So that's kind of how I'm thinking, like, in terms of selling, right? How do we make money off of these? So it's like, okay, I have no idea for a price cost. So it's like, for example, a cohort. So that would be, the heavy infantry, which these guys are ridiculously kitted out. That's gonna be, like, they're gonna, toasty, but there might be climate penalties. I'm wondering if we'll do, like, environmental stuff. That could be cool. Because that would actually make certain armies make more sense, depending on where they're fighting, right? So having an Astrian heavy infantry cohort, which makes sense for the northern campaigns that they've operated against, the Ogorial, but it would be very, very difficult for them to use that same style of infantry and that same tactic in something like Alostro, for example, or Korinos as a whole. It's just toasty. Even Southern Astria might be difficult, because it's quite toasty down there too. Heat dispersing armor. Yeah, no, definitely. I was thinking of doing some different stuff with Helvist. House Helvist is one of the last, besides House Nataclisius, is the last, Terrestria the fifth. I can't get over how fat he is. Oh, he's chubby, man. He's a big lad. I just dropped something. Whoops. Little pay read. Do you have any physical sharpshooter units? Done? No. Even in concept art. We have, like, some gunners for the Astrians, but they're, like... If we need to redo the gunners because we regressed the firearm technology even further. If you're familiar with the current state, because we finally figured it out what we wanted. We wanted firearms because we wanted cannons and bombards, but we also wanted to be like, okay, like Flint, like too advanced, like matchlock, super primitive, not very effective, no rifled barrels, that thing just goes flinging out the end. So accuracy, it's more of a loud bang and it's very scary. What is your favorite color? I don't know. I always liked green because Green Army Men as a little kid. But as I grew up, I kind of liked blue and red a lot. Couldn't you enchant the armor and clothes to reduce heat or insulation? Depends on the magic and the spell. But in theory, yes. Now, remember, that requires a certain charge. Otherwise, it's not like, it's difficult. So, like, okay, let's say there's a magic amulet, right? Hypothetically speaking. And it's got an X amount of charge in it. Well, that amulet will eventually expire because it only has so much battery juice. The way we look at the Illumine is we look at it like a battery, basically. It's like an amount of energy, or it's a fuel source. It only has X amount of energy before it can deplete. It can be in certain objects. It can manifest better or dissipate better, like Star Steel, for example, which is what Rhea's wearing. Dissipates it better, and also I don't have her sprite, or I have her sprite, but yeah, see how her arm there? Like, that entire armor set is, like, made out of this extremely rare material. Which is also pretty good at conducting heat. Some bitteroos. Hold on a second. 5 bits. 5 bits to say cheer, cheer, cheer. You're a very happy lad. Nito Cheeto. Indeed. The Barjo is here with us in spirit. Lord of Possums, thank you for the $2. Okay. Let's get back on where we were. So yeah. I was thinking, like, we sell the entire cohort, you know. I don't know what the price would be. I'm not gonna, like, I'm just gonna throw an example number down here. Just so anybody knows that this doesn't mean anything, like, just, you know, whatever. Like, that's just an example, right? And then, like, it's $20 or something like that. I'm not sure because I know that, for example, I know that 1, 2, 3, 4, a minimum of 3 or 4 things will have to be commissioned. Those 4 unique models, and then obviously variations. But the things is with, like, the Astrian infantry, right, is there will be variations. Now, these are just different concepts as we were figuring out the different armor types. There you can see the Helion. That's kind of cool that it's worked into their armor. But obviously, I don't think every soldier should be wearing the exact same piece of kit, mostly because it just gets a little bit sterile. But once we have it properly figured out, we'll get it down nice and good. And that's what I'm thinking. So it's technically it's a few bit more, you know, but I think I'll break it down into cultures, right? So, like, okay, the Astrian Empire as an umbrella, right? We're going to write down here again, umbrella faction, right? And so there's House Vala, House Torius, and so they would also have, you know, basic infantry. Basic infantry, but like something like House Vala might have something special, like specialist unit, like what would they have? The like that, and then something like that. There's like they would have, you know, specialist unit of something like that, you know. When lorebook, when rulebook, probably rulebook first, and rulebook will probably be basically a Google Doc, which I will share with people, you know, something like that. And then it's not going to have any art or pretty stuff in it. It might have some examples, purely because it's more important to just be low budget with that, and we'll worry about finalizing it and prettying it up later. Oof, I don't know why, but I don't feel good all of a sudden. I'm starting to feel ill. Not bad, like I need to go or anything. It's just, I just all of a sudden, oof. That was abrupt. Bit of a oofy feeling. I'm not gonna throw up, but you never know, so I'm going to just grab something just in case. Plastic tub. Ace Kibs does not feel. That's strange. That was like a weird way. I mean, as I got up, I felt better. That's weird. Okay. It was just like, oh, I feel terrible all of a sudden. And then I'm all better now. Very weird. Okay. Lord of Opossum, $22, say Mesozoic era dinosaur? Well, I like dinosaurs, but like I don't know the eras. I don't know what a Mesozoic era is. But I'll just tell you my favorite dinosaur. I've always, as a little kid, I really liked the Velociraptor from Jurassic Park. And then I found out it had feathers, and I was like, that's stupid. As a little kid, I thought that was dumb. Thank you for the donation. I just needed a little drink. Maybe just not hydrated enough. I should be. Got a little Powerade. Now let's see. 5 bits to say Kibs is Prego. Which one of the degenerates bunch of disgusting? Read him? Nope. $6 for my favorite VTuber. Hi, Fairman. Oog, Fairman's not even here. You've stolen my little Fairbear. Oh, you left him. You ditched Fairbear. Actually, you know what? I'm going to invite Fairman to the stream. Purely because he's also handling the printing, and would be something we could discuss. Let's see. Whiskey Potato says, "Are you accepting investors, lol?" No. I don't want any external influences, especially mostly because it's just it's too big of a risk. Can I be an investor, please, Kyle? No. We've had a few people. Hello, Fairman. Fairman.
Hello.
Welcome to the stream. Now I'm gonna answer this question real quick. We've had a few people ask about being investors, but and like, oh, they'd be interested in buying like stocks or something to help support. But like, here's the thing. Like, I talked with the team about this. I talked with everyone about it, and we're kind of the opinion that we want to keep it closed so that no external investing or other things can do some sort of hostile takeover externally. Especially if we start making progress. So complete executive control will be retained. Like an absolute tyrannical dictatorship, you know? We looked at North Korea and we looked at that and we're like, we want that, but for us.
Just looked at.
I'm kidding. It's a joke.
Model it after Canada.
Model it. Fairman, bad. Too spicy. Now, what about I think Brother Strato has been a member for a long time, 5 months. Thank you very much. He says, "What up, my dudes?" And Boog, you're Latinx. Also, how are you, Kibs? I like, damn, you just fucking like slapped him with that, like, whoosh, and then just waddled past him. Doing good. We were talking about the miniatures and how we're going to produce them, and sort of a plan. And I figured bringing on Fairbear here might not be a terrible idea. Hold on, I'm going to slide this off the screen, and I'm going to actually give you a share code for Fairman, not for chat.
What?
For editorial permissions. We're doing a little bit of work on stream today, mostly because I don't feel like streaming.
You are streaming.
I mean, streaming a video game.
See, that makes more sense.
You should be able to have editorial permissions now.
Oh wow, the code is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wow. Oh no, I saw it on the screen.
Silence, German boy. Oof.
Oh wait, did I actually send my comment off on that news artwork? No, I didn't. I have it written.
Don't forget to hit send, because yeah. I'm definitely leaning on the blade pose. Sala's I already talked with Indio.
You showed all 3?
I didn't show the third one.
Oh, okay. Because that was something where I had some comment on.
I mean, I paid for them already.
Yeah. Okay, then I can comment on this one here. I'm gonna send this one in voice, in text chat as well, but it looks more like she's about to chop someone's head off. Because that's a very wide swing. You're probably not gonna use that in combat.
It's more of an, okay, so fine. Chat, you'll get to see this. So, here, hold on. Look with your little chat eyes. Okay, you've seen that one already. That's the one that's also on the thumbnail, and this is the other one. And then Nezra's coming next. The one where, like, I like this one here. The one where she's, like, gonna do, like, a wide chop thing, but, like, with the blade that she's using, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. It's a great pose because you can see her form, and it looks quite great, especially with the fabric.
Yeah, that one is like that one I like.
It's quite powerful, but it's also not right. Like it's not a good pose, I think, for what we want. I think the other one, the one where she's holding the blade like that and sort of like a defensive position, that's nice. It's nice for a couple of things.
That looks like she's about to make a thrust against someone.
Or yeah, something like that.
It's still one of those things that lets you a bit exposed, but
it's a bit more emotional.
Yeah, I wouldn't say emotional. It just looks more.
I mean, she looks
controlled
angry.
And more. It just looks.
She looks angry there too.
Yeah, and the other one again is just. Don't really see you going for that of a wide swing because that leaves you so vulnerable. Unless you know you wail at something, or it's someone that's on the ground, let's say, in heavy armor, or just I think want to execute them. But normally, you're not going to use a swing like that against someone that can still react properly.
What if I do a friendly takeover, says Lord of Possums? Never.
Right. But Kibs has a thing monitor to his heart monitor. If you lose control, he explodes. A moment.
If I make models, will you become GW? What do you mean if you make models, will I become GW? If you try to, what? Make your own minis? If you're talking about making minis of our IP, yeah, we'd have to enforce something. Or we'd have to discuss it.
If he tries to sell them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you made minis for yourself, for your own personal use, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, let's say you're like, oh, I like Ria's design, but I want to make a miniature, in a 3D modeling software, and I want to make it for myself. You can do that. There's nothing wrong with that. That's totally A-okay. Or let's say, it'd be really cool if we made, like, the city of Pyria, and we had, like, a board game day, and you wanted to make, like, a board game, or not a board game, but you wanted to make, like, some walls and buildings, and, set it in Terrestria. That'd be cool, too. I mean, that's totally right, because those are accessory pieces, and you can play with them with your friends and stuff. No plan to sell? Yeah. Yeah, you can do whatever you want. Like, you want to make fan creations and stuff? Go for it. You want to make your own, custom, like, lord for your army? Go for it. That's cool. Send me a picture. It looks super cool. Post in the fan art. It'd be super cool. The nice thing is we actually can sell these things fairly cheap because we don't have to worry about boxes. We don't have to worry about logistics. The only thing I need to worry about is paying for the modeling and the concept art for it. It's actually really cheap to produce this. It's actually one of the reasons why we can undercut. We'll be able to undercut a lot of other miniature companies by retardo margins because, well, we can, and there's nothing they can do about it. Because all we're selling is a file. That is the one advantage. No logistics, no complications, just a file. Actually, there is logistics. I lied to you, chat. I'm sorry. Because the website is part of the logistics. Because you need to upload the file and then sell it and distribute it because it needs to be sent via an email.
I say that's probably more distribution than logistics.
True, but like, it is an extra step. It is a step that needs to be factored into. When I've talked with Tibbs already about the storefront API, or whatever the heck he called it, because, he's programmer boy, he used programmer language, it sounds like he's got a good idea of how to get it all under wraps, which is awesome. But I told him to keep me extra in the loop, and to be basically super, like, transparent with the meeting, so that we know actually everything that's going to happen, because we should be very meticulous in how we craft this website, because I want it to be good. I don't want it to look like Catalyst Games Labs website. It makes me want to gouge my eyes out. I hate navigating crappy sites. We'll have to use a little bit. What is Legends of Terrestria, Zion? Legends of Terrestria is our intellectual property. It is it's a video game, actually, is what we're developing. It's called Legends of Terrestria. Or Mixer's Legends of Terrestria. And this, what we're talking about now, is the tabletop adaptation that we are working on the side. This is something that I want to be a lot more open with. That's why I was like, maybe I'll stream this. Because I want the tabletop to be more open. Because unlike the video game, we don't have to worry about the sensitive lore bits. Because the video game has all sorts of sensitive bits of information for the plot of the story. That I'm like, oh shit, and like, I can't talk about that, I can't talk about that, I can't talk about that city, I can't talk about those enemy types, I can't talk about that, because it's a lot of Legends of Terrestria, the video game, is about exploration and discovering new things. And so if you talk about all those, like, little secrets, people will begin to put together pieces of the puzzle, which will kind of, I think, undermine the storytelling from the video game. Not that you couldn't enjoy it if you knew the end. I mean, I think I'll enjoy it anyways, because I already do know the end. I know all the endings. Unsurprisingly.
You're a monster.
Lord of the Opossums donate $5. Say the only thing I would change in game is that the lead would be an overweight black queer trans Native American boss girl, and she's Muslim.
Look at someone trying to be funny and failing miserably.
I mean, it's kind of funny. Don't be such a little grumpy, Fairman.
Oh, grumpy? I'm abrasive.
Abrasive, grumpy. Hiraka donates a bit to say, Fairman, will the STLs be pre-supported? That's a good question to ask, Fairman, actually.
Yes, I could offer that in both directions. I mean, there isn't really much against offering them with support. It's just a very, okay, make another copy, put in. Because I'm going to have to support them anyways to make the test prints.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to take any what's the word? I forgot words again. About the quality of the support. I mean, the print works. I've occasionally a print failing, but I think I figured out why that one happened. Plus, the process is not perfect yet, so prints can always fail. Always a risk.
Enjoy Ria's carrot stand, chat. She's become a merchant. She's become a merchant. Legends 2, 3, and 4 on already planned. I mean, I've already got like lots of games I want to make, and I don't know if I'll live to make all of them, so I might as well just get started on the ones I want to make. In terms of like the Mixer's IP or universe, the M Project or M Chronicles as it was called, was its old project name from like 2012 or something like that. That I think more or less, yeah, we'll probably be working on the same IP after this. Project number 2 is already planned, purely because I need to make sure that there's work ready to go for the artists, you know? Because the first people that will be done on this game, the first people, are probably going to be the artists, if I had to guess. Because the writing team, we're still going to be doing designs and balance changes, like all the way through. And we also are building an in-game level editor so that we can help build the levels to make the game put together fast. It's a lot of stress load we're putting on the writing team, but honestly, I think we can carry that burden, and it helps alleviate some of the stress off the other teams, which helps the programmers, which is one of the bottlenecks, and we're trying to alleviate their stress by chipping in. Oh, sorry, I got something in my eye. But yeah, project number 2, it has like a paragraph. That's it. It is not ready. It is not ready in the slightest, and it will not be ready for any work to begin on it for a long time. But I need to make sure that the apparatus is ready, so that way when the artists are done, like I was saying earlier, they can immediately be given work to start working on something else. Otherwise, they're just going to sit around and, well, they're not going to have a lot to do, and that's not good. I need to make sure that these people have work that they can constantly do so that they're getting paid. And so I made sure that there is a project number 2 slated. It is basically project number 2. It has a paragraph which says basically nothing other than that it exists. And that is literally all the information that we even have on it internally. You're welcome.
Yay.
Why it doesn't have any more, in case somebody asks? Because there's zero reason for me to waste time writing on a second project when there's only one that matters right now. The first one. Me working on another project would be completely pointless. And a waste of time. Because there's so much work that needs to be done on this one. But yeah, there's plans to keep making stuff. Lord of the Possum doing $2 says, why is Fairman so mean? Sad face. He says, my mom says I'm very funny.
See, he wants me to do that to him.
He secretly likes the abuse.
I probably should stop.
Sounds cool idea. You'll put the game up for sale. Or where will you put the game up for sale? We plan to put it on Steam and GOG. beyond that, well, I did briefly talk to Tyler about like porting it and making it accessible to other platforms beyond that. But honestly, we're gonna have to reinvestigate that as we get closer. Because the game's engine's being built inside, or the custom code and all that's being built inside Unity, porting should, in theory, be actually fairly easy to do. So it shouldn't be too difficult. We might not even need a porting company to handle it. We might even be able to do it internally, which would be really good. Because that would save months.
Lot of it.
Because getting a professional porting company, use example, Feral Interactive that does professional porting, and they're one of the best. Like, if I had to pick one right off the top of my head, I would have picked them. Why? Because they are the best. Like, they've done
one of the more expensive ones.
Probably that's the thing. It's better to do it internally if we can. Because there are specialist companies that specialize in porting, like Asper and Feral Interactive, are the two big ones I remember off the top of my head. Lord of the Possums is a little bit drunk because I think he says, "Hurt me, Daddy Fairman."
Okay, right click.
Fairman, Lord of Possums is a good boy. In
Put
fact,
user and time.
he's a better boy than you're thinking. You should see him on Twitter. He's hilarious. It's true.
Twitter kid.
He's just snarky here. Yeah, and a fair few of our following is on Twitter following me. We should post.
I just couldn't be asked to engage people on Twitter because I just not because of Twitter. It's just
it's funny, Fairman.
I'm not someone for social media.
They're just
and if I want to deal with retards, if I want to deal with retards, I'm gonna talk with your hands.
The lack of EGS in your options of platforms pleases me. Have some shekels. Yeah, I'd sooner put it on Origin than EGS at the current.
Ooh, yeah. Fuck this, guys.
The thing that I don't like about EGS is, number one, it's Chicom, and number two, their platform is so beyond
not
usable.
Particularly epic.
It's particularly not in quality. Like, it's not even on my concern. I'm more concerned about getting it on your phone than I am on putting it on Epic right now. To be brutally honest.
Oh.
And no, we will not be accepting exclusivity deals. Because it's against company policy. And it's also just fundamentally wrong, in my opinion. But if you've been a member of my channel, you kind of, I think everybody kind of knows that now. I'm fairly idealistic when it comes to that shit. But thank you for the donation. Appreciate it. My, your dumpsters be full of... They're talking to each other. Okay. Alright, so, back to the miniatures, right? What were we thinking? So, here's how I'm going to bring Fairman up to speed where you guys are, chat. So, storefront, armies, Astrian army, empire, like a unit. Okay. Actually, you know what? Like, I don't know. Would they have their own army book? Would that make sense, chat? Or would it be like... I don't know.
An army book.
Because there'll need to be a core rule book, right? Because
we probably want to start with a core rule book and then
that's more important.
Pen from there.
Yes. Because would the army... Nah, the army book would be like... I don't know if it'd be... How big could it be? If we insert fluff text into it in like the first half of it, we could make that nice and thick.
Like the Warhammer Codex is?
Yeah, in a similar vein. Not a terrible idea. Adds fluff and flavor.
Yep.
It's actually a neato cheeto idea, as Bart would say.
Well, those tended to be interesting reads.
There's just being hard facts and information about the troops, like, that's obviously important, but it's just a little dry if that's it. Entire lore about its formation and founding. That could be cool. The different... We could even, for certain nations that have been around long enough, could even talk about different eras. I don't want to get too carried away, but that could be cool. Because I'm trying to think about how breaking this down. Because breaking down the storefront in terms of what needs is, like, kind of important. Like, the core rule book, armies, and then, like, under armies is Astrian Empire, and then under Astrian Empire would be their book, and then their unit sets, I would imagine.
Yeah. And then you could also just have something like
Or we could
multiple of
include it.
that they are under the Astrian tab, or that's under the literature books tab, like
See,
that.
I don't think we should do special army book rules. Like I'm gonna write a note for that because that's a waste of time to do right now, purely because. And I'll make a note to do it later. Because there's no point doing it now, because the core rules need to be established before any of the extra fluffy rules can be done. And the army book should include all sub-factions under the umbrella of a faction. I.e., etc. That way, it's all-encompassing. And anything in the army book would be like special rules. The core rule book needs to be the most important, though. Because that's like how you do it. And then we should have...
I mean, depending on how...
What?
Depending on how complicated the rules are, you could always just go... don't have a core rule book and just have the core rules in part of the army books. But
I was thinking of making...
a number of ways.
I was almost thinking of making the core rule book free. I don't know if that's a terrible idea.
I know the Dark Eye, at least a few years ago, made that the core rule book digitally was free. Printed copy you needed to pay for, but the extensions you needed to pay for as well. So that was not a bad idea. So you want to play the game and go the rules? Yeah, that is free. There's also some infos in there, so you could theoretically play your own campaign. There was a pen and paper.
Actually,
system,
so in regards to... Well, in regards to demo, I already had an idea. Much like our video games planned Chapter 1 demo, I was thinking of something similar in the same vein of the tabletop, and actually including like a free STL file, like print-off thing. Like a couple promotional free stuff. Like a basic bitch like infantry, and then maybe like a hero, like of one generic faction. Not maybe pick one of the minors, a bit of an entry. We could pick the Duchy of Royce-Lyon, which is actually kind of an interesting nation. Or Velatubre. They're not very major nations, but they are interesting. Because Duchy of Royce-Lyon has conflict with Velatubre and Vernia, if I remember right.
Local conflict.
Yes, I think that could be kind of interesting. Or like the Barony of Tori, or something like that. Instead of doing like the major factions, because the big bread and butter faction is going to be, like Astria's going to be the big one, because number one, it's going to take us forever to finish them, because there's so many sub-factions, but Duchy of Royce-Lyon doesn't have any, It doesn't have any sub-factions, because it's too minor of a kingdom. Or a nation.
The sub-factions they would have would be so minor that there just would not be a point.
We'll have to address that later, because I do want Bubbles and Hanse's input on that as well, and plus there's some other members of the team that actually are interested in participating in this side project. We'll let them chime in too. This is something that'll have to be discussed further, I think. But writing this down could be useful for this upcoming week's meeting on this Saturday, which I'm actually looking forward to. Because this Saturday I'll be handing off the access to the website to Tyler. And then we begin the grand expedition of getting the website operational. Which kind of sucks, I will say, because that means we're taking a programmer off the video game to work on the website. Ugh. But it's gotta be done.
And to be fair, the website's probably not going to be that massive of a...
No, it shouldn't be.
Direction.
I do want like an obvious contact email, so for support, so people have problems, issues, things like that. We need a dedicated support line and stuff like that. Basic bitch stuff. But I do want a contact on the website page so that people can ask for help, because I imagine there will be technical difficulties. And they need to be able to get the help they need. Black1917 donates $2 to say Squeak. Hi, Kyle. Hi, Fairman Squeak. Thank you for the donation. The Lord of the Opossum donates $2 to say next game, Legends of Terrestrial 2, Lolly Boogaloo. I don't think so. Force Arch to do lore videos for the tabletop. I mean, first I need to write more condensed and structured lore, because what I have right now is a lot of lore. But the problem is what I have is it's similar to it's like a loose collection of notes and like what do you call it? Like short stories of certain characters and events, and it's not really enough to condense down into a single cohesive codex. Not yet. A lot more work needs to be done in that regard. For example, the Astrian Empire's history, like I've got several key points done. The Astro Dominion Wars need more fleshing out now that there were some of those lore updates with the Calamity update and all that. Stephen Vest donates 50 Donkey Kongs to say, have Fairman translated into Joyman.
Or it's Danish krona.
Donkey Kongs.
Yes.
Kroners.
I probably just going to take forever because I forget words all the time when I do the translation.
The other Donkey Kongs he's give me, I can't feed them. They all died in the cold.
What?
All the Donkey Kong Stephen Vest gives me. It's like when I get Swedish donations, I get copies of Sekiro. I've got like thousands of copies of Sekiro somewhere now. That's my headcanon, okay? Don't ruin this.
Imperial krona.
Make Arch put it together? No, I have to put it together. It's my job.
I just go, I can know everything.
Calm down, Fairman. Relax. So. Relax. Relax, Fairman.
Guys, I have an interesting tidbit. Arch can't even write.
Fairman, shh.
Oh, wait, I put another
Fairman.
Okay.
Stop. Thank you. Not the time to be silly.
Okay.
Time to be as serious as possible so we can get shit done. Let's see. Okay, so we got some ideas. I mean, none of this is new. Like, I already kind of knew we needed all these things, so I'm a little disappointed as that. But I did actually come up with a recent idea. So, what we need to do is we need to do something like, we need to... What's the word? What's the technical word I'm looking for? So, when you buy a unit, there's going to be different skins, right? Because there's different sub-factions. Some sub-factions have unique unit types. For example, House Torius has the, heavy shock infantry versus the House Vala have the Celestial Templar shock cavalry. Which, to be fair, these are really fucking cool in my opinion, because these are all caster cav, which is ridiculous.
What? A caster call?
Caster cav. As in their casters.
Oh. Caster.
It's kind of like one of the cool traits with the Luminarians is every single one of them is a caster. Of their entire army's caster based. Granted, their Illumine connection is lesser, so it's not as great.
It's mass over class.
But it's pretty fucking cool. And they make use of slaves and all that, but either way.
We spam everything.
You have to learn to delegate your work to your lessers, big boss. They're not my lessers. They are very much my equals because they can actually carry and do their own shit too. Hanse, smart. Bubbles, extremely intelligent. Fairman, extremely creative and ingenious when it comes to a lot of things. They all have a special role to fill.
There's some very few things.
Fairman likes to degrade himself, but he's a lot more valuable than he lets on. Fairman normally thinks outside the box. It often leads to some ideas that don't get accepted, but it's better to have constant flow of ideas and new ideas that challenge previous ones.
A lot of distractions.
That's why I was trying to keep you on task, Fairman. Oh, when we have a real office, I get to whip you in real life.
What?
But yes, in regards to your previous question, Zion, Arch isn't actually part of this project. He actually has his own. This is our project. The team does not include the Barch, but I do actually have plans to commission Arch for actually certain things. But more so for voice work. Because I think he's got a good voice for it. For being a tutorial dude. Let's see. As well as I kind of want a scholar-like character for that. And he's got the voice for it. Which I have yet to actually finish making the character that he would be voicing. But I already have an idea for it. Fairman is German. He thinks with train cars, which much like boxes, reminds me of the Doomfire Warlocks from Warhammer. I don't know what those are. I know what Warlocks are, but I don't remember what those are at all. What's a Doomfire Warlock, Fairman? Is that a Skaven thing?
I have no
It
idea.
isn't. No, that'd be like a Warblock engineer or something like that.
It's probably some chaos thing. Called Warlock.
I don't really know much about the Chaos factions. Mostly because my biggest interest was always in the other factions. I always thought Chaos was kind of the less interesting factions for me to play. Because they always seem so one-dimensional.
We're evil. Why? Because we like it.
More or less. The Empire was complex with the different counts and stuff like that.
Boris.
Dark Elf unit in Total War 2. Or Total War Warhammer 2. What was it? What did it do?
Pretty sure that is not just in Total Warhammer 2.
Well, yeah, but you get the point what he means, though. Now we know it's a Dark Elf unit. What is it? And we know it's in the Total War Warhammer 2 game, so that actually narrows it down. So what he has done is he has narrowed it down by a margin. Specifically a unit in the game. Doomfire Warlock. It must be like I don't know what kind of spells they use.
I'm just gonna take one.
I know it's probably fire-related, Fairman.
Yeah, it's probably something very edgy concerning it's Dark Elves.
Dark Elves are always edgy, and it's kind of their thing. Dark Elf Cav that has a bound spell it can cast. Oh, I think I kind of get it now. It's like a cavalry unit that gets one like ability spell, right?
I don't know. I never played Dark Elves.
Me neither. I might have played them once or twice, but I really didn't like their aesthetic. I'm not a fan of Dark Elves.
In general, the problem I haven't really played in that part of the world in Total Warhammer 2 as well because I don't find any of the factions particularly interesting.
I only get like 30 to 40 turns in before I quit the game normally because I get bored.
Yeah, and after this part, you usually are big enough that you know, okay, I'm gonna snowball from here on.
It's not even just the snowballing thing. I just get bored.
Yeah.
My biggest problem is like the siege battles. Like I don't look forward to any like epic city battle or anything. Because I'm like, oh, I'll get to Altdorf and it'll just be a wall. But whatever, I digress. That's complaining about something that doesn't matter. Dark Elf Cav that has a bound spell it can cast. Exactly that. Okay. Alright, good to know. We've nailed it down. Celestial Templar Cav, I kinda like that. But they're gonna have a little bit more than one spell type. Because it's made up of Celestial Templars, which is, in universe, the people that are born with Lumine, they are treated differently in different cultures. In Astria, they're all taken to the Celestial Order. Unless they're of the House Valen noble blood. Because they are royal holy blood, or whatever. Basically, their bloodline is holy because they're the Guardian bloodline. Like, they are the chosen guardians of the Savior. It's their whole duty to find, uncover, and protect the Savior, which was prophesied by the Silver Prophet in Kanar times. Yada, yada, yada. So they get exclusion, that's also why they're the only other ruling magic blood house. Also, generally in Terrestria, most people don't like when a magic bloodline takes over, because what happens is often you'll get things like the living emperor dude, or whatever his name is, in Shoyo, where it's like, oh yeah, he's divine, so therefore he must have, you have to respect him and like him, even if you don't like him. That's why they have their own internal conflict there too. I mean, there'll be a script we'll give him, Zion. Because he'll be paid. I'm liking the Illumine the more I hear it. Illumine's just what we call it. It's if you want to look at it and you don't like using that word, you can just think of it. It's the people that can use magic. Though in universe we don't call it magic because it has a finite resource. Or well, no, it doesn't. In theory, yes, but it's basically because there are different types of Illumine casters. There's Sovereign and there is Disciple. The only thing you guys will probably see will probably be Disciple Illumine, which is they work through casting through either a greater being in the ethereal plane, whether it's a pantheon, a singular god, spirits, in the case of the Nephir Chord. In the case of the Starborn Pantheon, it's a series of gods. Sort of like similar-esque in the same vein of like, you know, the Roman or Greek pantheons. Except a little less fucked up.
I mean, that's not particularly hard.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like swan rape.
Because the whole thing about Illumine is casting, right? So they open up a channel, that channel then draws energy to the caster, that energy then builds up heat in the caster. The more energy build up, the greater the spells become. The idea behind this is to be a gameplay element so that the more you cast, you generate heat. The more heat you generate, the more you can cast greater spells. The downside to that is if you cast too big spells, you know, you'll go over your limit and you'll start ticking for damage. Like a dot. Or you just won't be able to cast anymore. But you'll have the option to. But overcasting can be bad. In lore, it's basically where internal liquid, it's where casters' organs turn into liquid because they melt.
I mean, technically that is an internal liquid.
Yeah, true. It is. Toasty. I really like lore blibs. Always great to hear something new. I mean, actually, I don't think what we've described is actually new, but it might be new to you because we said it once before, I think. This was after the Calamity lore update. The Calamity lore update was a big deal. It was very poorly written. I remember because I sent it to Bubbles. I'm like, look, I finally did it. The next big lore update because it takes a while to do lore updates because like they are huge what they do to the story and what they do to the rules and the universe. And the Calamity lore update was able to unfuck a bunch of things that were currently wrong with the magic system and the rules and laws of the universe and how they work. Basically, it's like, you know, it's like the laws of physics. Like that's what the Calamity lore update was. It was updating it in such a way to make it more conducive to being able to be more moldable, but while retaining its like principled energy consumption thing, so that it wasn't too much. Generates heat, exhaustion by another name. Indeed. But except heat can actually kill you because, well, temperature. Exhaustion can kill you too, actually. That's true. Will there be demigods? Gods interfering in the mortal planes? Not a common thing. In fact, not something that happens commonly. It's actually, so there are you know, greater spirits and gods and demons and Phanomir and Libers. Phanomir and Libers. Welcome to stream, Baffios.
Biffles. See, Biffles.
Biffos. These are little
No, he's Biffles.
Biffles. Sorry, Biffles.
Biffles the busy.
Biffle. I don't even know. I don't know. I give up. Poof, you disappear in smoke. No human touching from magic sad. No human torching from magic sad. No, I don't know what that means. No human torch.
He means that people just burn themselves out when they overuse magic. Which I'm pretty sure, yes, they kind of do.
I mean, you could have a heat explosion. It's like with Rhea's blade, right? When it's super heated, like that's very hot, and if that makes contact with flesh, what actually would probably happen would be an explosion.
Very messy death.
Yes. So when her blade like stabs somebody, it's more like there's a bomb going off because the liquids in their body are going to become so hot they're going to explode.
And I hope she had some low key shield that keeps all of that viscera off her.
That's why I think the Celestial Templar are very cool. That's also why they're kind of creepy. Because if they poke you with their lances, ouchie. That part of your body is going to blow off, probably. So no Zeus coming down to get fancy. No. Generally, the mortals have to do their own business, and the gods don't really do too much other than faff around, if you want to look at it that way.
Worship me.
Basically. I mean, they give them spells and stuff. They give them a domain, and a domain allows places for souls to go. So it's not like they don't do anything.
Yeah, safekeeping after death.
It's an investment. Look at it that way.
I guess. You give worship, I give you protection of your immortal soul.
Well, yeah. I wonder if we'll get the actual effects in when it stabs things. Having unique character deaths would cost so much money, sadly, for like each weapon kill. Because oh god, if I could, that'd be so cool. There'd be so many for Rhea and her little blade. Or when Aya uses her staff to thwack people in the head if they get too close. Bonk. Believe it or not, when that thing's heated up, it actually hurts really bad. Oh well. Kamikaze casters could be a possibility. In theory, yes. In theory, yes. You could explode yourself.
Or what he wouldn't teach those people too much. Just, oh yeah, just cast your magic over there.
It would be a bit of a strange thing to do, considering Illumine are extremely rare. Like, that's why it's a big deal that the Illuminar all are casters, but then again, they're also borderline extinct, so. At least by the point of 1022 AE, because they're on the way out the door.
I probably had comment.
Well, Zion, that would require lots of money. Like, okay, let's talk about animation costs, because this is always something I find interesting. Because I don't know, maybe some people do too, but like I always found it interesting because when I wanted to make a video game, it's like, oh cool, we'll have so many things, and we have a lot, right? But it's like in order, nope, that's fuck, where'd I put it? I know, I saved it to my bar. That's right, because I need these. Oh, wrong account. I'm an idiot. Other Discord account. Other Discord. Oh god, I have 30 billion messages. Help me. What? That's not so bad. Computer, you lied to me. There they are. They're all saved. I just need to wait for them to load in. Faster. We'll use that one as an example. Perfect. So each animation, right? Each animation, I forget what the exact cost is because we transitioned our animator over to like basically full time. Because thanks to you guys and all your donations, that's actually possible. So kudos to you, fellas. But basically, like each animation costs X amount of time. In this case, we'll look at it that way. X amount of time equates to dollars. You know, let's just use a ballpark number because I don't know if it's around the ballpark, but like $60, right, per animation. So that adds up. So $60 for a cast animation, $60 to move right walking, $60 to move right running, and that's for each sprite. And the thing is, with our game, that adds up really quickly, especially considering that one of the things I really wanted to do was have, and that I still am going to have, is at certain key interval points in the story, there will be outfit changes for some of the characters to, show that they've got their full sets of armor or whatever. But when you start to look at it, like, this is an old sheet of just some of the characters, right? And this is not even, like, this isn't even a fraction. This isn't even, like, 1/100th of all the characters in game. because everything's unique, because all unique sprites. You can really, like, it doesn't take long to really figure out that 60 times, you know, all those, moving up, down, left, right, like, that adds up. Then you add another thing, like death animation. But then you add something simple, like, we have damage animation, right? So, our characters, instead of just shaking like cheaper games, which, to be fair, I don't blame them, because it's cheaper cost-wise to do. Load! Load, you pile of crap, load! Doesn't want to. Help, it's not working.
It's unsubordinate.
Didn't mean to post that there either. Whoops. Hold on. I'm being a troublemaker and posting it in an inconvenient location. I need to fix that. Put it in... Like, here, I'll show you that, and we'll show, you know, I'll just open them all in advance. See how quickly that adds up. Just for those who want to get a better picture. And then that. Right, so that'll hopefully work. Okay, we'll open them one at a time, right? So like a damage hit animation, right? So like, oh, she gets hit. But instead of just flickering and, you know, shaking the sprite, we actually have it so that you can see a little bit of the shake, like that little effect there. You can see like, ugh, you know, she swings out, but she regains her posture because she's not dead. Or in the game's case, incapacitated. Having a plot-centric character die in battle would trigger a fail state. Would be funny. It would be funny if we did that, because that means you could never lose certain characters, and that would be so cancer.
See, there was that one game that did something like that. It used a morale system, and if your characters got beaten, it was just that the squad, because every character led a squad, was routed. If you were in a battle where certain conditions were met, then that meant they would die. Because let's say there's one battle where you are cornered, and so your people wouldn't get routed, they would completely get wiped out. And that was a way to do that.
I guess the question on the RP is, what do you mean RP? Oh, and the pen and paper? We're not going to do the pen and paper until after we do the tabletop war game. The pen and paper will use elements of the actual game's finalized designs to help influence it. Like in the same vein that we're using the designs for the war game that's inside of the video game to be a template for the tabletop war game. Because in the video game, there is actually, like, you know, full large battles and stuff like that. If you didn't know. I don't even know where that art is. I have no idea. I know it was posted a while ago, but that's where units engage each other. And then they fight. But yeah, it gets real complicated real quick. But yeah, I think it's really good. Static art of the kill depicted in a cultural perspective. I don't know what that is. Murals, glasswork, paintings, and other wide shots, historical moments in the game. In regards to what? I might have missed that. Retype it and send it again. Can they explode as well? The ethereal plane is a little bit different. What are you talking about, Austin? I'm very confused. What game did you buy? $60 sounds like a video game. That's normally the standard rate that modern games go for, if I'm right, for AAA sides. Right in the tummy. Do what Warbands does. Lose, you become the enemy's bitch, you escape. No, we can't do that. For a very clear reason, because that wouldn't work with the game's context of the story. That happens, and like, because it's a set timeline where things go across, if characters don't end up at certain key points at certain time intervals, then everything would fail. Systematically. No, it isn't. It isn't that style of game. It's also not a mountain blade game. It's not a game in which you run around haplessly without a storyline or objective, and you make your own adventure. This is a storyline. There is a story. You're playing as actual characters. That you're influencing a key moment in history. All tabletop in some sense becomes roleplay. Oh, okay. Gotcha. This from my Thurman brings point for some systems do that. Thurman, where's Thurman? Oh, I think he's talking about Fairman. I have no idea what Thurman is. I have no idea what Thurman. I'm just catching up on chat.
A tabletop system? Let's see. Ah.
There may be a... Put in what? I'm now super confused. Now there may be a chance that he's gonna make a 180 and put in all of the gods of the worlds. What? My brain is super confused. My brain. Loose, you get a choice of 3 lights. A blue ending, a green ending, and a purple ending. Why purple? Because fuck you.
Purple.
Generally how the story is going to handle actual endings, because I can talk about this, because this is actually something that's super important in my mind. Because I was mad about that too when it came to Mass Effect. And I was like, as a kid, I was like, how would I do it better, right? How would I do it differently if it was me that made that game? And so how we kind of have Legends of Terrestria works is it's sort of compartmentalized in a way. So each chapter, there has its own, like, there are some decisions, I don't know. Some decisions in certain chapters will be referenced later in other chapters and may affect other chapters. I can't say what, but I do know that there is one story element where you get a choice, you make that decision, and that decision will affect a chapter, not sequentially after, but actually a couple chapters down the line. So a decision you make later on will play a role later on in another encounter or another decision, and that might play into some other effects because there are certain things. I can't say everything because that would give you too much of a rope to figure things out, and that'd be bad. It ruined the fun part. Fun part is gonna watch all you make terrible mistakes and regret your decisions down the line and be like, hey.
Fun part will be see everyone's safes coming. No.
Actually, that would be a good way to get around that. So, I don't know if I want to make this decision saves. Not a terrible idea. That's why we're gonna make it so that the game automatically has Iron Man mode enabled by default, so no one knows that. They'll be like, what? No!
And if you disable that, you don't get any achievement.
Steven, you're hurting me.
You'd say, yeah, but who cares about achievement? Oh, there are so many people that care way too much about achievements.
But yeah. So it's compartmentalization. This is nothing revolutionary. Other games have done this in the past, but I think it's a good method, and I like that how it's been done in older games. And I think it's honestly a good fallback. There's a reason why people use it. In the same vein, we're going to have, those decisions play a role, but I've got some cute ideas and twists with that certain decisions will build into a bigger decision down the line. It'll be quite fun, I hope. So that it will actually lead to something. Let me use my favorite example. This is something that bothered me a lot when I was younger with Mass Effect 3. Mostly because I really like Mass Effect, and I just didn't like 3. I like 3 in some regards, but I hate 3 in a lot of others. 3, one of the things that annoyed me, right, is you build a coalition of, like, the little interstellar empires to work together, like the Solarians, the Asari, etc., to deal with the Reapers, a big endgame threat, right? And all you're really rewarded with is a different cutscene on whether those ships show up. And the cutscene doesn't mean anything. It doesn't affect anything. It's not even changing the gameplay. I thought that was the biggest thing. That's where I differed a lot with my decision making. Is in that area, I was like, okay, instead of doing it like a cutscene, let's go a step further, because it's a video game at heart, not a cutscene. It's not a movie. The video game is not a movie. Yes, it has a story, but it's a video game first. The first thing these decisions should try to do, if at all possible, should be gameplay orientated. They should affect the gameplay as well as the story, right? So let's say if we were making the Mass Effect thing, how we would have done it differently is that the Quarians show up and the Geth show up, then you get to control Quarian and Geth in the big battle thing or whatever.
So or the orders, at least gives them an order to like Aquarians go, like in the
so you can actually
the
do
Aquarians
something,
go over there, and if you don't use them according to their strengths, maybe you're gonna have losses or higher losses.
Well, I mean, in terms of our game, you take more direct control, mostly because we didn't want to do the whole allied NPC thing, because I just never see it going well. Especially if let's say you get a quest and for some reason, for God forbid, we put an escort quest because we hate the players. Which, to be fair, it is a good way to punish players arbitrarily and make them learn a valuable lesson.
Can work. You just need to design it the proper way.
I know. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Well, how we're going to address it is we've already had this conversation. Fairman, remember? We had this conversation before. We talked about how we're just simply going to give the player control of allied NPC. It's better that way. So let's say Rhea, and Ezra, they're on the walls of Pyria for I don't even know what reason. And for some reason, they're under siege by somebody or whatever. Then all those troops on that wall, if there are any, will become allied control. Because honestly, NPC control just means that the NPC is going to make a mistake at some point. And it's easier to put that under the allied player or the player's control rather than putting on an allied NPC, because the allied NPC will be dumb. We can try to make it as smart as possible, but it's better to put those resources into our NPC and making the NPC an offensive enemy. So that it's, it knows what to do. Plus, with a mixture of battlefield scripting, I think it'll go quite well. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Are there any sort of level ups or veterans for units or characters in the tabletop game? Yeah, probably could do a veterancy system. I think there should be, in my opinion, because that'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, it's always nice if you get rewarded for not having a lot of losses and you actually get to keep units.
Because how I want the tabletop to boil down is we're doing the tabletop as a separate standalone game, because that's how it needs to be designed. You cannot design it to be built into another system, because that's a retarded idea, and I've seen other indies do that, and that never works well because they're dumb. And I'm sorry to say that, but that is a really stupid way to do it, because you're immediately telling the player that they need to buy two things, which is the dumbest fucking thing I think I've ever seen. It makes me mad. So the tabletop will be standalone. It'll be able to stand on its own 2 feet and do its own two things by itself without any help. But later, when we do a pen and paper RPG, which is something I want to do, but I have no time to do it, sadly, right now, the idea is that I would like in the long term is that it plugs into it. So it's okay, you can plug it into the pen and paper more easily. And I think that would be more fun, because then it would be nice, and you'd have a nice little plug-in, maybe a little conversion thing, so you can convert characters over to each system, so that they could actually do something, and your character could actually become like a lord character. That could be fun. Or champion, or whatever the hell we call it. It doesn't even matter. Mechanically and functionally, it does the same thing. It's a hero character. How are you going to handle decisions between games? It always annoys me when you'll make a decision in one game, and then play the sequel and find that it's been replaced by the canon decision. That's an excellent question, and that's a question that has been tried to be answered throughout the ages. Now, there have been some games that do it better than others, but honestly, my personal take is this. Decisions you make, if they cross over, and the ones that do cross over to the hypothetical next thing, would be check marks. So basically, they'd be pre-planned in a sense, where the second game would be okay, the second game's about X character, this and that, right? All right, so we need check mark box for did character B survive? Did character C survive? If so, if B is survive, if true, if false, trigger this quest line instead as a supplemental. If false, or if true, instead trigger this character as, appears here, and trigger that quest line for that to appear there. And maybe, who knows, maybe it's even recruitable too. So I'm just hypothetically. That's the way we're going to handle it. I've already talked with the programmers about that, mostly because that was a concern that I had in the initial stages. I was like, okay, like if we do make this game and we decide to continue with, the same IP, I want to make sure that, things can actually carry over. And they said that that was super easy. And as long as I write it down, what needs to be carried over, and we plan it out, and we mark off what things need to be checkmarked and stuff like that. And even if we don't do it right away, we can do it later. We can put it in. It's not too big of a problem because it's a really simple thing. It'll just trigger a check in the save file. So it'll be like, boop, that's true or that's false. And that's super easy. So that's apparently a nice relief. But it does require pre-planning. Now, here's why a lot of game companies don't do it. Because on paper, like, wow, that sounds really easy. And yeah, sure, it does. The reason why a lot of game companies don't do it is because, number one, you need to get the voice actors back, the voice actresses back as well, for those lines for certain characters, right? And then you need to create whole other chapters or whole other quest lines, depending on how influential that character is in that game, right? Let's say, character A has a super important role in the second game as well, but not important enough that they can't die. So they're not plot essential, so they are actually capable of dying. So character A dies, right? Okay, well, what's supplemented in place of character A? Is the player just punished for the fact that they lost this character? Is there no content supplement? I'm not saying necessarily that the game should be easier because of that death. I'm saying that there should be some sort of content to fill the void where that content would have otherwise been.
Theoretically, if a character dies, a game could, if you kill, for example, an enemy character, it could get harder because the guy that replaces them or surpasses or succeed them could be maybe more competent.
True, that's also possible. Who knows? There's a lot of possibilities to explore there, and that's rather fascinating. I actually that's the stuff that I find the most interesting. Because there's so many things we can do, and
that would actually be, in terms of writing, an interesting approach to take, because
go ahead.
You don't see that one happen a lot. Where you get the decision to kill him. A lot of people just go, okay, you didn't kill him, yeah, he's back in the next game, and same old. But you just kill him, say, "Hi, I'm gonna kill him," and then next game gonna be harder because the guy coming after him is more competent. You do probably want to set this one up in a way. So if you just say, "Oh, this guy's the smartest, the bestest," then you probably shouldn't go with a guy that's better. But
and then all of a sudden, the smartest and bestest dude showed up.
yeah, but you could also say, "Oh yeah, that guy is good, but not that good," or there's something like that. That would be interesting writing-wise, because I don't remember having seen something like this.
It's something we can do, but it's easy on paper. Yes, the difficult part is going to be A, making sure to notate that down. B, execution, getting that down, and the execution is all the most important part, because the first game, in my opinion, is going to be it's hard for a lot of things. Number one, because we have to build the custom code for the character to go inside this building, right? So in our game, right, there's custom code for almost everything. When it comes to a lot of things, because our game is very complicated. I mentioned this at yesterday's stream. It is a fairly advanced game. It's not like a JRPG game. It would be a mistake to think of it as something simple and that could so easily be made. Our game is rather robust, because every building in each zone is rendered in, and that's the goal. That's why it's taking so long. If you watch Robin's streams, you can actually see that, and it's not an easy thing. He's been tackling one of the most difficult parts of the game, and he's struggling with a lot of it because it's tough. But he's overcome it. He's pushing through it. But you need to be able to get the game to understand okay, when player A is inside of the building and player A, B, and C are the player's characters, that means that the player must be able to see those characters. So let's say there's a character on the second floor. Let's say there's a character on the bottom floor. Let's say there's a character behind the building as well, right? Each thing, there's different layers, for each thing. So there's the bottom layer, which has the bottom floor. It has the back wall. But if there's a character behind the building, the back wall needs to also fade away when necessary, or the character needs to become transparent so they become, viewable. The same applies for when a character's on floor level 2. This gets rather complicated in code because the game needs to recognize when it's appropriate to move it, when it's what building, because the game needs to also recognize building 1, building 2, building 3, building 4. etc. The game can't simply go like, remove all building covers for level 1. Then every building would be viewable. Because our buildings in our game are rather complex because they're all rendered in to size, which is actually a big, big deal. Because not a lot of games do that, especially in the indie side, because it's difficult. And especially because our game is a tactics game, it plays a role. Like the ability to go inside and outside of buildings seamlessly and then transition back into the RPG mode is actually a really kind of, like, it's not like, never before done, but it's not something you see a lot. And it's fairly complicated and it's fairly advanced in how it works. So that's why a lot of custom codes have to be made. It's been exciting, I will say that much. And that's come from the creative side. I'm sure the programming side, they want to strangle me, but that's fine. I'm safe right now where I am. Safe, chat, safe, chat. Pulpus says, what do you mean need to be at specific points at certain times? For example, you only have a certain amount of time to do side quests because in 4 days we need to be in another city? No, I don't mean that. So there is a day and night cycle in the game. Canonical time will pass at certain intervals. So in canon, it might take the party, 4 months to travel from Galay or Astria to Galay, for example, right? Because of the North Mariam Ocean. Actually, I don't remember what the exact time frame it takes to travel there. Versus the travel from Galay to the southern abyssal little gap, it probably takes like 7 months or something along that line. Due to the sea, due to the wind, and generally the direction, assuming, good weather and all that stuff. So we need to be like, okay, if the player were to stand idly, let's say they stand idly in the town square at the beginning of the game for 7 months, as in the day set and the sun rose and it set and it rose and set and rose. Canonically speaking, time isn't passing, but it's passing because it's cool and it's dynamic and it adds flavor to the game, right? But there is hard-coded canon things. Now, in regards to being at certain points, like having time gates and time pressures, no. We're not doing that, mostly because that's just boring and it's punishing the player for exploring in a new world. That is very bad idea. I do not want to punish the player for taking their time to explore the map. They should be encouraged to explore and check under nooks and crannies if they want to, and find little tidbits and little story bits that may not be necessarily obvious or might not be necessarily plot essential, but might paint a better picture of events that happened or are happening. I think that's a better way of doing it. That's more of a game design choice, because that's where game logic, in my opinion, supersedes lore logic, because it's important to remember first that it is a video game first, right? Yes, the Mixer's IP and Legend of Terrestria is this huge world that we've been building. Yes, that's true. But game logic needs to take precedence, because it is a video game, and if you fail to make a video game, you fucked up. I'm an autistic explorer, I appreciate that. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too, because each zone is relatively explorable. I like to think of the zones as they're similar to, like, for example, BioWare's Knights of the Old Republic. Like, you go to a zone, it's got some stuff, you can explore it. Our zones are a lot bigger in terms of exploration, purely because technology is advanced. Back then, they were working with a lot more limited stuff. We don't have that same problem, fortunately. So our zones are going to be bigger, and they, depending on what it is, might have a lot more stuff. Because our zones also, combat takes place in the zone. So Rhea could be like talking here and, selling carrots for whatever reason. And then all of a sudden this could actually transition into a combat map, because the map was actually constructed with the micro squares. Rhea occupies 4 squares in total. Now, that's not specifically those tiles you just placed there, but the 4 little tiny squares, because human NPCs occupy 4 squares. And then horses might occupy, 8, probably more, because they're a little bit bigger. But things like that. Okay, will my female character grow a beard if I stand there for long enough? Probably not. Mostly because that would require me to animate that. And by me, I mean paid for that to be animated. And I don't feel like paying for that. There's so many other cool things I'd rather pay for to put in the game than that.
We shouldn't pay.
So you have line of sight, real-time movement. Not in the combat. In combat, it turns into a turn-based role-playing tactics game. But when you're walking around the world and like exploring stuff, that's real time. So, like the sun will actually be passing. Like this is actually part of the lighting system. So this I don't know if this particular part was part of the lighting test, but Robin, if you watch some of his stuff, has actually shown off the dynamic lighting system, which we hope will actually be able to put in the game. It's rather advanced and rather complex, of course, as everything is with this game, which can create problems. We did fix the issue with frame rate troubles that it had, because with complex structures, pillars and stuff like that, it's got to draw the shadows. As the sun moves and sets, that also needs to change. Torch lights that are then turned on by NPCs, those torch lights generate lights as well, and generate light sources which cast shadows in different directions, and that's where things get tricksy. The bigger and more complex the buildings are, with the more lights they are, the more complicated it'll be. Now, fortunately, I think if I remember right, he's managed to make it so don't quote me on that, because I think it's been a while since I've talked to him about that, because we haven't been working on it. We've been working on the buildings. We managed to make it so that it sort of like deloads stuff that isn't being used. So it's like if the camera is moved over here and the character sees this, then they see that. Also, in regards to the question about line of sight, yes, there is a fog of war system. That's why the buildings are so important. Each character actually casts sort of like its own light in terms of like how the fog of war system works. So you can hide characters around corners and stuff like that. There is low visibility areas. There are modifiers like fog and stuff, which can actually play a role into line of sight. Stretch. Look at that, chat. You've been filled up with knowledge. Most of this knowledge we've said before, but some of you are new, so you need to hear it and be injected with knowledge.
Oh. Mm. Sorry.
Chairman, your yawning will require your toes to be snappooed.
My toes are currently naked.
Actually, no, they're not 3D objects. That's the fun part, Cthulhu. These are all actually sprites. They're all flat. It runs in Unity, which technically the game is running in a 3D space. This is true. You will never know that, though, because there's no way for you to actually be able to tell that when you're... That would require you to be able to switch the camera into like a free look, and then you realize that you're looking at a flat board. Because all this is flattened as sprites on a screen. There are no 3D objects. There are no 3D models. Everything's a sprite. The dynamic lighting system was actually one of the most impressive things I think I've ever seen that Robin had managed to achieve. Some other games have it, but it's rather... I find it a fascinating thing because like it's dynamic lighting in a 2D environment with lights casting shadows on like flat stuff. I think it's cool. I don't know about you guys. Hopefully it does work out with the larger structures. Because the larger structures are going to get complicated, like the Temple Imperia, the Palace Imperia is going to be the most notably complex structures, I believe. The Palace especially. And especially when you go to Helios will also be rather difficult, because some of the buildings there are remarkably complex and advanced. Oh, now chat has learned. Look at them. They're sitting there, their brains pulsating with knowledge and information.
Oh.
A beep boop. Kill it.
Beep boop?
Yeah. Everyone's like murdered. Helios is the former capital of the Astrian Empire. Pyria is the actual city location we're working on right now. It's the new capital, and it was repositioned strategically for a couple of reasons. Number one, the Nephir Court sits at the gate of the River of Osos. The River of Osos leads directly into the valley of the southern Astrian region, which, besides the Forest of Ilos and a couple of mountains, it's fairly easy to move around, and it's very bad if the Nephir Court were to break through the River of Osos. River Osos is a thick, chonky river that has got a series of forts on any of the vulnerable locations on along it, built up as defense fortifications, because the horde was halted at the Battle of Broken Storms. That was the previous generation, Crondrius, which is the current emperor's father, Pulioso. Pulioso, his father and brothers actually fought and died, except Pulioso, he lived. He was the only surviving Valan, actually, at the Battle of Broken Storms. It was pretty bad. The Emperor was killed, but he was killed after, at the time, the Firstborn was killed early into the battle, I think before the battle. That was rough. Then the Emperor was killed, like, only a little bit into the battle. That was pretty rough, too. It was pretty nasty. Show us a map. You want me to show you stuff? Making me do stuff. The hell is this? Making me work for things. Okay, hold on. Gonna get you stuff. Take a moment, because the artists have been making so much stuff. It's not even funny anymore. It's hard to find stuff that was made like a week ago. Here is an old version of the palace, by the way, that one we're talking about. The buildings here are a lot more spread out, mostly just so we're feeling out the shape of it. It's actually a lot more condensed than this. But Sala was just getting the feel for the buildings themselves. That is Imperia. Scroll. Lots of architecture that I can't share with the chat. This is also Imperia, but without the buildings, because we were sort of just feeling out the landscape here. That's the, there's a river that runs around this, but this is where the palace is built up on. Scroll. Now, Sala confused the ever-living crap out of me, but it is here. I'm 99.9% certain. I'm still, every time I look at this, I get confused again, and it makes me mad. I'm pretty sure it's there. Imperia's always been there. It's always been there, Kibs. It's always been there. It's the long, narrow one. Always has been. Always has been. That's not Pyria. Pyria's here. Pyria's here. Helios is about here. And this is the River Vosos, which runs to the mountain chain, which I can never remember its name. That and the Nephira Cord lay beyond this. They lay over here. I think actually this would be Velatubre or Vernia would be borders over. Like over in that area right there. And then the Duchy of Roseline's down there. But yes, House Vala is this region. Syria is the new capital, moved there. House Tilius is, or not Tilius, Estacles is there. But Helios is over here. I've got it marked down on an actual map, but I don't have it accessible. There's a map of Pyria itself that we have worked up, stuff like that. What do you think? Shit, pretty slick, huh? Eat it. The Terrestria end times. That's because there's no rivers drawn, Frank. This map's incomplete. Breathe loudly and angrily. I'm pretty sure it's left side, though. 99.9% certain. I know Pyria is a bit of a journey, but I'm pretty sure you don't have to go through the mountains to get to it. There's Rockies there. Pretty sure. The only big natural barrier is that big forest of Ilos. Can we see the dynamic lighting in action right now? Do you have the higher resolution one? I have the bad one. The one that doesn't, like, it's super low res. But yes, you can. I've showed it up before. Hold on a sec. I will go get it. Pretty cool when I find it. Go to Reddit. Going to Reddit. Crap, how far down is it? Period. No, dynamic lighting. Dynamic lighting. Oh, hey, speaking of the warfare thing, I can show you that. Somebody fell over and died upstairs. Flap. How long ago was that? I know that was a while ago. Oh, wait, here it is. I think I found it. Hold on. Alright, here it is. It's going to be kind of low res, so you're going to have to bear with me a little bit, chat. Go ahead and watch that. It should be good enough to tell what's happening. It is low res, though, I do remember. Look at it. Wow. I think this is the one with the torchlight test as well. Yep, because you can see little torchlights. Entities generating their light, too. And then I think he's going to move it around. I hope this is the one with that, because that looks cool. Yep. Pretty sure. That's so cool. Oh my goodness. Can't get over that. So slick. Is the entire Astrian Empire, or are they? Is that the entire Astrian Empire? No, they're bigger than that. Are they still a sized powerhouse? I mean, they're even the weakened state. They're about the equivalent size of like Western Europe, a little bit bigger, if I remember right. Not in like the mainland's huge. Look at that tree. Look at that terrestrian tree. It's not finished, but look at it. Look at how tree it is. Quite nice. Very tree-like. Very tree-like. Alright, look at these things, chat. Cute little Celeste. But this is the stuff I was talking about earlier. This is a bonus image. Celeste wearing glasses because Carlos thinks he's funny. Funny boy, Carlos. This is the warfare stuff I'd mentioned before, though, chat. The little army dues. We had put together this as a test presentation. Not representative, because none of these are actual visuals. This is all concept art. How each scene handles it, how the terrain gets muddier. So the terrain's affected by movement. The more muddier and the more fighting that happens, the muddier it gets. Fighting that happened on the terrain tiles has persisting corpses and dead bodies. Yes, those are giants of Boudanois. They are quite big. Quite chunky. And then the tactical map, which we probably still got a lot of work to do. Again, this is all concept art and sketches. You see that terrain, there's no muddy tiles, but there's forest fires and stuff like that. Trying to feel it out. And then there's an example of like a super used tile, like it's all super muddy and like corpses, stuff like that. Pretty slick. I think I can safely close all that. Yep. Perfect. Where did I move that thing? Whiskey Potato donated a very generous $10. You say, it's good to see my money being put to good use. Well, thank you for giving me your money and trusting me to spend it on the video. Your money has been put to good use. You've made some pretty cool art you guys have contributed to. Aren't you happy? Aren't you proud? Because in a way, you guys did contribute to this. Actually, not in a way. In a very direct way. Wonder if Aerith will be playable. Pfft, Aerith being playable. Maybe an Easter egg if you're good. True. Fact. Make Aerith an overpriced DLC. I'm actually kind of opposed to the whole DLC nonsense. We've had this conversation before, and I don't know if you were there, Fairman, for it. Do you remember, Fairman? If I mention this, you might. The whole conversation was about, like, DLC and any sort of, like, expansions, and the consensus we seemed to more or less reach the last time we had a serious conversation about it internally was that there should be no DLC or expansions because there shouldn't be a need for them. Like, the game should be a complete package. Having an expansion pack would be, like, the most acceptable of anything. But even so, like, people were scratching their heads at what we could. Like, what is it that we've left out? Because of the no-cut corner internal policy, there's nothing. Like, the game got a new whole game mode mechanic, which was that warfare mode I just showed you guys, which is an entire presentation. Because I had to commission the art for that, because I needed to have the presentation ready, because I had to convince the dev team that, yes, this is a worthwhile investment. We should do the warfare mode, and I had a good argumentation, because number one, it runs off the basic combat builds of our combat prototype when that's done. It runs off the combat version of that. There are some slight alterations to the rules and how it behaves, but by and large, it fundamentally functions exactly the same. So, more or less, there's not a need to make too much new code. It's just mostly a lot of new art assets and a couple of mechanics here and there, like how forest fires and stuff like that work, and cities and stuff. Because there isn't a system for that in the base combat, because the base combat isn't that abstracted, because it's actually character on character rather than cohort on cohort, so to speak. Look at you, chat, wriggling and writhing. Is Aerith box still in game? She was never as in a box. It's currently, no, she's not in game. But I can show you what Rebin made. Rebin man. I'll post an emoji and then I'll open it in large. Aerith and box. This was I think Robert requested this to get made, if I remember right. Whatever. Yeah. But for some reason, fat. 0 to 10 doesn't exploit my gambling addiction. Sorry. I like to believe that we will make games where we have some semblance of ethics. Besides, we can use that as our high horse to crawl up on top of them and be like, hey, 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 and just laugh at everyone else down below us. And I'm going to take advantage of that high horse. There is a business advantage to being ethical. It's called the high horse. You can get up on it and laugh at everyone else. And then they, being giants, crush you. But yes, that was made during one of Robin's Pixel streams, and he was working on just random assets for the city, like some plates, food, the stuff you saw in this image here, actually, more or less. In fact, there's the one where Celeste is hiding in a barrel or something like that. Something like that, chat. Bear. Like Fair to die. Bear, wiggle. Wiggle, Fairman. You're becoming a corpse. Wiggle, Fairman. Wiggle. No. How have the prints been going, by the way?
Trying to get a new one, and the latest one, look good. But again, I'm waiting for the updated version until I do that, because there's no real reason to print the one I am having right now again.
So can you just say how much of the world we'll be able to explore? I can, actually, to a degree. I can't say what regions, because that'll give away where the story's going to go. But I can say, how big, the zones and stuff will be. So the idea behind the zones, right, is they'll be fairly big, and we have yet to push the limits on how big, but I kind of want them to be chunky. I want a zone to more or less be, let me give an example. That's low. Let's say we're going to have a town in Galay, right? And there's going to be a town in Galay. I want you to be able to fully explore the town, more or less. Now, if there's not any areas of interest, we can cut those down, because if there's nothing really interesting there or to do there, it's just dead space. And then I want like an exterior part of the town, like maybe some of the forests, maybe some of the beach or the coastline, depending on where it is. Maybe some of the inland, so you can see some of the frontier, maybe some of the stuff over there. How big is that though? It's gotta be. How do we measure that in terms of like the sprites? I don't know. But let's just say it'd take like a few minutes to traverse fully. And then the game will be constructed in zones. So wherever the characters go in the story, that will have a zone allocated to it, So there'll be a zone for Pyria. Now, Pyria, the city itself, isn't fully constructed. Mostly because that would take forever. And we'd never be done with it. We would, but it would take eons to do. And most of it would be dead space. As in, why would Rhea and Ezra go to the literal slums? Like, there's not a lot of actual reason to go there. And it would break character to do something like that. But there is plenty of stuff that they could explore that actually makes sense. Like the Northeastern Gatehouse, or not Northeastern Gatehouse itself, but like the Northeastern Trade District is actually an important area, because that's actually heads out along the path that they're going to take to go to Helios. Because in the beginning of the game, it's Aya's coming of age ceremony, which, because they're nobles, they'll be able to take a holy pilgrimage to the holy site of Helios, which has the I forget what the temple is called. I think it's just called the Temple of Helios, but it might have another name to it. Much like most of the old city stuff, it just shares the city name. Unlike Pyria and other locations. Versus like Lowborn would probably go towards, regular temple, which is still a beautiful temple, but it's nothing on the likes of which the Council of Helios was. Or the old Celestial Starborn, stuff like that. Does Terrestria have moon or moons? Yes, it does, I believe. I'm pretty sure. I think it's called Lennar or something, or Lenor, or Enor, or something like that. I know because there's a god named after it. One of the pantheons. Venori? I don't remember. It's something like that. It's got an O-R in it. It has a singular moon. If I recall correctly. Some of these are pretty terrible. These things you guys are saying. Some of them make me want to gouge my eyes out. Fairman, read them. Read them and weep.
Mute what?
No, not mute. Read, you deaf monkey.
Oh.
Read chat. Read it. Look at what they're writing. Look at it. Oh, this is terrible. Look at it. Herman, eyes. Open them. Eyes.
Yeah, what? I'm just looking at what isn't really. They're just names.
I know. But some of the names are terrible. Dawn of Terrestria 3, quite cursed. Terrestria of Us Part 2 by Neil Kibsman. That's probably the worst one.
Kibs don't encourage them.
Legends of Terrestrial Combat Evolved.
I'm gonna put Celeste in power armor. Just
don't spoil it, Fairman.
There would be potato. Honestly, that would be kind of cute. Having a power armor, and she can't really walk properly, and she just waddles around. Well, it would be adorable. Falls over, can get back up.
Fairman can't masturbate and read chat at the same time. Fairman masturbating.
I wish I'd be masturbating.
What if I told
can't.
you about doing that on stream?
Listen, I can't right now. It's all red and flaky down there. I can't touch that.
All right, Fairman. I really want to just strangle you for saying that. It's quite repulsive.
I mean, everyone is just going, "What the fuck are you doing?" And
I don't know. Legends of Terrestrian RPG. Listen, I'm gonna grab a Gatorade out of the fridge to make me happy, and we're gonna then talk about the miniatures more because we got on a segue. But I'm still trying to put this together because we're gonna put this together in advance for the dev meeting, so we can discuss it with Tyler. Because we're gonna need to get like different sales section thingies so we can milk the chat. What? What? Go back. Wait a minute. I expect you to entertain chat while I walk away because I can hear you, Fairman.
Let's see.
That's right.
Purpose. Well, God, I can't make that joke. But bastard, I can't make that joke. But if we have any session under 8 hours, then you're just weak. Let's see. Shadow squeak twice. Some of you guys are hurting me with those names. Entertain us. I'm tired. Can't entertain. I read a pretty bad thing yesterday. Left me in a bad mood. I already complained to Boyd about it.
Well, let's hear what it is.
Oh shit! Oh no, Kibs is here.
I could hear you the whole time, Fairman. What is it?
I read a manga and oh, this is good. And then, oh yeah, this is the finale. And then all of a sudden comes a new character out of nowhere. Nothing even hinted. Kills the secondary main character. And now instead of, oh yeah, we're going to end the story here because we are about to end the final fight. Yeah, no, now they're going to travel around and revive that one character. And I was, what the fuck?
Time travel, undoing decisions from
No,
the past.
not even time travel. It's just bullshit. I'm just like, good God, this is one of the reasons why I don't read a lot of that stuff. It just sounds like it. I usually start something and just immediately know, yeah, you know what, fuck that.
It's sort of why we don't allow character resurrection in our universe. Like, if somebody's dead, they're dead. The only way you can revive them is pretty much the same way you revive somebody in real life. With a lot of hope.
It's like in Dragon Ball, when halfway through they already revived 5 characters, someone died, and we are supposed to go, oh no, he's dead. Yeah, well, I don't give a shit. We're gonna revive him anyways.
Yep. That's why I want
to
make it so
you can only do that 3 times, but find workarounds here.
I've already been threatened by several people, even Arch, by the way, who have mentioned that if I hurt Celeste, they're gonna hurt me, and I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna do like before I was gonna like she's gonna have such a happy ending, but now I'm like, no, now she's gonna live a miserable life.
I know how you can hurt her. Turn her into comedy relief.
No, I'm gonna be worse. She's just gonna live a life of misery. Like she's gonna be like just walk around like, hello, mister, and then I'd kick her down a flight of steps and I'll be like, yeah, fuck you, audience. I'm kidding, that's a joke.
Must not make comment.
Bearman's like, only want to hurt. Do not want to protect.
No, that's not what I was
The audience wants to protect Celeste, but Kibs wants to hurt Celeste. That's the
audience is Kibs.
Who will win, chat? The person with the pen or the chat? Like, no. Wow, terrible. Please continue, chat. Punish Celeste, indeed. Send Celeste to the Eastern Front. Oh, no. Metal Gear Terrestria. Celeste is just like with a little cigar. Why are we here? Just to suffer? Actually, no, drawing character. She had to wear sunglasses. Aviator, specifically. Chat's like, I want Celeste to feel pain. Imagine all the cute little faces she'll make, chat.
You're sick.
It's such dark humor. All the sad little faces, like, oh, quivering lip. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that, chat?
Probably very good.
You make one joke about Celeste being evil, and then everybody.
And everybody loves somebody, but only sometimes. Yay, 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 yay. Ah,
Texas Terrestria. Oh, yeah, partner.
Terrestria.
All right. It's happening again. Sad Celeste. It's happening again. That's pretty good, Hanse. I give you that. It's the worst part about it is the fact that she's saying it's happening again. Meaning it's
Again, so.
happened before.
How sad.
I can't believe that's the first line of text we've had from Celeste actually quoted. I was like, what?
That's just what I understand. I was just better this way, trust me.
It's all happening in chat. Everything that went wrong before will happen again and again.
And again and again and again. Until you love us.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just love me. Love me.
Oh god, tomorrow's Total War number 3. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. I've not heard any good things about it, actually. Which is
really,
strange.
I heard some good things and some mixed things and some bad things.
Oh boy. I want Celeste to go full Fairman at the end. Just Spurgs out. Just Spurgs. Oh no, it's terrible. Alright, so back to tabletop. So, Bear. Beyond so I'm thinking right, so houses in some ways can be cosmetic army changes with some unique units. You know? Obviously we'll have a mercenary rule set for mercenaries, because mercenaries are cool and they're a big deal in Terrestria, especially in this point. 1022 AE is super important. The game better end with Celeste having 1,000-yard stare. Giggles. How can you be so
no comment.
spot on with your predictions? How can you be... would it kill you to know that that was a canon thing at one point? Just what? Oh.
Spoiler.
I'm joking. Fairman, you should know.
Spoiler. Now they know what isn't gonna happen.
Don't worry. We have a great piece of fan art that reflects Celeste very well. In fact, Celeste gets a lot of fan art.
Kibs, can you just wait and you see the first loot? It's gonna go, yeah.
That's not regal. That's not...
See, I was about to say Sala probably wouldn't like, but then I said no, he probably maybe not with Celeste, but
Got one from Giggles even. Ria's head padding.
That's not a loot.
Best part is we actually gave Giggles, because he was going to do fan art. We gave him early access to the Imperial Seal. Did you know that, chat? Giggles art, his fan art, was one of the first pieces to actually show that off. Fun bit of trivia. Because he asked about doing fan art. I don't remember exactly, but I gave it to him.
I never noticed how big her lips are in this.
Listen, you be nice.
No, just saying.
This is probably one of the oldest fan arts. Or one of the older ones. That's from Nobody. 5732.
That's someone I haven't seen in a while.
He still lurks. Got some from Show, even. She said because Celeste never had any happy art. because a lot of her art inside the team is sad.
Because Kibs is a thick bastard.
Well, mostly it's like when I do emotion tests, like Celeste often is the one that I give like the sad emotion to. It's just easier that way. Like Ria's the serious expression, Aya's the normally happy one. And we've kind of just rolled with that ever since. Like whenever we do test commissions for when we're bringing on an artist. And so one of the test commissions I had them do was I had them do Celeste. But Celeste has always had every emotion be sad, except for her actual character sheet. Her actual character sheet actually has other emotions that aren't just sad.
I like the one on the right. The one's adorable.
She's like, wow.
She just spotted the chocolate cake.
Oh, shit.
And then just someone takes it away, just see, you like that one artist on Twitter on what's his other site is called that draws that blind girl that is really fucking cute and he just does horrible stuff and it draws a character getting abused. It's really fucking bad.
He actually
And he
draws her
just goes,
having some
yes,
happy stuff
yes.
once in a while, like revenge.
Come again?
He's drawn her having revenge sometimes.
Actually, him? Oh, that's a new thing.
Is she a 2,000-year-old dragon? Lol, don't make me kill myself. It's at least 2 million years. Okay, we're more practical with the actual timeline here. Like, what
See,
the
but this
fuck?
is the chronological age. That's a biological. The biological age is the one that counts, as well as the mental age.
True. This is a more... Isn't that great, chat? Look at that. That's fucking great. Look at those big, meaty tears. Great.
It's just...
It's fantastic. You can feel the pain.
And you're being horrible. Backers. Yeah. You're wearing with a newspaper. Newspaper, yes.
You know that one gets to them.
Kibs, it calms down or it gets a hose again.
Alright, it's time to close all this, because we're getting sidetracked again. Beep. Alright, so...
I mean, technically that's on topic.
It is, sorta, but only a pinch.
It's fan service, Kibs.
You heard it, 2 million years legal. Listen, even if she is 2 million years, I'm gonna make it 2 billion.
Also,
Make it
no,
two.
you didn't hear the qualifier.
That's true.
So if you can't listen, you're gonna get into trouble. You're probably one of those kids when you said, "Oh, can I do this?" Yes, you can do this, but if and you only heard the yes and then just do it,
And then
just
why my time
why did you get in trouble? Because I told you what to do with it. No, I didn't. You just said yes.
But yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Some factions will have sub-factions, like the Terrestria Empire. Terrestria Empire, fucking kill me. The Astrian Empire. We're skipping a little bit ahead here. We're skipping.
Type. I skip. Skip. That is something I haven't used in a while.
A moon goddess? Oof. Korean chat. No, what? You can't say that. It's my idea. It's mine.
I mean, if it is God of the Sun, it's probably also God of the Moon.
True.
Not that far off.
Awesome.
Or could be.
I've already said that is true, but is the god of the moon called Celeste? It isn't. It's like Venor or something like that.
Is Celeste? Isn't Celeste? No, Luna was. Celeste is or Celestial is heaven, I think, or otherworldly or something like that.
Celeste's full name is Celeste Flare.
Flair.
Yep.
Like the wrestler, Celeste Flair. Ooh yeah.
Calm down, fair enough.
Oh gosh, can you imagine? At one point, she just goes, "Ooh yeah." Well,
Sometimes chat makes me question my sanity.
Sometimes?
Just reading with it.
most of the time. See, I gave up on chat once I saw quite some people saying, "Oh wait, Tiberian Twilight was good."
Oh God, that was Draconis, wasn't it?
And there was Trescotus, and there was at least one other person.
Tiberian Twilight's not that bad,
And
guys.
yeah, no, Draconis, I
It's
will
like,
never let that one down.
Breku Neku. He's like, ugh, 90-degree Neku. Rubber neck
Ugh.
activated.
Makes me sick to thinking about it.
Flair is the name of one of the characters in Redo Healer. You misspelt Flair. Flair, not Flaere. Dummy. He's like, no. Just like Google constantly corrects Celeste's name to Celeste, or with an E at the end, which is wrong. That's not how you spell her name. There is no E at the end.
Oh, look at him faking ignorance.
Who?
Draconis.
She goes like, what?
Oh,
Bro, I would
just
never.
a question mark. I don't know what I would talk about.
Don't lie to me, Draconis, you filthy rat. You simp. I never said Twilight was good or not bad. Yeah, listen, chat, he's lying. Traitor.
I don't remember at which stream, but
It might have been him. I think we
no,
should.
no, it was definitely him.
It was
definitely him. Because I'm not good at remembering a lot of things, but there are things I do not forget. And those are the kind of things where I just said, oh, no. I don't remember what I had for breakfast.
Oh wow, Side Cooch, very revealing dress you're
I
sharing.
remember.
You be nice to Aya. No Side Cooch. Just.
Oh, yeah, if you mean
bit
to
of skin.
Aya, oh, then Sala's going to come after you.
That's true.
He's
Sala's
just gonna,
favorite character is Aya, I think.
He's just going to go, I'm going to treat you like a gecko. Could throw you out a window. Fucking
He also
murderer.
likes Celeste because every time there's any bit of Celeste art, Sal's like, "Oh, it's so cute." Every fucking time.
I seem to remember him going at one time where he was just full on melts
Yeah, he did.
mentally.
I think that's when Sho drew Celeste, if I remember right.
Also, that one of the earliest made him. No, I didn't think he cried, but
He got emotional. That was the Giggles fan
yeah.
art. The Giggles fan art made Sala emotional. I remember that. Pretty sure it was Giggles.
One of those. I think it was the one. Was it the one in the lake? You know which one?
What?
The one. There was the one that's almost loot.
Listen, Chad. How can you not like Aya's character? Oh yeah, that's right.
She's blonde. She has a gun.
I just really look at Indio's concept work though. It's fucking great, isn't it? There's a reason why I have reserve slots. Look, that's just a sketch. Look at the lines. How confident those sketch lines are. That's just good.
India,
There's not that many.
But she doesn't look angry.
Indio likes drawing Babette because he likes drawing women looking demeaning at him. If I remember
Yes.
right.
Oh god, this just reminds me of that one artist. Oh.
Is she not wearing underwear? What's underwear? Oh, she.
She
I
isn't in
can
this
neither
one.
confirm nor deny anything.
I mean, in this one, Kibs, look at this one.
I'm not
In this one,
confirming.
she
I'm not
isn't.
looking. I'm not denying. I'm not confirming. I'm not confirming. Looks around. Looks away.
Oh god, I had Kibs. Speaking of underwear, at least two people asked me when the miniature had posted what color her undies were, and I was just going, oh, I wanted to answer that, and then I forgot.
Oh yeah, because you're painting it with undies. I forgot.
Yeah.
Sick.
I think I answered one. I was going blue stripe, and he was just freaked out because I know it was a weep.
Collect feedback from
But
team.
I'm not gonna put any stripes down there. Fuck that. This is so much work.
Go live date to be determined. Decide on website host. That's not gonna be too. Mock up required features. That's kind of what we're doing here. Build test site. Collect feedback from development team. Correct site. I'm just reading the roadmap so I can remember. Fresh myself.
Of course, Boek reacts with nice to this.
Nice. You want to see some Aya concept art? It's like, hell yeah, brother. I don't even need to look and see their responses because I know it's scissors. Slutty chan. There, happy chap. Are you a happy wappy chap? Happy pappy? Happy pappy.
Happy.
There's actually some more really cool art on the Reddit, actually. I have to update the Reddit with more art. I haven't done it in a while. Reddit's a nice place because it's just all nicely archived. Indio's rendition of Celeste, Aya is pretty good. Chat shall be a little spoiled, but only a little, because they've been a little bit of a good chat. A little bit of a good chat? Sorry. Oh. Chat tarded. Oh. Don't lie to me, chat. Kibs knows when you're lying. Thick says, get a real haircut. Oh my god. Oh, what is that notification? It's probably like, make an icon. Yes, it is. And I have a message from Reddit, which I don't care. Half the time it's not even a person, it's just them. Their automated system being like, make an icon. It's like, no. I'm not making a cringy icon. I literally uploaded the logo thing. Like, that's as good as it gets. There you go. There's Aya. There's Rhea, too. This one's pretty good. Totally not canon, by the way. This is Sala's just fun doodling.
Not canon, he says. I wonder why.
Maybe the big machine gun.
Alright, I'm on a delay because I was just looking at that picture and I was going, wait, why is it not canon?
Oh,
but yeah, no.
That's
I was looking at the
gun
one.
Because, like, that is not... Dug. 1980s edition.
Just imagine trying how to fire this thing, and this next thing we see is just being rolling over the floor because you can't have the recoil. Like that one video where that kid has that fire hose, and it just doesn't let go of the fire, and just
Really like
flung
Rhea.
through the air.
Chat really likes Rhea. Why would you do that, Chan? She's the heiress. Aren't you? You need to be nice. Ah, Astrian clothing. It's lovely. It's light fabrics. Pretty nice fabrics, too.
It's
on the upper class. Just wait till you go to other regions and they're like,
they're fucking sin some games do. Yeah, no, they don't change their outfit. They're in below zero. Yeah, but
yeah, we can't do that. Fortunately, a lot of the climates they visit are equally hot.
Yeah, or where they just go,
worse.
you know what? Yeah, okay, let them have that, but it still needs to be skin bare. Just go, fuck that. If they're in below zero, they're gonna full cover.
Yeah, just can't get enough of our characters. This is true. We put good work in them. That makes the art boys happy, and that makes me happy because I wrote them. Much like many Chad writers, I wrote good reasons for them to be half naked. I just made it so magic was so incredibly cumbersome. You have no choice. Actually, no, you do have a choice. In game, you can actually put on more armor and stuff. Sadly, it won't be represented on the sprite because that costs lots of money. But
Oh god, yeah.
yeah, you remember the estimations where it was like $63,
Oh, I don't need to remember the
$3,000.
estimation. I just need to remember that this. Oh,
And we're like, no.
we just no.
$63,000 for a couple, like just a couple variations of clothing? No. No. That's why only like we have it story wise. That's why she actually gets her like actual other sets. And then you can actually switch and toggle them because they're cosmetic. When you unlock the other ones, I do want it to be toggleable. So if people don't like the, which I think her war gear looks awesome. I think it's awesome. That's the feathered armor. That's super cool. We can't show it. It would be spoilies.
Oil spores.
Actually, we mostly show off the female characters. There's so many male characters. Ah,
I think the one that got most exposure would have been Tiana.
Captain Tiano and Waylon. Emperor Crondrius and
Honestly,
Nidus.
Waylon didn't really get that much.
He didn't get too much this. Arano is there. He was on the cover of Wrath of Earthborn. So is Waylon, but he's facing the other direction. Arano's to the right. Waylon's back there. Actually, Ball, he gets a lot of art, actually.
So many names.
There are. I mean, not many people even remember Mytha. She's, to be fair, she's like a literal child. She's a little... We don't really talk about the older or the younger characters because they don't have like super important. There is the Torius family.
Although I'm pretty sure that one's pronounced Bal, not Bal.
Yeah, it's Ball.
Bal.
Yeah.
Bal.
Yeah, it's seen Garadric. I can't pronounce things. Terrible. He's a House Lord. House Lords are pretty cool guys. Ido, he's another House Lord. Looks like an 80s action hero. A little bit.
Do-do-do.
Yeah, there are actually a lot more male characters than there are female. This is true.
Well, that's just not really front and center.
True. Most of the promo material is female characters. There are. This one's an old favorite, I think. Captain Tiano. He's cool. Yeah, Darby males. Oddly enough. Strangely, like Selenar and Lanadris. They're the children of Ido. Dicks. You could do what certain RPGs do and have sprites represent the character's state, such as low, medium, or heavy armor. Never. That's too
Also,
expensive.
Selena always it looks so feminine.
Who?
Selena.
Oh, Selenar. Yeah, it's just because he doesn't have any facial hair.
I mean, Leandro probably would also if he doesn't have head.
I mean, Lanadris. Well, it's
Lanadris, yeah.
it's the Seaborn people are kind of they're very smooth skin, if that makes sense. Smooth skin.
Little milk sop.
That's just the Seaborn as a whole. Which is Kibs describes Celeste as strong or independent? Probably not. I don't even. You leave Celeste in the middle of nowhere, and she'll probably starve to death. It's very tragic.
Just suffer. I mean, again, guys, she is just a kid. Well, just a kid, maybe, but she is a kid. Child.
Here's her actual character sheet. All this art chat is all thanks to all the delicious munmuns. They've all been burned in the pit of missions or timed work. Taxes are coming up next month. I'm so excited. I'm kidding. Government taking me hard-earned munmuns. So many arts chat. So many. Celeste deserves to suffer for wearing a pink Aladdin vest. It's not a pink Aladdin vest. What the fuck? It's like a little light piece of fabric.
Is that this is a vest that got worn by this, so this means it's from that. It's just.
She's got a cute little tie. I don't know why they put a tie on her, but no kidding.
Ties can be cute in the right circumstances.
It.
A bow tie. No, that's not a bow tie. That's a ribbon.
Yep. True. Fact. Science even. I think I showed you. The gun, I think it was the one thing we had to update. It was because there was no... it's not showing the firing side, but I'm pretty sure. Other culture groups, you can always tell, like Galay. Galay is a very different clothing mindset. The sea and trash is 5% estrogen. I don't want to know what the fish look like.
Joker fish.
Crondrius looks like a badass. Is he playable? Crondrius playable. I don't remember.
No comment.
Cannot comment on that. He is the current emperor and the father Sharia Ayan Nezra. He is mucho strongo. Also buff as fuck. Like his brother Nidus. His brother Nidus is a bit more unkempt though. He doesn't they actually almost looked identical though. If he actually would trim himself proper. That's Nidus.
Uncle Nidus.
Yep. Uncle Nidus. He was supposed to be. He was the firstborn of Pulioso. He was supposed to be the emperor. But decided to abstain, or, well, not abstain, but, what do you call it?
But a big bushy beard.
There's a thing where you give up the throne. Stepping down. I forget the word. It's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't remember.
Abdicate? No, wait,
Yep.
that's when you're already in charge.
Yeah, it's kind of like abdication. We'll use that for now. He abdicated his position, because technically when his father died, he would be de facto emperor. Instead, he became the High Priest of the Celestial Order, which means he's got a lot of power too.
Yeah, that is nothing to scoff at.
Because in the Celestial Order, as far as it's concerned, the Celestial Order itself is generally always High Priest is somebody of the Valen family. So the church and state are very much merged. They have basically total power. Quite OP. Also led to other things which were very clear. Can you become the new emperor? Can't say that, because if I say that, then it says he dies. What? That's terrible. You want Rhea's dad to die? Just like a little bit.
These people have no shame.
A little bit. Oh my god. Next in line for the throne would be Rhea. Rhea would be next in line. Because it'd be Rhea, Aya. Nezra doesn't actually get to hold any titles. Because of the fact that she's being married off. She hasn't been disowned or disinherited, but she's... Yeah. There's a technical term the Astrians have for basically those that marry outside, where it's a marriage alliance, but they don't retain any titles.
She is gonna get left out of something deliberately. Yes.
To prevent anything from possibly, being inherited by another power externally. What's the other thing? Syra's their mother. It's also the name of their goddess of justice. There's the Empress, actually. Chat's like, whoa. But, oh my god. I want Rhea's daddy to die so I can become her dad. No! If Rhea's father dies, then she would actually become the Empress, because how the Astrians work is actually they are it's rule of firstborn. I forget the actual technical term of what it is, but the firstborn, regardless, becomes de facto rule. In Terrestria or in Astrian history, they've had, what, 2 empresses before? There was the one, she was in Empress for a little while. That's because her husbando died, and she was basically the regent for the firstborn, because the firstborn wasn't of age. That was during the Astro Dominion Wars. I do not remember if Kanar's son was of age when Kanar passed. Whether that meant... I forget his wife's name. It's the regent, but that was before the empire. That's the kingdom, so she'd been a regent queen. Because that's actually a different part of their history. Because the Astrians view 3 separate parts of the history. There's the kingdom era, which is relatively short. There's the republic era, which is much longer, and then there's the empire era. But it goes the opposite direction. It's republic, kingdom, then empire. But even if you want to go further back, it's actually the city-state era, where it was just various city-states and regional lords.
Washish Republic?
Listen, I'm just saying, Syra passed on her strong genes to the children. Amu says, so this is the reason all the daughters are hot.
Don't judge her.
It's a positive judgment. I'd say. Wouldn't you, Firebear?
I don't know. What did you say? It's an apologist judgment?
A positive judgment.
Oh, positive.
I'm sure.
I was able to say, right?
That'd be quite tragic. Absolute cognatic primogeniture. Is that the actual term? That sounds about right. We actually have this stuff written down somewhere. I do not remember where, though. It would probably be in the older docs. Mostly because that was when we were using the technical terms to describe each nation. before we went into further and further more detail. Can you let me have a harem of all the female characters but Celeste in the game at the end? You can get rid of Celeste. I just want literally everyone but Celeste. No. There's no harems. There's no self-insert character either. We decided against it. Originally, in the original thread for the game, there was actually custom character, but then we removed it because it actually hurt the writing of the story. Like, the story was much weaker because of it. Mostly because, while it was a very different style of game, because it was a lot more free-ended, but we wanted to build a universe and a world in which it had a lot more, like, meaning, and the plot behind it and the characters behind it. And I wanted to strengthen the characters. And in order to strengthen the characters, one thing had to go. It had to be the freeform character. So you'll actually play from different perspectives. But generally, you'll stick with, like, the main cast. But you will see other characters. It's not a harem game. It's also a mistake to call it an anime game, too. It uses an Eastern art style, but it's very much written like a Western story. If that makes sense. Mostly because when I was making the originally Legend of Terrestria, right, I saw an anime. And this anime inspired me to actually watch more anime. It was, the first anime I ever watched was something called Angel Beats, and that was like with a bunch of friends, and like that's back when I had a girlfriend, you know, it's all emotional, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, you know, whatever. But, like, the one I remember was the next anime I'd watched after that was Future Diary, and that wasn't good either. Like, that was bad. But it had something about it, like a quirky charm, and I was like, fine, I'll give it another shot. And so I watched, that's when I ran into Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. That's when I finally hit gold. And I ran into a show that I was like, wow, this is actually good. Like, this is actually really good. And I began to see the potential of the Eastern, like, anime style of art as a way to tell the story in a Western sense. So it's like, okay, we'll take an Eastern art style and adapt it into that. But yeah, that's when I was like, yeah, no, like, anime is gonna be the path. But I normally credit Future Diary for, like, me going like, it wasn't good, but it was like, okay, I'm gonna look into this a bit more because, like, I see potential here in the way it does things because it's actually more economically viable. And the stylism will actually help it age. Because I was also looking at things like Warcraft at the time with its art style and going like, stylization is going to be the key component of our game because we need stylized because, well, we can't compete with big budget productions. We can't make high fidelity things. So what's the next best thing? Stylization. Stylization is better, in my opinion, especially for this game. Also because it is a stylized story. It's very artistic. Is this game gonna have the usual video game funny bullshit like big head mod, max damage, infinite money, and shit? I have no idea. It depends on what cheat codes we want to put into the game. Putting cheat codes in, it's something I've considered. But it's one of those things where we worry about it, you know, down the line. Funny heads, big mod, like any sort of funny things. Like, we did talk briefly on the team about, like, Easter eggs. I'm open to it, but I'm not going to put Easter eggs in until after, like, a zone is done. And then the Easter eggs will be hidden later as, like, leftovers or bonus stuff. The game's not going to be constructed around the idea of these things, but it's important to plan ahead so that you have ideas of how you're going to go about doing it. Because, like, for example, when we make Zone 1, which is going to be the palace, we're going to build it with only the main storyline in place first. Chapter 1 will probably be done for the most part with the main storyline. I'll make notes for cute little side quest options and stuff. But I want to do the full Chapter 1. I want to get through Chapter 1. Once I do the combat build, the overworld build, and the dialogue build, and then we combine them together so we can make the game, and we have the editor. I want to be able to do that, and I want to take all that, and I want to be able to make the game with its main storyline quests at first, and then build every side quest around the main storyline, so that they all tie in, they all connect to it. And then maybe in some cases, some of the sideline quests can have referentials that are noted down the line. For example, in the party player camp, you know, characters will talk about things might reference previous events, decisions, and discuss those decisions, and how each character believes or thinks whether you were morally right or wrong, because each character will have their own moral opinions on certain things or beliefs, or may not even give a shit. Some of them might just be there for the money, like, I don't care. Everyone has their own beliefs. Stuff like that. Reminds me of a cheat code for where enemies explode into tires when killed by a headshot. That's a very weird thing to have happen. Wow. Pickle Father's repentant. Look at it. Can you believe it? Those are sophisticated monsters. Wow. Other things. A contact page. We're going to need to be able to be contacted by people who have problems. Because I imagine there will be a problem at some point. Or something. Something can and something will go wrong at some point. That's always the rule of these things. Parents beating up Pickle Father. It's a tragedy.
No, it's Pickle Father.
Ah, the New World. That MMO. Oh my goodness. Arch was like, "Oh, it's so good" for like the first week, and then he's like, "Oh, it's bad." And like, listen, I told you it was bad from the beginning.
Arch is a bit of an MMO simp.
No, it's not that he's an MMO simp. It's that he's looking for an MMO.
What was it?
It's that he's so desperate for an MMO that because he never really played MMOs. Like he's dabbled in them, but he's never truly partaken like the rest of us have. And he wants to have that experience, and I don't blame him. It's a good experience when you get a good one. Sadly, Lost Ark, I've looked at it, and I'm gonna play it, but like it's not an MMO. Not in the sense of like what an MMO is. It's mostly single player stuff. But it doesn't look bad though. Except for the fact that Amazon is, changing everything. But that's details. That's true, Raymond Moody. That is very true. I mostly judge games based on the people that normally make them, and not necessarily what they say or believe, but more so their track record. What kind of games have they produced? Amazon's track record of products and quality has never been good, TV show wise and entertainment wise. It's always been on the rather poor to bad side. So that's kind of why when I looked at that, I was like, yeah, it's not gonna be good. Because I remember the one superhero show they showed off, and people were like, what we're talking about, and I looked at it. Yeah, and the animations I thought were terrible. Maybe it's just me, but I thought that's awful. I thought the whole thing looked like garbage. I don't know. Maybe it's just the art style. It just looks so cheap. But maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just me not clicking with that style. I do not know. But I thought it was bad, art style wise. The Giggle said I don't like Lost Ark's art direction, but then again, typical Korean look to games, Korean look to games, and this is not my thing. Yeah, something about the Korean art style of like the Eastern style of art, I'm not a fan of either. It's just overly fantastical, and so it snuffs out the like care. My problem is when I play a game and it's not about having fantastical things happen all the time. It's about having things happen that make me feel like I'm doing something, like I'm achieving something. It could be something small. It could be me literally opening like a fucking door in a video game. And if the game does it in such a way that's like, yeah, no, that's a nice satisfying click, open the door. You know? Like I remember playing Amnesia and I was like the first time I was like, wow, opening things is very satisfying and weird. Like you click and drag it. Like that's quite satisfying. And then I saw the scary monster and I quit. But that's beside the point. Like I was surprised. I never thought a game would have satisfying ways to interact with doors before. But it's all about execution. And when I played the Lost Ark beta, I didn't mind it, but I thought the beginning sucked. I thought that like fighting demons and all these things, like I didn't care because the thing is, it's just like okay, it's just mobs of fantastical things that have no meaning and no purpose. They're just purely fantastical because they are. I'm not able to turn off my brain and simply just stop thinking. I know a lot of people can play it and be like, "Oh, just turn off your brain. It's exciting." It's not that. No, it doesn't work for me. Like I play it and I'm like, yeah, but like I don't care. I don't care about the world, the universe, or the setting. Because when the story I played, I just didn't catch me. Now I'll play it again, and I might be wrong about that. Maybe it's better somehow, magic. But it just didn't. I just don't care. Just like wow, demons and angels and monsters and big bosses. That doesn't mean shit to me if they have no actual meaning in the world, in the universe. If the story actually builds up something, like something as simple as a few bandits can have like a way greater meaning in its fight and its value because it's a big deal. Oh my god, that's true. There is actually no Lord of the Rings show, and you want to know why it's not Lord of the Rings? Because apparently, as it turns out, they didn't get the license for the Silmarillion or the extended short stories, so none of this stuff they're making is actually Lord of the Rings. It just has the title on it. It's not Lord of the Rings. They managed to get the name so that they could put the name on the show, but the show has nothing to do with Lord of the Rings at all. Like it just recycles names of things and places and characters, but it actually has nothing to do with Lord of the Rings because they didn't get the actual license to Silmarillion or anything else, and so the Lord of the Rings TV show isn't actually Lord of the Rings. Like you're absolutely right. There is no Lord of the Rings TV show. There's a show with the name Lord of the Rings, but that's about it. It's kind of funny. I'm not able to turn brains for. Well, that's what I mean. Like when I consume media, like I never understood that. I had friends who would like watch action movies and are able to turn off their brains and be like, I can turn off my brain and just enjoy the action. Well, in a way, I can sort of do that. Like when we watched Total Recall yesterday, and like I enjoyed the action scenes, but I was always thinking about it. You know, I was thinking about the story, I was thinking about the characters, I was thinking about their motives and drives, the performances and stuff like that, and the movie and the setting and the pacing. You like Total Recall, don't you, Fairbear? It's a really good movie.
Don't know about that, but did you watch that? Wow.
Well, Total Recall.
Did you stream it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Fairbear wanted to see it.
I don't know. I just wonder what I do. Oh yeah,
it's got a lot of great Arnold moments where he goes.
I crawled into bed and then just passed out.
It's got
I'm
a lot
of sleeping very well recently.
Oh, poor little Fairbear. But it's got a lot of great Arnold moments where he goes, "Oh no!"
How can you not like Arnold? Oh, it's just. He's
he a
not
great
necessarily
actor?
good,
No,
but he's so fucking entertaining.
He's got charisma, and you know what? In the entertainment business, it's all about entertainment. If you can be entertaining, Arnold can be way more entertaining than your generic ass action hero from like the modern action movie. It's just not fun.
Because again, he is not necessarily a good actor, but
he's a fun actor.
He is, yeah.
And I'll take him over any generic or mediocre actor any day. But the problem is I won't take him anymore because he's an old man. And
his acting for Terminator was pretty perfect, but because
Terminator. I
of
don't think I've ever seen Terminator 1. I've seen Terminator 2.
The
Terminator 2
thing
is
is,
amazing.
the thing about the acting is just being a brick and not moving at all. That is what you need for the Terminator, which is why that helped a lot. You don't need to have necessarily be a good actor, because the best acting for Terminator is not to act. You know who would make a really good Terminator? The fucking brick that played the girl in Twilight, because that one never fucking makes a face. Never. Always has the same blank expression.
Has no no acting
None.
ability.
I've never seen that actor
The girl
do
who
any
played
kind
Ray
of
was pretty
expression.
bad too. Like her expressions were awful.
It's just, I have my mouth half open.
She could
Can't
probably
breathe
play like
because I
a.
have a sinus infection.
She could probably play some sort of brain dead character if I had to guess.
Her first acting gig was a corpse on CSI.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's funny.
It is funny. Remember just see, I think Justin Bieber also had his first acting gig. That video got quite memed a lot because that just had around 20 policemen just riddling him with bullets at the end. I do know people using that scene a lot. I mean, CSI had Adam Savage and what's his name?
If somebody offered me money
it.
to do a movie thing, here's the catch. Would I accept it? On a condition? Yes. On a condition I have complete and total executive power over it. Meaning I say what goes and what doesn't. Because yeah, getting the budget, oh man. Like I'm not gonna lie to you, chat. I want a Terrestria TV show.
I'm just gonna give this thing the studio trigger.
I want a Legend of Terrestria movie. Like 8 of them. Like thousands of them.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
No, not trigger, Ganyak. Those are the really
But I want to make them. I don't want somebody else to make them. Like that's the problem, chat. I'm greedy. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like I want to make them. I don't want anyone else to do it because they'll do it wrong. I'll do it.
Netflix.
No, definitely no.
No.
They'll turn into a live action adaptation. That'll be so cringe.
Or just I think that was Gynax. You're gonna love what they're gonna do with it.
No, I want my own animation. No,
Those were the retards that made the Star Wars Visions thing where the guy cuts a Star Destroyer in half with a lightsaber.
Oh god, the Star Wars mini series anime thing. They were all bad. Every single one of them sucked.
No, the one was okay. The one with the where the Padawan and the Master investigate.
Yes, the one. Yeah, that one's okay. Which is funny because Archer's like, yeah, but that one's got a black wire in it. And it's like, God damn it, Archer. That one's fine though. That one was the closest thing to a Star Wars story where they're just investigating stuff. But the problem is like it's still a short. And that one was fine, but the Padawan should have died. He shouldn't have come back to life. That's what, or shouldn't have been like just wounded. That's what ruined that story arc. The Padawan should have died for his mistakes, and that could have been like a character moment for the.
See, I wanted to say the one with the lightsaber Smith also was potential, but later they made a lot of dumb decisions. The idea behind it, I think, was good, but some of the execution was a bit.
Trigger me. I wouldn't want to give it to studio. I want my own studio. If the thing is, Battle Damage Studios will have different studios under its umbrella. I want to do what George Lucas did with like Star Wars, because that sounded like he had so much fun working on those things. Like having the ability to make your dream come true and direct each scene and putting all that thought and care to it. I want to be able to do that. Like I'm jealous. Like he got to do awesome. Like George Lucas, like for all things I disagree with him on some things in Star Wars, and definitely when it comes to political stuff. It doesn't matter. The one thing I will say is that, goddamn, that man had such a vision. I wish I had the ability to do what he did. But in order to do that, we have to work with sticks and stones to make that possible. And that's what we're doing here.
It may break the bones.
No, not Disney, no. Disney has a tendency to ruin everything they touch and then never let go of it.
Disney's fucking evil, mate. He's fucking evil.
If Disney gave me a deal for like $1 bajillion and I got exclusive executive control and privileges over the first projects or movies while I was alive, I'd still say no because I know what they'll do when I'm dead. They'll desecrate the corpse.
Also, funny thing about Disney, did you know Disney has a porn vault?
Yeah, no. When artists get stressed, they draw porn.
Yeah, and do you know why Disney has all that porn?
Why?
Because when you were under contract, I don't know if that's still a thing, but when you were under contract with Disney, all art you produce belongs to Disney, no matter when you produce it. If you're under contract with them, everything you draw is theirs.
That's quite awful.
Yep.
See, we have a fair bit of lewds of our characters, and one very suggestive lewd of Rhea, where she's looking like she's a little bit spent. And that's in the Chamber of Squeakrits. So if you donate, you can have access and scroll up and find it. I have not posted that publicly because Sala drew that on his spare time. That's a fan art. That's what I quantify that as. Like I talked, our artist actually asked me about
Unofficial. It's not fan. It's unofficial art.
It's unofficial, but it's a fan art. It's unofficial. It was produced by a team member on the team.
Yeah,
Just
see,
like
this is why I say it can't really be fan
just
art.
like Aya when she's wrapped in like wrapping paper or whatever, and she's naked or whatever. That one for
Wait,
Christmas
wrapping
Sal made.
paper?
Yeah. She's like sitting on a box, like she's wrapped herself like a present.
Oh, that one. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, wrapping paper. I was with Saran wrap, and I was just like, what?
All of those are considered fan arts because they were not done on paid time. They're still
Yeah,
fan
that's
arts of
cool.
the IP, and the artists can draw them. And I told them they are allowed to. They can do whatever they want. Just like I told Cho, if she wants to draw fan arts of Celeste or any of the characters, she doesn't need to ask for permission. She can just do it because they're just fan arts. But I do own the characters. They are my property.
You're the artist.
Ree's loudly.
Oh no, we're not doing the tail. Oh.
I don't want to see what's in the Disney porn vault. I just want it to burn. Burn.
Knowing what some of the stuff is probably a lot of furry stuff.
That's what I mean. That's why I want it to burn. Some things are better left buried, Jeff.
Would be funny if someone just gets in there, steals it, makes it public just for the sake of Disney being fucking embarrassed. Because okay, why did you own this? Disney tries to go into everything that's money. Also, to be fair, the new Star Wars movies are pretty much porn. It's just one long continuous rape.
Yeah, well, those are sucky. And they're not really even Star Wars.
Yeah, they are just.
Because that's the reality is. As many as people will be like, yeah, but you gotta say they're Star Wars. Well, in a way, yes, they are because they have the name on it, but they're spiritually speaking, they have no connection to anything. Sorry, Earthman. Some things are better left buried. When I take control of Disney, the vault burns, and I'll stream it so check and watch in horror as I erase history.
I probably want to vet it because there may be actually good stuff in there.
When I take over Disney, I will then fucking. I will.
Oh, speaking of Disney, that's a bit of a tangent, but have you seen that new movie? Oh, God.
I'll dissolve the company. Oh, just laugh even louder.
Yeah. Have you seen that? Because I mentioned rape earlier. Have you seen what Disney's trying to do now?
Oh my
They
god.
made a Rescue Ranger movies, and it looks. And I'm just, what?
I don't care.
I wasn't even a particular fan. I just going at this and go, holy shit, this looks bad.
Disney has a remarkably like with Creative Assembly, like with many of these companies, they have fantastic people working under them that are forced to make the worst things they've ever made, probably in their careers, and I feel bad for them.
All for the big moolah.
Look at that, chat. We're gonna burn the porn vault. The only one that'll be loud will be the Terrestria porn vault. But at least our characters are good looking. Oof. Ow. Got him. Destroyed. Snappy.
I tend to enjoy that art style more. There was that one game. The original was in a Eastern art style, anime-ish, and then the new one gone full on Western. And I'm just looking at this and just go, it's not necessarily that the art is bad, but something about the character designs, it just, I don't know.
It's like that new
Another one was
Amazon TV show. There's like this weird cartoon thing, and like I look at it and it's the Legend of Korra art style, and I'm like, it's like some sort of bastardization of Eastern and Western art.
show?
It's terrible. It's actually terrible.
I don't even know what you're referencing.
It's an Amazon like original animated series. It's some fantasy universe thing, and it's fuck. I'll go pull it up. Hold on, chat. You little fat bastard, making me do work. I cannot believe you, chat. I expected better. Oh my god, chat. Prime Video. Oh my god, surely it'll be on the cover. I guess not. Well, I have no idea what it's called. I have no idea. But it was on the cover for a while. Now it's gone. Like many things. It was on the front page, but now I can't find it. Oh well. But yes, there's this. It's basically Legend of Korra. Legend of Korra was also another bastardization art style, where you look at it, and the more I look at it in retrospect, I realize how, like, it's just not good. Like, we've made mistakes. The West must be punished. The East must be punished too because they're cheap and they're not any better. And you know what? Everyone should be punished and beaten. I think that there's no one that should survive this. Everyone should be
This is a sucker for capital punishment.
We must all be wiped out, chat. And that's why we must ensure that the East continues to get politically correct. As they put more SJW stuff in their stuff, that will remove them from the competition field. And once everyone's politically correct, then we'll be the only alternative famine. My master plan. I have no power over this, by the way, but it's just happening naturally. And all I can sit here and do is just sit back in my chair and laugh maniacally. And be like, it'll all be mine. No competition, chat. You won't be able to go anywhere. Where are you going to go, chat? Where are you going to get your good games and stories? Nowhere. You're going to have to stick around here, chat. You're trapped now, chat. As the West continues to ruin itself and as the East slowly follows suit, you'll have no alternative. No alternative. I heard Avatar was a good show. Actually, it is. I was just taking a dump on it because I didn't like a specific art style.
Because you like pissing people off.
No. There's actually a specific art style that's sort of emerging from that, from specifically not the original Avatar, but actually Legend of Korra, where it's a weird amalgamation of like Western animation, but Eastern animation, but cheap, and it's just really hideous to look at. It has been spawned, I'm pretty sure, from that. The first Avatar show is actually pretty good. Korra's
It's some episode where you were just going, oh god, not this kind of writing, but hey.
Korra's pretty bad. Korra's what we call Garbaugo.
Yeah, I heard nothing good about it, and everything I saw was just going...
But the first Legend, or the Airbender, or whatever it's called, is actually, it's a good show.
The Last Airbender.
If I had kids, I'd show it to them, because I think it teaches good things. Becky Q says, guess I'll buy another terrible game. Yes, Exalted Hordes, except in the case of communist thinking, it's Kib thinking, because everyone else is doing it without me asking. Kibianism is Kibism is a simple ideology, right? It's rather simple, much like Kibs. The world's gonna turn itself into a potato, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. All I can do is sit here and laugh at them, and continue to laugh at them. As everyone is miserable, and then I present people with an alternative, and my alternative is superior because it is literally just a video game. And they'll be like, "Wow, it's just like a video game." Like, yeah, you press buttons, stuff happens, and if it doesn't, well, Sala's got to fix it. It's kind of great. That's right, giggle. Violence. True. A little bit of violence never hurt nobody, except for, the people it hurt. Look at Sharon. He's just sad. He's in denial. I don't know what he's in denial about, but I assume it's over something.
Probably something sad.
Listen, chat. Now that you recognize, you need to understand, okay? This is what the world needs to catch up to where Kibs is at, okay? All y'all are behind me, okay? I'm gonna bring you up to speed. I don't know where I was going with this, but now that you're up here, it's not loading anymore. Okay. I was gonna maybe lead into some tyrannical tirade about something about me taking over the world, but then realized that that's kind of boring, and I don't really want to take over the world because the world's kind of gay, and I don't want that. If I take over it, that means I'm gay, and I don't want to be gay. But you know what we could do instead? We make a really cool IP. We explode chat, and then we gatekeep our own IP, and then we're perfectly protected. We will control the gates. Not only the fans will protect it, but you'll also have the glorious Supreme Leader, Bubbles, to gatekeep us too. Bubbles won't let anybody in. It'll be great. Bubbles.
Bubbles just does it because Lex hurting people.
Where the writers ran out of ideas and then shit got weird phase of human history. No, it's not the... See, there's so many ideas. Like, okay, the Mixers Project and Legend of Terrestria is just one of my ideas. I think it's my best shot. I think it's the best one I have. So I'm going with the best shot I have. I have other ones that I could probably do. But I guarantee you, chat, that the world isn't out of ideas. The problem is the people that did come up with these new ideas are spent. They're exhausted. They're dead. Simply put. Or they've moved on or whatever. And so the people that are following in their footsteps aren't new idea makers. They're actually just people that were there, when these things were created. They were never at the helm. They were never the ones coming up with the ideas. And so they've taken over. And so they're trying to emulate what came before rather than make something new. Like, that's one of the things. Like, Legend of Terrestria is completely new. Now, what is the word originality? People will be like, oh, originality's dead. Well, that's false. It's not. Originality always boils down to execution. You can take similar ideas or story beats and still execute them differently. Legends of Terrestria, or the Mixers Project as a whole, there isn't a single thing like it in the whole world, and probably never will be. Just like some of the people in chat that have shared with me their story ideas, their ideas are so unique. Some of those are really, really unique. Like, I kid you not. I'm not going to say anything because, again, they were giving me, to keep, on the down low. But other than that, like, these things they're good stuff. Like, there's a lot of good ideas here that I've never heard of before. And how they intend to execute them and stuff like that. So there's no such thing as originality being dead. Has everything been done? Not necessarily. Execution is the real answer. And how you execute it, how you do it. Like, I could probably, if I wanted to, I could tell you several IPs that are very similar to the Mixers Project, but the problem with me telling you those is you might become too clever. You might turn into giggles. We don't want any more giggles in chat. That's terrible. Hey. Prediction. Helio says, Kibs project will be successful, but he gonna get corrupted by the power and turn his project into a religion. I'm adding words here to help make more sense to me. Maybe. I mean, the thing is, right? A lot of people who came before me and our team before seemed that they started out with the best of intentions, and for some reason, somewhere down the line, things took a turn for the worst. I don't know how, I don't know why. I tried to study some of these failures to understand them better. One of these things that I looked into is a character by the name, or person, it's a character, all right. He's a person by the name of Peter Molyneux. He was Bullfrog Studios, or I think it was, and Lionhead Studios. And what was interesting about his failures is that he would always overpromise. He was extremely ambitious, extremely energetic, and maybe he had the best of intentions, but he was so inconsistent as a creative director. It would be like if I went to Tyler and Robin every 5 fucking like minutes and be like, "Hey guys, we're gonna do this instead." Like that's why I was so meticulously careful about the warfare mode. That's why I went out of my way to build a friggin' presentation for it, because I wanted to convince the team to like why this mode is a necessity to the game and why it adds something to the game, narratively and gameplay wise, and how it would make the game a better game because of it. Because I don't want to do the Peter Molyneux thing, because I studied him, right? I don't want to fall into the same trap of him, where you just keep getting ideas that pop in your head. And some of these ideas are really good, mind you. And Peter Molyneux has some fantastic ideas. But some of the problems is he doesn't have a filter. There's no one who was able to tell him when to shut up. Peter Molyneux needed somebody to be placed above him with a leash, and a tight leash at
See,
that.
that was a similar problem the guy from Hello Games had.
Yep. That's why I was very meticulous when I picked people on the team. That's why I picked, specifically, I'll mention by name, I picked Bubbles. Bubbles is one of the first of the few people I met that was actually calling me out on bullshit. When I was bullshitting people in commons and stuff, he was calling me out. And you know why? You know why I picked him and why I wanted to be friends with him? Because I didn't want somebody that was a yes man, because a yes man's only going to lead me down a bad path too. You need somebody who's willing to butt heads with you, who's willing to challenge you on your own ideas, so that you can actually grow as a person and improve. The poster child of scope creep? Yes. Peter Molyneux has scope creep with games, and that's one of the big things, where the project just kept bloating and bloating and bloating and bloating and bloating. Now, Battle Damage Studios has a no-cut corner policy, so when we originally drafted the Legends of Terrestria Mixers project game, we wanted to keep, all the core features that we had planned. But once we had solidified that plan, we more or less kept them. The one thing why the Warfare mode actually came up was actually because the other mode that was planned got cut. That was the Naval Combat mode that we were originally going to have. But then it didn't really make much sense because, well, none of the characters you play are really captains of ships, and doesn't really make sense. But you do play as a bunch of heiresses and people that are noble born. The Warfare mode makes sense. So what the Warfare mode was actually a substitutive mode. It was replacing content that was no longer fit for the project or the story or the narrative with better content that was more fit for the story and the narrative of the universe, so that it made more sense. Nothing was really lost or really gained. Well, actually, I disagree with that. I disagree with myself on that. I think something was gained. I think we got a much more conducive story bit there. Quiet, Helios. It's not about you anymore. It's about me thinking out loud.
Why do you mean anymore? It always was about you.
He's like, I got the message. Stop spurging random stuff. It's not spurging. This is important. These decisions are important, and you guys should know about them. Because these might help with your own projects as you do your own stuff. Because you'll learn from my missteps, too. And you can learn to avoid them. Sharon donates 2 Kanaki bucks. Says, I DM'd you in the Discord. Let me in the chamber. Oh my god, it's because I told him about the real thing. No, I will. Sharon 5. What's your... Okay, you DM me in Discord, I'll add you. Little Possum donated $2. Say, who has the biggest mommy milkers in the game? That's a good question. I do not know.
Sarah.
Sarah doesn't have... Like, she's got boobs, but, like, they're mommy milkers, as you say, refined.
I hate that word so much.
But I think Nezra might have bigger breasts. Don't worry, I kind of know the breast sizes, chat. I'm only a slightly base dev, but not very. The Salty Pretzel donates $1. Do. Thank you very much. Captain Kibs to the rescue, says Lord of the Opossums. As if. Lord of the Opossums donates $5. Say, don't be the next No Man's Sky game. It doesn't matter how much you fix the game later. First impressions matter the most to gamers. They do. No Man's Sky did manage to repair the damages it had done, miraculously so. But honestly, I have zero intention to revisit that game. Mostly because I think that even though what the game it has more stuff now, I think it's all boring. But maybe that's just because it doesn't appeal to me at all. But to get their own personal ship, yes. They might, but the thing is, they're still not the captains of it. Like, nobility would be expected to lead armies. That's more believable. Rather than captaining a ship. They might be trained in some stuff.
I mean, I guess it depends from.
Fairman is not a boob man, says the enigmatic dude. It's true.
No, that's not really what I mean.
Fairbear, don't lie to me, Fairbear. It's true.
I'm just getting grumpier each day.
No, you're not allowed to be grumpy. You're going to be Happy Bear from now on.
No.
Beep boop reported. Beep boop executed. Is there a morbidly obese woman with morbidly obese tits in our game? Probably.
Well, we have a morbidly obese man with morbidly obese men tits.
We do. We have Therostocles V. There's probably going to be a fair few obese people. It's not going to be a particularly common trait, mostly because people that are obese have to probably be in positions of power and the ability to acquire food very easily. It's not a super common trait in Astria because the human body is actually venerated, and they venerate physique. You can see that by the statues, but I can't post the statues because there's nudity in the statues.
That one specific statue. Do I have to draw this? Yes.
Biggest caucus.
Your penis.
Bajaro's got the biggest dick.
Biggest
Biggest dickus. Listen, I'm not saying that Rhea worships Bajaro for any particular reason. Certainly not the biggest dickus. Probably the partying. They're like, Thinkies.
Rhea.
Look at the chat wiggle and ride like little worms. Here says, tell that to the Brits. Tell that to It's true. And that was regard to the naval stuff. Would it be immoral for one to fap to the statues? It would definitely be weird.
Would definitely be degenerate.
The Celestial Order might frown if somebody starts to masturbate in the middle of their fucking temple.
They're not Greek, I even know.
Yes, there are not public orgies or anything like that, if that's what you're expecting. That is very much frowned upon in Astrian society. Veneration of the human form and body is praised because they like that. Sex is a good thing, but, like, it's normally considered for, like, you know... It's not like the party sense that the Romans had. Mostly because they don't want to make any unnecessary problems, you know. Bastards.
Which can be a problem.
Of the statues interactive chat. No! Bad chat. Fairman is in wrong group of people to be complaining about degeneracy, just saying. Fairman is a degenerate.
Who said that?
Fairman, don't lie. You're a degenerate.
I don't even know who that is.
Fairman's like, I don't know.
That guy knows nothing. He's just saying that because I need to do the
Fairman,
I need to be contrarian.
Fairman, you are a degenerate though. Don't lie to me.
Not by comparison.
Comparison, what have they said that's so bad? Fairman, I know some of the things you've said.
They are just so.
Don't lie to me, Fairman.
Oh, okay, what did they give me anything degenerate I said?
I'm not going to say it on stream, Fairman, because it's bad. It's quite condemning, chat.
You heard it here. Kibs says nothing.
I think chat will side with me. The German is definitely hiding some things.
Kibs.
He's German, chat. Do I need to say anything else? They're like, oh my god.
As if you don't have any kinks.
I do.
Kibs says, no, I don't have any kink.
I just said I do.
Yeah.
Your narrative is already falling apart.
Yeah. Well, then you're degenerate. Are you logic?
Fairman, do you realize what I
No.
was talking about? Fairman, do you
I have no idea
understand
what you're
what I was
talking
talking about? Fairman, Chet, help me. Fairman has walked. He has walked himself in a circle just now.
Walk out of that conversation.
You
No idea
didn't
what
walk
we're
out of
talking
this.
anymore.
I said he was. Fairman is a
Kibs.
degenerate, and then Fairman's like, "I'm gonna walk out of this," and then claim that
Again, give me an example.
See, the thing
Give me
is,
an
you're
example.
trying to accuse me like, "Oh, you're a degenerate." It's like, yeah, so what? What are you gonna do about it? You gonna cry? It's like,
I'm not gonna call you a degenerate, so you can call me.
I'm right.
I
and
bet
chat
you were even
knows
worse
it.
than. You bet you even worse than me. You're probably into hand holding.
Science says, I, as a fellow German, I can confirm he is hiding something. He's like, no, Volkstraitor! Volkstraitor!
Don't get me started on Germans.
The Bayer is fair. True.
In German, just we need to complain. Yeah, okay. Well, but how about we do something? No, I don't want to do something. I just want to complain. Germans.
Rolls over, farts loudly.
I wait for someone else to do that. It's gonna ruin everything with my decision.
So, in regards to the storefront stuff, like I've thought, like we're gonna need tabs, right, for the different things. Obviously, we should investigate some other websites that sell miniatures, like the War Machine guys, the Catalyst Games guys. Except their site's really bad. We should do some scouting, see how other sites handle it, and then take what we like, throw out what we don't, refine it, tweak it, make it our own. Because we're going to need to make sure the website's nice and conducive. If chat has suggestions, feel free to DM me links to websites that make sense. Some of you have DM'd me about other things, and I haven't gotten back to you, and that is because I haven't had time to. Anything that wasn't a super, that required me a longer response, or required me to talk to multiple people beforehand, I do have you pinned, but I haven't responded to you, which is what I'm intending to do today. Hold on. I'm going to log in and promote Sharon so he can look at Rhea looking spent. I'll say that much. Aw, Robin won't be streaming video game programming tomorrow. Big sad.
Because of the loot, this reminds me of that one thing Sala did with Aya. Oh boy.
I mean, they can draw loots. Just I'm not going to commission them because, number one, it's a waste of my money. Because the problem is like, if I have money, I should be spending it on anything that can promote the game. Loots could, in theory, but it would be misleading.
If you start promoting it with loots, it's gonna attract the wrong audience.
Oh, no, I don't think it would attract the wrong audience. I disagree. But it'll attract people that'll come into it with a different mindset.
Oh yeah, the right with the mindset might be that.
They might think it's a hentai game. And then
it was wrong expectation, not audience.
Yes, it's not their fault. They would just be misguided. They're not at fault for being in the wrong because they don't have the proper information to make a proper call.
Badly marketinged.
Yes, that would be a mistake on our side. That's why I don't go out of my way to promote lewds for the game, especially, even if there are any, like the one in the Chamber of Squeakrits. Even though there's a couple more. Mostly because it would be, I think, misleading. And if fans and stuff want to commission lewds and stuff, they totally can. And if they want to zip those up in a folder and send it to me, like people did for Yokotaro, that's pretty base too. That's pretty.
I mean, if people would want, even if you say you don't want them to do that, you can stop
That's
them.
pretty based, dude. Fan art's fan
Guy's
art.
just happy he gets porn. Oh, hey, free porn. Mm-hmm.
Actually, I don't even care. If it's like regular, tasteful, or if it's not even lewd, I don't even care. Fan art is fan art. If people make it's
gonna
cool.
be inflation porn, Kibs.
Like, I appreciate the fan art part, but the inflation part makes me want to gouge my eyes out. I think it's a hentai game now, and I haven't seen any lewds yet. Exalted Hordes is it's funny.
And you're probably one of those people that can watch the fucking I know it does.
What are you talking about, Squealy Kitty? I've attracted the best audience. I have you guys, which means I'm literally a step above everyone else.
I mean, Kibs, to be fair, you have Squealy Kitty in your audience that puts it down a bit.
The best part is people are starting to call him Squealy in Discord.
We call him Sauce.
Yeah, that's not funny, though.
No, it is. I mean, he is Sauce.
No, because it's actually confusing. Like, Squealy's better. Squealy is just a dumb nickname.
See, the thing is, he really does not appreciate us calling him Sauce because he just doesn't appreciate him calling him by his name. Mr. I have 2 accounts.
It's true that Reguline and Sauce do sound exactly alike, though.
Yeah. Whenever he just when Sauce says, he just goes, wait, what's going on? I have no idea where I am.
Sharon has been added to the room. Sharon, you can now see if you scroll up far enough.
Are you saying you shared with Sharon?
Also, Fairman, you haven't made this into an emoji. I'm putting it up on stream. It's in the Chamber of Squeakrits.
Yeah, I missed something.
How far? Oh my god, there's been so many posts. The 19th of last month.
Oh, that one, yeah.
That is where it is. I'm just going to scroll down so I don't accidentally pull that up and then get demonetized and banned. Tell him he's promoted. Oh, it's 10 Canucky bucks. Okay. Give him that rank. There we go. What inflation porn is? You don't want to know. You don't want to know.
Also, never look up blueberries.
Don't. Let's stop it. This is a pure stream.
See, now I kind of want to tell you about it because this whole thing is just fucking ridiculous. But
I mean, Squealy Kitty, you do sound like Sauce. Like, don't lie to me. I get you mixed up even. Like, ow! It isn't fair! But it is, Squealy.
see, the moment you have someone that just so vehemently denies it, you know that just hiding something. But he was just, no, I don't think
Fairman,
so.
calm
Okay,
down.
that is...
You're going too far again, Fairman. A bridge too far. He's like, haha, got the British and the Americans.
Tell them all. This is British.
Alright, so.
I already seen...
Quiet, Fairman. Focus. We'll need pictures.
Pictures of Spider-Man?
No. Pictures of the Mini. It'd be nice if we could do those rotation things I've seen some of those websites do where they have a ability to rotate the Mini.
Yeah, if you were willing to pay for really fucking expensive equipment.
Yeah, sadly, I don't have the funding for that.
I'm still pissed off that camera because, again, we had a camera about a decade ago. That one made micro shots at a crisp clear. This modern shit can't do anything.
What we need you to do, Fairman, on your end is you're gonna have to set up a little stand or something with like a little light, backlight it or not backlight it, but in front of it, so you can actually get proper lighting on it and then take pictures of the minis.
Trust me, that would not help. I mean, you saw the lightning is the big problem. The problem is that the camera just can't handle that.
No, calm down, Fairman. We'll address the camera problem when we can, when I get more money. But it's not a big concern, so we're gonna have to settle with the cameras we got.
I'm trying to just borrow this camera I'm using right now. I borrowed that from my father.
Grammatron donates 5 buckaroos to say, I know what inflation porn is. I was making a correction to an earlier chat. The fact Fairman knows what it is proves his degeneracy. It's true. Fact.
Just because you know about something doesn't mean you condone it. I know about the Holocaust. I mean I condone it.
Fairman,
I also know about you existing. It doesn't mean I condone it.
Fairman, calm down. Again, too far, Fairman. Too far.
What keeps
Fairman,
logic
slow down. Breathe. Don't make me fucking lecture you on stream. Don't I'll do it and I'll enjoy it.
Logic, Kibs. It's flawed.
You don't have logic.
Yeah, that's my point.
You're overreacting. Take a chill pill. Chill pill. Swallow it now.
Speaking of, did I take well any today? Let me check. Yes, I did.
To go brr. It does. Doesn't it, Fair Bear? But that's only when it's on.
No, printer doesn't go brr. Printer goes.
We need more minis, chat. More minis.
Speaking of, let's see, Buffy.
We need to finish up the Bickering Bunch minis because I want to start on the video game minis immediately. I want to get on them now. Rio will look so great as a miniature. Celeste will be so small. People are like, wow, so small. And then someone will put them in a jar and they'll get banned. True.
All right, Buffy, you better not fuck this up.
What, Baffios? What do you mean?
Send me the new files.
Oh, he did? Nice. Good job, Baffy. What did he send you?
A
I don't
while
know.
back.
Oh,
They
the Hanse?
updated.
Oh, no, Aerith.
Let's see. Okay.
What did he change to
that looks
Aerith?
good.
What did he do to her?
Some details.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh, no, what?
No.
What?
Season parts.
You got a glue.
Yeah. I mean, technically, that's gonna make printing a lot easier if I go for the big one, I guess. For the smaller one, I think we're gonna stay with just the body and head.
Look at Baffios. He's just living his little life with a little gasp.
Maybe the gun head being removed as well, but
Look at the bright side, chat. I don't really know what else besides the forum stuff. Like, I know Tyler has his list of stuff he wants on the website, and, like, that's fine. The forums will be great for getting bug feedback and stuff and reports. But, like, beyond that, contact page. But I'm pretty sure he already has that listed down. Like, the store page for the miniatures is the big one. So it's got to be able to, I don't know, email out the things or something. Sort of automation there. I'm sure the little programmy boys will figure it out. And Goyo.
pew, pew.
It'll be nice. Can you imagine it, chat? Our miniatures will be better than everyone else's. You want to know why? Because they'll be cheaper. We'll undercut them so good, chat, they'll not stand a chance. They'll all die. Every other miniature company will just have to kill itself. Kibs has only spent like 30 minutes looking at miniature stuff, and he's like, I know how to do it now. I kid.
It really explodes. Just
Looks like she's holding a lamp pole. In a way, she is. Because it is glowing.
it's glowing and makes light.
It
It's
does.
bulby. It's a lamp pole.
It's her little orb. You can see the stars and the orb. True. Fact. Science. Blue. I forget what the orb's actually called, but it's a some sort of like gem thingy. Fairly fucking heavy.
Again,
Big bulb. And when she casts, it heats up, and then if she thwacks somebody with it, if she can, she's not very strong, it probably would hurt. Bismarck is Fairman's father? True. Father Bismarck and baby Fairbear.
that's not the slide you think that probably is.
What?
Not you.
Fairman von Bismarck? True. Definitely need more
Doesn't
Nezra
even
fan
know.
art. Why is Baffios? Does Nezra do it for you? Baffy, come here. You should get in here.
Well, Fios is still online.
Yeah. Had I known you were online and awake and available, you can come in here, Baffy. Just move into the super squeaker and I'll slide you in here. Because you can answer questions that I can't. I think. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, nice. Hold up. Please don't. Oof, 10 millimeters.
Is a branding iron, perhaps? That'd be a bit strange. But only a bit strange. Can't talk. Gonna wake up my guild. What? I assume his girlfriend. Damn. Damn, Baffy. Damn. That's fine.
If he has a girlfriend. Yeah.
Not for long. He's like, what?
Not what we're done with you.
We're gonna plant evidence that Baffy has been dating Bubbles.
Oh, the good God, Baffios, did you do something to her fingernails?
What's wrong with the fingernails?
A lot bigger. Damn, those are chunky.
You can scratch you with them. Scratch. And that.
They're long. I mean, for a cat girl, probably not completely unfitting to have from.
Baffy is thirsty, says Draconis. Damn. True. What's your opinion on runes? Can one trace symbols of power? Brand would make sense. Brand would make sense. Branding a person. You mean by branding a person that they would be able to... For certain magics, actually, yes, that could work. That actually works within the rule set, but it would have to be... Actually, the thing is, the rule set's rather flexible, but it all has to be... it's complicated. But it's also so simple. It's complicated, but it's remarkably simple. But yes, it could work. It would have to be definitely a cultural thing, so it would be unique to that religion. Though, in theory, an Astrian could brand themselves with symbols and cast. It's not entirely impossible, but it would be a little bit illogical because their spellcasting ritual is generally... The Astrians is rather advanced. It's rather simple, too. It's incantation. They speak the name of the stars and call out to the specific constellations through naming of each star to connect a constellation, which draws the power that they need, which draws it from their gods. For things like other religions, like the Mazatec, it's simple. It's fairly simple. It's archaic blood magic, which is generally, they appeal to their gods, sometimes through vocal incantation, sometimes through chant, which is also vocal, or rhythm. But then a drawing of blood is another act or action. In other cases, in other older religions of sacrificial types, would be burning of foods, fruits, and other perishables, even some like parchment of sacred text on it, or not necessarily sacred text, but with religious sigils written on it, or something of that nature. In the case of the Galileans, with their celestial singularity, they just rant. Just ranty priests.
Blah, 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 blah.
Pretty much. They rant on and on and on and on. And as they're ranting, stuff happens. In the case of the Azak Runic, it is, it's very slow, meticulous. Generally, the runes have to be pre-grafted beforehand. But they still can do some casting during. There's a lot of their rituals involved, like pre preemptively doing it. Not that to say other religions can't do that, because they can also pre-plan it as well. Same for Astrians and stuff like that. Depends on what they're doing. It depends on how complex the procedure is. Putting a fire rune in your hand and putting it... Shooting fire directly from your hand would probably be a very bad idea. Mostly because your hand's going to be really injured. You're probably going to burn off your flesh. Especially if the heat's that much. Your hand's going to look like a black shriveled hand when it's done. If you had some sort of gauntlet or something that was protective and the thing was engraved on like a palm plate or something, that probably would work a little bit better. But just having it engraved into your hand as like a scar and then casting, you're going to find that your hand's charcoaly. You're going to crunchy. Oh no, big sad. Which might actually, that would probably damage the engraving, which might, depending on the religion, probably affect the casting. You just until things happen. That is basically Celestial Singularity Priests. They just rant. They rant with the big giant book that they have open as they use their incense and stuff, and they just fucking rant. Like raving little bastards.
Go at it.
Calling things heathens and heretics until they catch on fire. It's a splinter faith of Celestial, Starborn. A bit more on the primitive side, but it is incantation.
I know which faction of the Warhammer fans are gonna like.
Galay? I mean, Galay is probably something people, if they were fans of the Empire, would probably like. Probably.
I was more going up to ranting or raving, calling everyone heretics.
That too. But they have a similar aesthetic, because they're kind of like Astrians mixed with Novarians, mixed with Cardovians, and they sort of formed like a quasi-Holy Roman Empire sort of structure, except it's pretty messed up in terms of its... Well, just like the HRE, it's a disaster. An unmitigated disaster. They seceded, but not very well, from the Astrian Empire. And they become their own entity. So bad were the conflicts and the little border wars they had that people migrated further away to form the Confederacy of Bastar, which is a slightly more stable nation. It's a nation of a nation, if that makes sense. Of a nation. Yeah, because Astria, the Dominion, and the Cardovians created Galay, which then Galay created Bastar. Sort of. By people just leaving. Excuse me. What about a glove like Roy Mustang? Roy Mustang. That's from Fullmetal Alchemist. Would have to be retardant, fire retardant. But yeah, if it was fireproof and it insulated your hand enough, yeah, it'd probably be safe. That's kind of why Rhea wears a gloved arm too, because that blade does get hot, along with those armor plates, because they're star steel and they all conduct heat. She can channel that heat energy to another object, just like Aya can do that with her staff, which helps reduce the amount of energy. Now, only certain items can do that, because if you're familiar with how heat interacts with certain metals, it softens it and makes it weak and brittle. Or not brittle, but pliable and dentable, which is not good. Alright, so regarding the magic, Mama Pool, he said Mana Pool, mechanic, or something else to cast spells. There is no Mana Pools. We don't have mana. I went on a binge spree of just hating mana pools, and I blame Paradox for it, to the point where I'm like, I don't want these in my game. To be fair, it wasn't Paradox that did that. I'm kind of just like, I find mana and mana pools ridiculous. Not ridiculous, this is boring. Like, it's just been done in so many other systems, and why should we do the same thing? We don't even have mana. There's no such thing as mana. It doesn't exist in our universe. What we have is Illumine, which is a different type of energy resource. Illumine also refers to it's an interchangeable word, which also refers to those that are born with the trait to use it. Does Rhea Sword canonically make people explode? If it's super heated, yeah. I mean, if it's heated up to the point where, like, for example, Star Wars. If somebody hit somebody with a Star Wars, like, lightsaber, right? What would realistically happen is it wouldn't just instantly cauterize them. Their arm would explode. Because the liquid inside the fluids and the moisture inside their arm would just, that would just turn into steam and explode. Rhea's sword essentially does that to people. If it's heated to the point where it does that. Which is pretty catastrophic to the human body. I agree regarding magic resource. Mana is overdone. I think mana is fine in certain IPs, yeah, but I was feeling like if we're making our own unique magic system, why should we use the same system that already exists?
Also, everyone's using mana.
No, Artemis Fowl. It doesn't work that way. Mana pools are basically pools, like, that's a resource cost system. Like, we haven't just simply renamed it. We don't have it. It doesn't exist. There is no mana pool. There is no pool. Period. Like, I don't know how to, like, you're having a hard time comprehending it. But, like, the idea around it is, like, okay, so how does mana pool work? A mana pool is a little bar, or like a little circular bar, you know, that's filled up with, like, energy, right? And it's got, like, 1,000 points or whatever. And you can spend that on X spell, and X spell costs 30, and other spell costs 40, and it uses that amount of mana. And mana can then be regenerated via potions, or maybe resting, or a number of other ways. We don't have that resource system, period. It doesn't exist. We don't have it. We don't have a pool. There is no points for casting in that regard. Instead, our economy system is actually based differently. Casting can be done at any point. However, you need to generate heat buildup. As the heat bar goes up, you can cast more powerful spells. So, your initial spells will always be tier 1 spells. You can just generate heat a turn, which will attribute a point, which will increase the amount of stuff you can do it. No, that isn't mana with extra steps. It's a completely different economy. It's like saying capitalism and communism is the same thing, but like different.
Saying the barter system is just money with extra steps.
It's just like, what? It's not quite the same. Like, economically and gameplay design-wise, these systems are fundamentally different. They're not the same. Because in ours, again, back to what I was talking about, you gain heat. The more heat you gain, the more you can cast more powerful spells. But contrary, or against that, as you generate more heat, you'll begin to start taking penalties. So you can't overcast too much. You can go as much as you want, but then you'll start taking damage. Or your character will just be knocked out because they'll pass out from heat exhaustion. Giggles asks, will overcasting a thing like hurting yourself in order to cast a bigger spells? I am playing with the idea of overcasting spells, but it's a bit more complicated of a system. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna not play with that just yet. We're holding off. I like the idea of being able to increase and amplify a spell's ability, because with the skill system, by the way, so how the game works mechanically and how progression works is you get points, you know, and you can spend those points to purchase things, right? So you purchase, you know, a skill, like you unlock a spell that, you know, whatever, throws a fireball or something like that, right? Whatever. you won't have to attribute more points, because in other systems you have to spend more points to increase the effectiveness of that spell. As your character levels, naturally their skills that they already have will improve with them. That's to prevent skills from falling out of use. That's also to prevent random just like buying other skills. Generally, I want the progression system to be mostly focusing on gameplay changes. So like Rhea's stance, how she holds her blade, whether she uses the pommel, will actually change the damage type. From a piercing weapon, to some of her attacks being slashing, to some of her attacks being able to actually do blunt damage. I've never played Hearthstone, I don't think. I have no idea what that is. That's the card game, actually, for World of Warcraft.
It's a card game.
I
for
might
Blizzard.
have played that because a friend tried to get me to, but I hate card games. So you know how that went.
Not good.
Generating heat, a weight-based mechanic. How about generating heat through damage? Well, heat's... I mean, if your character's damaged, it's not the heat isn't like the heat of your character. It's the heat is the channel. As you cast more magic, the channel widens and more energy flows. So you can cast more and more and more. But you can't cast your powerful spells until you have a greater channel of energy. Generally. I don't know, let's just write it out. Maybe that'll help. So, like, how it works is, like, right, you have heat generation. And heat generation has a positive thing and a negative thing. The negative thing is you can tick for damage, which is bad, right? And the positive thing is you can cast tier spells. So, you know, for example, there's tier 1, you know, tier 2, and tier 2 might be like a... Those tier 1 might be something simple like a simple heal. Tier 1 rejuvenation. I'm literally just quoting that from a different game altogether, which is like a dot heal, for example. Or something of that nature, and it gets more advanced. Our mana pool system doesn't... No, it's not. You're actually just being obtuse. So a mana pool system, how does mana work? Mana pool is you have a pool of mana, let's say 100 points, right? And you use that pool to spend. So you have a default pool of 100 points, you spend, you know, we'll use the same spells even. Simple, healing, right? But there's no tier system, because that doesn't exist here. There's no heat generation system, because that doesn't exist here either. And the simple heal spell is worth 10 points, and the rejuvenation spell worth 20, you know, just for a point of argument. As you spend it, you know, your mana pool depletes. So if I spend a spell, you know, it goes down to like 90 or etc. Here, ours goes up. It's an inverse. It doesn't work. They're economically different. There is no pool. There's tiers, right? Tiers. And as you cast, you go up. Up, chat. But up has negative and positive. I don't know why this is so hard. Most people seem to click with it, but some people aren't getting it. Oh well. In the prototype, you guys will see better there. And then you can give it a better judgment. Spell tables based on cultural casting options and limited by training options. Yes. So this is but one core component, right? So there's the heat generation aspect, which is a fundamental principle that all must adhere to. However, there's cultural components. So for certain caster types, that's remarkably cursed. I just looked in memes. That's terrible. For
All right, now
I had that open and it... No, no. Stay on topic. Stay on topic. We'll segue later. Cultural, so like, for example, let's use blood magic as a type, right? So blood magic fundamentally has a different principle. So you have to burn health points. You know, that's one of the negatives to cast, right? Or something of that nature. So each thing has like a unique gimmick. In the case of Novarian type, like you need to burn an item to increase the casting spell. further. So an item would have to be burned. In this case, they'd have special incense that there are things that they would burn and stuff like that. Does the heat generated damage the caster? Yes. It also does some other stuff, but we haven't yet tested that. No, you're not consuming King Brandon. You're inserting ideas. Slow down. There is no consumption of heat. You actively build always. There's heat dissipation, which happens naturally. Heat dissipation will naturally remove it as turns go on. So you want to juggle it. Now there might be different things you can input it into. Like there's a way to dissipate it for Rhea into her blade, which is a way to eject the heat from her character into one of her items, which is another mechanic that I can talk about. Because we actually mentioned that earlier. In fact, we have art of that. So for instance, for example, she would take what heat she's generated, which is doing negative damage to her, right? If it's gotten high enough. Because as tiers go up, there's negatives, right? Tier 1 might have no effect. But tier 2 might have reduced AP. Tier 3 might be, damage dot. Tier 4 might be something else, explodes or something. I don't know. Just as an example. And the good spells might all be in tier 2. It's not going to have all the spells and there'll be spells in explode level. Yeah, just blow up. That'd be quite sad. But people can cast infinitely if they have a way to vent heat. Yes. If they're in the Arctic, they can just pop off a fully automatic rifle. In a way, yeah, they can cast quite a bit more. A significant amount in colder environments. The environment and the weather does affect this. So if you're in a humid or arid climate, where it's very toasty, you're going to have a lot more difficult time. The more armor your character was wearing, and the armor type, some armor is better at heat dissipation than others. Some armor, like the Starsteel items, can actually be, you can actually insert and remove heat off of yourself and into the item. And then that can actually be used as a damage modifier to the attack of that character. Which is quite cool. At least I think it is. There we go. Now they're arguing over what mechanic it is. Oh no, chat, I've made you all fight each other. I don't know how this happened. Oh well. Beggars cannot be choosers. Chat will be saved at one point, but I can't help you anymore. Let's see. So I can easily, let's see, hold on. Okay, so it's, spent, it unlocks the ability to cast stronger spells. Yes. That's a test mechanic. I'm hoping that'll stick, but we'll have to test that a bit more. Because it's going to be kind of like juggling. Though I can easily see casters getting locked up eventually if there are no active heatsink spells. That's true. If you don't cast, you will be able to shake off heat, but it won't be a good method of doing it generally. There are ways to mitigate that. Magic wet t-shirt contest. No, bad. God, can you imagine the hot water? Ugh, gross.
Painful.
Yeah, it's fine, Shadov. It's one of those things where it'll make more sense when they get the hold of it for themselves and they can play it for themselves. Because explaining it is one thing, but sometimes when you explain something, either I don't do a good job at explaining it, or, something of that nature. And I can't open up the Magic Design doc because I can't open up design docs on stream. We made that a rule. I'm basically trying to write it out without showing it, if that makes sense. Hmm. If anyone here's played Vermintide, I'm pretty sure this is like the Mage Lady's Heat mechanic. This has existed in games for years, but it's never been applied to a Magic system all that much. Yeah, that's true. That is very true. Listen, I'm not able to get all the jokes, because normally I'm trying to see if there's anything of substance to read. The great chat war has begun, Floriel. He's just enjoying the fact that chat's now fighting themselves. Listen, chat. Regardless of whatever you may think it is or it isn't, it doesn't matter what you think it is or isn't. It doesn't even matter what I think it is. When you guys play it, you'll be able to decide more down the line. But there's no point to argue and bicker amongst yourselves over it just yet, so be patient. We'll have a proper demo of it out when the combat prototype's ready. And the actual magic system will be implemented in the combat prototype. So you'll actually get to play with it inside the prototype for the closed test as well as the open. So that's nice. Headbats for Tyler, by the way, because he's the one who's spearheading that front. Because we got the range combat fundamentally working, and the range combat is important to get in because the range combat is also tied to magic. Because magic in our world, which I'm going to use the word magic, even though it's not called that, is because it's just easier to understand, but it works via line of sight. So in the same vein that, you know, a shooter character with a gun shoots something, so too must a caster see something. Draconis, this is where you're making a faulty error. That's you're stuck on a loop, and you should come in VC, and we can discuss that later. It's not important, Fairman. Don't argue with them. It's pointless. He's just gonna bicker. When somebody gets stuck on a tangent, like they're stuck. They've got tunnel vision. They can't see the other thing. We can discuss that.
It's a Krogan discussion all over.
We can, yes, it is. It's like when we had the Krogan conversation, and that made everyone's brains die, because by the end they finally realized that they were talking about something different, and they were arguing about something that wasn't a thing, which is what I think is happening here. Grammartron donates $5 reduce. Thank you very much. He says, so you said there was blood magic, I believe. How awful of a person can I be to use it? Will there be blood slaves? So there are characters that do use it, and there is a religion. There's several... not several, sorry. I'm trying to think. Hold on. There's one major religion that uses it that I remember off the top of my head. There's actually more sacrificial types of magic, but not every sacrificial type of magic uses the same, like, type of sacrifice. Like, sacrificial is quite broad. It could be as simple as burning fruit or burning papers or like things of that nature, and that the essence is believed to be transferred to the ethereal plane and thus in exchange for energy. In the case of the blood magic, right, it's the idea of you're bleeding, you're drawing blood, you're giving up your life essence in exchange for power. You know, you're giving up your lifeblood or part of it. So blood slaves are blood slaves thing? Yes, they can be, but the sacrificial potency of a blood slave would vary because it would depend on how great of a value that person had. The greater the value the person is believed to be holding, so if it's a noble or a highborn, the greater power that spell would have. If you captured a bunch of slaves and sacrificed them, they wouldn't have nearly as much value because the offering isn't as great to their god. Or is it gods? I can't remember if it's a singular god or... I think it's a pantheon as well. I think it's a series of gods, if I remember right. I need to recheck
I forgot the name.
their language. The Mazatec?
Oh yeah, what's them, right?
Yes, they're below the Confederacy of Bastar. Their reason why they haven't interacted is because there's a big mountain chain between them. Because I believe the tectonic plates there crash into each other, and so it builds up mountains there. Celeste uses a lot of sacrifice. No. Does the energy in question appear blue? If yes, man. No, it doesn't. In fact, Illumine has no color. I know.
Color of Magic, Octarine.
Well, there is no color because it's the thing is with how the rules work and how the universe works is there is the source of where the energy comes from, and how it is made, and then it is drawn as a resource, a finite resource. So there's only so much of it, but it's we can't talk about how much there is or how it's regenerating or how it's made. But that's a lore thing. That's not a gameplay thing. Because in order for energy to be made, something has to be, converted into it, so to speak. Or converted into it. You know what I mean? It's like fuel, fossil fuels or something. I don't know. Drill for
Because
it.
American wants oil.
Get excited. Your mom is a pantheon. Damn, based. Damn, inbred. Fuck. Damn, inbred. Tragedy.
Why'd you die?
Artemis Fowl is indeed a 10-year-old. I spoke to him in VC. True. Has the voice of a child.
We have a few of those.
King Brandon says mages start combat with no heat, so their spells are really weak. Once they get to optimal heat levels, they're effectively casting spells on a self-imposed cooldown to avoid self-immolating. Sort of, except some spells actually do have cooldowns because they are very fatiguing to cast. So there's two things that affect the resource system gameplay-wise for that. The first thing, as I described, was the heat thing. The second aspect I didn't discuss yet, because we got sidetracked, was cooldown timers. Cooldown timers exist to prevent certain things that we know would be meme, but must be stopped. Cooldown timers, but they're only for certain spells. Like basic spells or even like fairly advanced spells already have a punishing thing. But ultimate spells, like things that are big, those have cooldown timers. My neck. I cranked it a little bit. Now I almost snappooed my own necku. It's true. I wonder. Kibs is cultivating a child army. Listen, somebody's got to fight my wars in Africa. Child armies do a good job at cheap, if nothing else. Actually, I don't know. Are they? Maybe. Probably.
We never know.
I'm just gonna listen. Are casters called mages? If so, why they wouldn't be called Lumine or something, or Luminous or something? Because I'm just gonna call them whatever is easy for you guys to understand right now. I'm gonna use the word magic and mages because it's easier.
There is that one thing where certain universes just need to find forcefully new words for something, and it usually ends up very convoluted or confusing.
We are still gonna call them, like, in universe, they're gonna be called other things. Generally, they're called casters. But each culture views them differently. There's actually no singular name for them. Mechanically, we call them Illumine because that's what mechanically they are, but that's generally it. But if you want to call them mages or whatever, that's totally okay too. But in game, they're going to be referred to by many things, and it's going to change based on what culture you're in or talking to. Because some of them don't view them in the highest of regards. Because the problem with Illumine is there's actually a negative side effect, which we've mentioned briefly, and that's called abnormalities. Which abnormals are not a positive thing. They're very negative, and they're generally dealt with very differently in each culture and society. Some they're outright killed, some most they're outright killed, and the others generally like lock them away. In the case of Celestial Order, they are locked away inside the Order's like the Order's buildings, or the Order's, there's their little fortress thing.
Monastery?
They don't really have monasteries, but they're like religious
Temple?
fortresses. I don't know what they're called. Kind of like a temple, but it's in a way like a monastery. It's like a fortress monastery. There you go.
A mortress.
There we go. Fortress monasteries is, I think, an apt enough term. They lock them away because they think it's humane.
Religious strong point.
Abnormals are pretty bad. One case of abnormals that the Terrestrian world, or the Astrians, are well aware of is the story of the Giants of Buddha Noir. Giants of Buddha Noir are, they were Luminarians. They are a little bit inbred. They're a little bit retarded.
Oh.
There are ways you can also in the game King Brandon, you'll be able to get items to help deal with that. The heat thing that I was mentioning, like star steel is one rare material. It's extremely rare. Extremely rare. It's only known to be in one location on Terrestria. And that's actually Mount Helios, is where they mined it from. And it took them eons to figure out how to, or eons. It took them like well into the, it wasn't until Kanar until they really started figuring out how to make iron and stuff like that, and also when they started experimenting with star steel. Because it's an absolute nightmare to forge. We have some forge concept arts of the actual star steel forges, but we're gonna hold on to those for just a little bit because they're a little bit work in progressy. Mm-hmm. So let's find an abnormal, put the facility and mark them with the star. What? Yes, Artemis is being special. He generally likes to do that. In fact, he even told me in Discord that he likes to just be a bit of a trollmonger. He's a good guy, though. He means well, chat. He means well. I hope. For his sake. Otherwise, you guys are gonna, do what you do and bully him, which is not very nice. So you need to heal built up to cast certain spells. Some people are confused. Perhaps. When the combat prototype's out, it'll become a lot more clear. Also, when it's implemented and we have enough art, I'll actually demo off the combat prototype beforehand. So we can actually run people through. Oh, no, wait, no, I shouldn't do that. Never mind. Doing that would be a mistake. And it's better if you guys actually just play the game and have no idea what's happening, so we can figure out how you guys figure it out and what you don't figure out. Because that way we can test the tooltips. Yeah. I forgot about that. That was already my plan. I completely biffed it. Yeah, no. Chat can't show you how it works. You're just gonna have to play the game and figure it out. That's true. But after we do the initial close test, we will demo it off a little bit more. Mostly because I want to make sure that the tooltips are correct. Because the tooltip system is basically you hover your mouse over something and a little tooltip pops up. And I want to make sure the tooltips are constructed and written out well enough that you're able to just figure out the game by just playing with it. Like, the tooltip should explain everything pretty well if things go well. And that's why I don't want to touch it. You're going to steal information like Creative Assembly does, you monster. No, I'm not competent enough to do that, sadly. The fact that heat can be generated infinitely means mages should all be factories. Oh, they would just die. Okay, so casting spells is remarkably fatiguing and also doesn't work for very long. So, in theory, you could cast longer in the Antarctic, right? If you can dissipate your heat. Let's say a mage could dissipate their heat well enough. Mental fatigue is so bad that they'll probably just be brain dead. If they continue to do. Now, maybe in like a dystopian future, there's going to be like some sort of factory where it's run by brain dead casters. Possibly, you never know. It's not the most efficient way of gathering resources, and I imagine they would They die remarkably quickly, but it would be funny. No, I wouldn't be opposed to somebody messing around with that concept. Infinite free energy completely changes world building. Oh, it ain't free. They can cast for maybe like 20 minutes if they're lucky. Any bit more and they're gonna have brain damage. Ay. The Matrix. See, that's funny. But they'd all be dead. Because, yeah, sure, they could try to keep casting if they could juggle somehow. But odds are they'll just die. Because it's such an exertion process. It's physically draining, it's mentally fatiguing. That's why it also, like, it burns up AP. It's not just the heat that's doing that, it's actually just the fact that they're casting. It's also why less armor equals more AP. Higher AP value means more action points to spend and more action points to toss around. The economy system for like regular movements runs off the AP system. So simple, nothing fancy-pantsy. Action points, and I think it works quite well with the system we have. I also have always been a big fan of action points because then you can have different levels of movement. Like you can have, the base level movement, then you can move an advanced level movement, which is like another circle, circumference around you further out. And it's nice because it allows you to do like sprinting actions and stuff. I'm a big fan of it. Why wouldn't everyone live in cold climates if it's a natural boon to magic? Because there's no food. And the cold climates kind of suck to live in, especially at this point in time. Like crops gonna have problems with food. Generally, just rougher climates to live in all due likelihood. Magic is also extraordinarily rare. We'll say we're gonna call it magic from this point on. Just gonna help because some people are struggling in chat, so we'll keep them. It was easier to keep them up. We're gonna do that. Yeah, but so like, there's maybe like 100, or no, maybe a couple hundred Celestial Templars throughout all of the Astrian Empire, and that's a lot actually, because most countries have a lot less casters. They generally kill them because they're a threat and a danger to society. Because those that are born with gifted talents are generally viewed upon negatively because, well, they just can get and ascend the ranks of power, and nobility do not like them. It's also why most kingdoms don't allow them to hold titles, land, or anything. Because you don't want an enemy that has more unfair advantages. Because one of the longest reigning dynasties, the Valen dynasty, is a Illumine dynasty, which the world does not like. They're cheating, some might say. In a way, kind of. Is there danger when casting, like on not Perils of the Warp? No, there's no danger for like Perils of the Warp kind of stuff. Are there things from the ethereal plane? Yes. But nothing like that. We don't have that kind of entity stuff. Like we have Libers and Phanomir and stuff like that. And those are nasty, but those are a different sort of problem. Too much casting in a certain area can actually create thinning of the veil. Thinning of the veil is when you can have some friendos come out, but you can mostly summon those, which are nice. That's a more experimental mechanic, chat, where you can summon things. But thinning of the veil is like warfare level stuff. That's pretty hefty. That's when you get the cool stuff. That's when you get like the Helion and stuff like that. Because you can actually call it, and it's quite cool. Let's see. You don't have to live in the Arctic, but you could live in Michigan or Norway, and their invokers of magic would have an advantage, so magic can't aid in cultivating agriculture or animal. The casting has not affected technology because it's such a minute amount of people that have access to it, regrettably. So mages are all naked people carrying around buckets of water? Nope. In fact, most people's understanding of it is rather primitive in the universe. You can't just thin the veil when you want. Like, that'd probably kill every caster that tried. That'd be funny though. Just a bunch of dead people. There aren't enough casters to really affect the world, actually. Beyond like being regiments or elite troops. They're just not very many of them. They're kinda like barely any. Cultures near the equator must be fucked in regards to casting. Actually, the cultures near the equator are the most advanced. The cultures further north or south of the equator are actually fairly less advanced and have a primitive understanding of casting or have no casters as a whole. There are several cultures that have none. Either A, they just didn't make it, for whatever reason, the abnormality traits triggered and all these sorts of bad things happen. B, they just killed them all because they hated them. Fair enough. I would too. It's a good natural response.
Superior people.
Because generally when one takes control of power, it's a little bit unfair to remove one. Generally why they're hated so much. Even in the Astrian Empire, even with the chosen bloodline, even with it being literally written into their fucking religion, they're still disliked. That's a good thing. That's good. One thing that kind of annoyed me, says Mr. Remakes, in Legend of Korra was how there were power plants powered by lightning benders. The ability to bend lightning was supposed to be extremely difficult. That sounds kind of stupid.
Also, that should be shot from the falls on the air, not fire, but nope.
Wouldn't they want to use the fire dudes for like steam or something? I don't know. Maybe I'm just dumb. Maybe that's stupid. But that just seems like it makes more sense to me. Maybe just building a nuclear reactor would be better. Honestly, using casters for any of this sounds like a huge waste of time and resources.
Because you constantly need people, and people can get tired.
There's so few of them, and they can't cast for very long, and they're not very good at it. Militarily, they're useful, though. Look at the chat. They wiggle and they writhe. One's a pickle, one's a bastard beast. High magic worlds are always cringe, says Bastard Beast. Well, I wanted to reduce the amount of casters, mostly because I wanted them to suffer and be brutally murdered half the time, because everyone hates casters. And you should hate them. I'm kidding, Chad. It's a joke.
I don't know.
But I didn't want casters to affect technological progression, because I just didn't like that. I was like, wow, they could affect like the power, and they could make like power, but nah, gay, get out of here. It's like, okay, goodbye. Goodbye. I just don't really want them to do that much.
I say
because it
magic.
Sounds too much like a fucking like it just sounds like a way too lazy way. Like I want the people in Terrestria to struggle to do things the way we did.
I'd say magic would probably be something that holds people back because I know we have magic. We don't need to prove that.
Yeah, having a magic cast would definitely hold things back in certain ways, yes. But having them play a role in agriculture, like we discussed this ages ago in the lore when we were doing the early the lore Bible, and that was basically like, no, that's dumb. let's not do that, and it was dumb. And I'm glad we didn't, because honestly, making societies dependent, even the fucking Illuminarians, they're all casters, except they're all low level. But they were all casters, and their society, the biggest thing they did is they had a city that was bright all the time. That was a big deal.
They were very luminous.
Indeed. To power a factory for 20 minutes? Yeah, they're dead. You know how much energy is needed for a factory? That's cruel. You are a cruel man. Yeah, no, they're not going to be able to do that. That would be quite mega sad. I mean, you could do a couple of them maybe, and they'll do it for a minute or two, and then their dead little corpses will be
Emergency power.
Yeah, and then you'll have killed like 10 little megas, right? And now there's only 100 of them. Now there's 90. Congratulations.
Now we need a cleanup crew.
This was a real good use of personnel. It's like, wow, there's so few of them, and they're always born with horrible genetic defects half the time that they're not usable. Cancerous tumors, and they become monstrosities. Oh, but you know what? These ones will just fucking waste them real quick.
I mean, just use the ones that are monstrosities.
I think the Valen bloodline is probably the most luckiest. But that's also because they are selective breeding. Cheating. Breeding casters with other casters has worked for a while. But eventually they're going to run out of genetic variation, and they're going to have to breed outside of casting. That's going to increase the possibility of abnormals. Big Zed. Kids watched Fire Force and wanting burn people for fuel. I don't know what Fire Force is, but all of a sudden I like it. Oh,
that one I couldn't watch after the certain thing because I was going, oh god, no, this is annoying.
What? I don't know what this is.
There's one character literally, oh yeah, her trait is people just randomly grope her and she gets into a kinky situation because oops. I just, yeah, no, this is not funny to me. This is annoying.
Bearman's old, chat. He gets very angry over the weirdest things. Be gentle to the Fairbear.
No, just annoyed because oh god, it's a joke again.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. It is a boring joke. But I don't care. I mean,
I didn't find the thing particularly interesting. That didn't help.
I don't even know what this shit is, so I have no idea what you're talking
about. It's your typical shonen fight thing, and your main character is misunderstood or something like that.
You said shonen, and you already lost me there. Yeah. You know I don't like shonen, you little German.
They're usually not.
Caster with a hard R?
Because they also tend to drag on forever.
So eugenics does work in Kibs universe. Good to know. Oh shit, cancelled. They can breed outside. It's possible. I'm just saying there might be ramifications for those actions. Remember this, chat. Poor King Brandon. He's just mad. I don't want a system of magic in my universe to be the be-all, because I think that's boring. But I don't want it to be weak either. And I don't want it to affect technology. Simple as. I like my barbarians with sticks and swords. Little matchlock guns. And I like the fact that regular people are still dangerous. Because, well, they could still have a gun. But magic and tech intertwine perfectly. Because magic is a technology in our universe, so they are interfaceable and interactable. As society advances, it will become more prevalent as it advances. But in the age it is in now, it's just not advanced enough to make much use of it. Very good.
Artemis Fowl, I've been listening to his back and forth with chat. Chat's wrong.
I know. Welcome to the
I
stream.
was
Hanse.
also there when he were talking about it. It is
Yes.
not a mana system.
Some people in chat are being silly because they're misconstruing what the economic system.
Also, why are
of
you
it.
typing notes on the storefront Google Doc?
Oh, mostly because I was trying to write it out for them to help them explain. Some of them actually started to click with it, and they're like, okay. But a couple of them are just not budging. And so I've given up on trying to make them budge and reason with them right now. And so I'll just wait for the combat prototype, and then if they want to keep believing what they want to believe, I don't care. They can think whatever they want.
I like Picklefather's idea. Chat should play Vermintide as punishment.
Vermintide's kind of fun.
That's cruel.
I remember
and
we
unusual.
tested out my PC with Vermintide way back when. Number of years ago now.
This is quite nice, though.
Are you ready for 2 a.m.?
The Steam page is going to have random notes in it. Yes. 2 a.m. Is that when Total Warhammer 3 launches?
In our time zone, I believe so.
Oh,
Because it's
fuck.
0 PST.
Yeah, please.
PTSD, more like PTSD.
Chad, I'm just a baby Kibs. I don't understand. I don't want to suffer. I'm just a Kibs. I don't deserve this. Alright, Eldegusto, calm down. There's no need to get actually confrontational over this. Listen, we'll discuss this further down the line.
You have a question in Twitch chat.
I know.
Firehead asks.
Hold on. But I want to get this off before it escalates or he tries to escalate or something like that. Take a chill pill. Just relax. We'll discuss this further. We're not going to have like a big old debate over it, but you guys are getting two of you are getting very agitated over this. And you just calm down. If you want, come in the Discord and we can have an actual chat about it if you want. I'm open for it. I'll even hear you out. We can even have a VC chat. How about that? And if you convince me, I'll give you $20. But you're not convincing me, so good luck. I am not beyond reasonable.
Yeah, he's willing to listen to your petition.
Yeah. I'm open to discuss things. I've always have been. Just I don't want to turn it into a heated discussion. Like we need to have it in a more civil space. Pyrehead says, "Are there artificial ways of casting magic?" Artificial ways of casting. That's an interesting question.
I don't remember us discussing that.
I'm thinking because I'm reciting my internal lore Bible. Artificial way, because there's evidence to suggest that it's not possible. I can say off the bat because I know that there is a tether to the whole soul factor, but to say that it's completely impossible, say artificially, could a machine do it? Could a machine draw the energy itself? And I think that might be possible based in the confines of the Bible. I think. I'm trying to spitball how you would do it, though. So, like, let's say the casters made some sort of maybe casting circle, and it was, or engravement, or runes, or whatever.
But wouldn't it be the caster, not the machine, technically doing it?
Yeah, in a way, because they would still have to channel it to start
At best, you could say the machine could utilize what was built up, but it can't draw.
Yeah, because, like, that's the difficulty, right? Because the thing is, like, you have to use the caster. Because the caster, like, has to create the channel. Now, that's a disciple illumine. We haven't talked about sovereign illumines, or we haven't talked about the divinars or the other stuff. Because we've only talked about literally one thing. I mentioned Libers and Phanomir, but that's about it. Chat's understanding of that is probably that they're words on a piece of paper. So let's see.
I mean, technically not incorrect.
That's true. Well, on a digital piece of paper. Theoretically, I don't think so. But it wouldn't be impossible to make a machine that uses that energy. Because there are already. If that makes sense. Is there black powder weapons in the games? And do they use touch AC? I don't know if that's a joke. I don't know what he's talking
That's
about.
a D&D thing, having touch AC.
No clue. Pickle Father says, so wouldn't it be like a machine, but the caster is the battery? Generally speaking, you'd probably want the machine to have its own battery, because that'd be a waste of the caster's casting capability, because they'd be using up their ability.
Especially because that one could
on
just
that.
wander off.
What you should do instead is you should have the machine have its own energy resource, be it petroleum, combustion, steam, whatever, but then the caster is exemplifying or doing something else in interacting with the machine. Either empowering the ability of the already like working fuel, which I don't think that's possible, but maybe interacting with like an explosive or a weapon that the machine is capable of using and enhancing that. That would actually make a lot more sense than to waste the caster at being a battery. Having them just to be a battery for a machine is about it's retarded. Like to put it plainly. It's a waste of a caster, and you should be having them do something more finite or something more precise, right? Like if they're the operator of, I don't know, a mech or something, like they should be augmenting something else. The machine itself should be running on its own fuel source, and they should be charging something else, rather than just charging the machine itself. Because having the machine be completely reliant on them as a power source will put too much stress on them. Instead, they should be doing something else, or working on, or participating in some other way. This isn't like, listen, chat, we haven't worked on fucking mechas, okay? So this is just spitball shit here. Mm. Where's the Discord at? The Discord's in the description. I will say this though. If you know what, I'm not gonna lay out a warning until they take it too far. Because the thing is, just like El Degusto, you should just drop it. Because you're getting mad, and you need to just relax a little. Take a breather, just for a minute. What type of a seriousness question from Artemis Fowl? Oh boy. See, Artemis, my belief factor low. In all seriousness, what type of epic is your game going for? Hero's Journey, Odyssey, Greek comedy, tragedy. What themes are you going for? What themes am I going for? Well, you'll find out when you play the game. I don't really want to talk about that kind of stuff because it's more so story-based. But there's a lot of stuff going on in the story. Oh my god, the only way to get Draconis to join the Discord server was over this. I want you to know that. Oh, he hasn't even joined it. What a coward. Traitor. The Discord's in the description, you blind monkey. Look at the chat, or the channel's description, open it up, and go click on it.
The burdens I have for chat are heavy indeed.
My head has become scratchy. The machine is more of a focus.
I, out of the goodness of my heart,
Blazing Saddles,
pasted.
the video game. Shut your little filthy mouth, Artemis. I'm gonna bully you when you come in VC next
Blazing
time.
Saddles is a very funny movie. Not like the game in any way, shape, or form.
I know. If you make that distinction...
But there will be toll booths out in the middle of nowhere, requiring people to go back to get a shit ton of quarters.
Oh my god, I like how in the Discord server they're making fun of Draconis right now. Draconis, come on, my dude.
I suspect that's probably true remarks. Or remakes, sorry. Not remarks.
No, Mr. Remakes. It's not at all about number go up. It's about the economic system itself. Ugh. I'm done. I'm done trying to explain. Most of you got it. Most of you got it, and only like a handful of you didn't, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes things just
To
don't
clarify,
click.
I think what he's basically saying, I think it's just a difference of definition.
Yes, but what I'm not referring, what I'm referring to by the economic system is the how it functions mechanically. I did not like the mana pool. I've kind of grown sick of it and how it functions, so I wanted to do something different mechanically. It's not about the name being mana either, Emu. It has nothing to do with mana. But it has everything to do with what mana pool entails as an economic system in a video game's design. Because economically speaking, it's all about how resource generation works. Because every game has a different type of resource system. For instance, our game takes advantage of action points. Our magic system itself is nothing new in of itself. It uses a different economic system that is not a mana pool. So it is not a mana system, because mana system is a trickle-based system where you have a pool of resource, an X pool, 100 resource, whatever number you want, whatever makes you happy. And Paradox games are most notorious for this because they have nothing but mana pools. These have trickle down.
Yes, every month your numbers go up.
Yes, and it can be time gated in terms of how this resource is regenerated in this pool, or it can be inserted via event, or it can be inserted via item. It doesn't, like, there are different ways of inserting resources into the system, right? But that's about how that system works, and it generates those resources, and then it costs X amount of points in order to purchase something. So you want to buy, a fire spell, or in Hearts of Iron or Paradox game, you want to buy the ability to get a new character.
Honestly, I was just gonna say, take any of the CK games. You want to build up something in your keep. It requires gold. Gold ticks up once a month at the beginning of the month.
No, Draconis. I'm not talking about infinite mana. We don't have an infinite mana system. There is no infinite mana system. That's not what that is. He just doesn't get it. I'm so sad.
At this point, I'm not even sure he wants to get it.
No, I think he's actually being obtuse just for the sake of it. And in that case, I'm just going to proceed to ignore those comments until you decide to be more civil, little Draconis. Sharon. I appreciate Sharon. Sharon gets it. It's a magic wet t-shirt contest. I'm glad you understand this. I'm glad somebody gets it.
All the good-looking female mages participate.
Somebody understands this. Is number to up, use things, number go down. Yep. It's a simple system, and mana pools themselves aren't terrible systems. There is a reason why in game design mana pools are commonly used in games that don't have quote-unquote mana, but they use the mana pool system as an economic resource. It's fine. The big joke with Paradox is the fact that they overuse the system to the point where Imperator Rome had 5 or 6 mana pools all generating simultaneously, and it was just
I think
awful.
Like the Europa Universalis series is another big one they have, because you have like what, 3, 4 different manas going at the same time. Actually, no, probably 5.
And Draconis again misses the point. He says fatigue and heat generation eventually kills the user, or has been done before. It's a finite and infinite magic system. That's again over your head. Like, I don't even know if it's over your head. Maybe your head is over what we're talking about. It's not even that complex. It's rather simple. Like, Maybe we need to pull you down. Maybe you've gone to the stratosphere with this. Oh my goodness. It's not about other pre-existing systems or systems that exist. None of that matters. I don't care about that. I don't care. Like that doesn't mean anything to me.
It's like saying what's it called? Diesel engine uses electricity to run. It's just plain out wrong. Yeah, it uses energy, but it's just not the same.
The thing is, like, he's overthinking, is what I'm starting to think. He's lost himself, so we'll have to wait till he calms down. Has he at least joined the Discord server for later? You haven't. You're so inept at. Oh my god. You're an absolute burmer, Draconis. That's embarrassing. I cannot believe. I'm not going to argue with somebody who can't join a Discord server.
The link.
My goodness, Draconis.
And yes, Remix, there's so many mana pools in EU. Not just 4, but in general.
Eldegusto, when somebody is wrong and blatantly wrong, and no matter how much you try to explain it to somebody and they refuse to acknowledge it, like, there comes a point when they are being obtuse or they are being blockheaded. And I'm going to call them out on that, regardless, because I'm not going to sugarcoat anything, because that would be me being dishonest. I am agitated because I don't get why Draconis isn't getting it, but we'll have a conversation after the stream, which everyone can join, and it'll be an absolute clusterfuck, and we'll do it. Have you joined it, Draconis? I don't believe you. You said you needed an invite. You lying little wretch. Oh. No profile picture. Found you. But no, I'm not going to self-censor. If I get mad, I'm going to get mad.
You're allowed to get mad, huh?
I am. When I work as much as I do, I have every right to say whatever I want. If that helps me blow off steam, I'll do it. So I can keep
mad.
Keep alive and keep working. Alright, so where were we before Draconis and Eldegusto's tisms took over? So, we were discussing several dozen things. None of this matters. The most important thing is we were actually discussing the website and what the website's going to need in terms of the tabletop stuff. So it's going to need army book, armies itself. It's going to need, subsections and categories for each thing. Because I do think that we should do it that way. This is pretty standard breakdown. Like, I think my memory is actually kicking in here. How other websites do it. So the storefront will be simple. We'll break it down a bit more. We'll have like the army itself. So what we'll do is we'll even have another category, right? Just in case we do more stuff. Because technically we'll have the Bickering bunch models, which will be a separate thing. And then we'll have, the Terrestria War Project, because that'll be its own thing. My goodness. No, you're not, Artemis Fowl. I don't know what you're talking about in regard to classified information, but that is not okay. Read the server rules, you blind monkey. That will lead you to a permaban if you're going to start doxing random people.
It just sounded to me more like it was. I don't know what that sounds like.
What other things? Please explain in-game currency, not lore or story, just in-game. In-game currency it'll be simple. It'll be like you have X amount of coins, and you spend them. You'll get them through various ways, so you'll get them through killing stuff, as not necessarily killing stuff, but like, quests, items you sell at merchants will generate this currency as well. And doing quests or any story missions and stuff will generate some sort of currency, or maybe they won't, depends on what it is. But then you'll get X amount of coins. Those coins will then be able to be spent. It's pretty simple. It's nothing gonna blow your mind. We actually decided against in the end, against the what was it called? Jesus Christ, it's slipped my tongue just now. Oh yes. So I was originally going like, yes, we'll do the currencies of Galay, the Astrian Empire, and we'll do conversion rates for all the currencies because they all have their own currencies and value. And then I played Arch's campaign, and then that's when I realized that I do not want.
That's when you realize that gay banking is just that.
Gay
Gay.
banking. I realized that wasn't fun. That was awful, and it just sucked to do. And playing with it and engaging with it is awful. And it's one of the many things in Archer's campaign that I just do not engage in.
You
'cause I
want to know
don't care
what type
about.
of person enjoys stuff like that?
I just refuse.
Economic autists.
I
What
refuse.
is gay banking?
It's that's not even a thing.
It's not.
just-
Fairman, it's not actually anything. It's just what I call it. Basically, it's needless conversions just for the sake of conversions for a game where it's like, look, you only really need one currency.
Yes. For the sake of video game, it'll be a generic currency. This currency I have deemed, well, for my own sanity, it's just the fact. It's just
Celeste
Astrian.
coin.
So, no, it is. It's just like a common trade currency. It's just Astrians. They Astrian Empire has a ton of trade power.
Fairman, you could just safely assume like it's just going off the gold standard or something.
For example,
into that.
Paradox games do this, for instance. Using them for reference again. Eyebrows wiggling and vibrating.
No. In EU, it doesn't matter what country you're playing. Your income is always referred to as ducats.
Yep. And if you play Victoria, it's pounds, and et cetera, et cetera. So, more or less, it's going to be based on the Astrian currency because they're a powerful trade empire. They still control one of the most powerful regions for trade, and that is the port of Nanticlisius, which is the Golden Strait, and that is called the Golden Strait, not because it's golden, but because, well, monetarily it's golden. It just generates tons and tons of cash. So, as far as the game is concerned, there is only one money, regardless of how the story's monies are. Yes, for the sake of just making the game less obtuse and cancerous to deal with, we have decided against doing multiple currencies because after...
Can you imagine having, just for sake of argument, 100 coins from one empire?
I mean...
You go to another place and all of a sudden, that 100 coins is now only worth, effectively, like 80 or 65 or whatever number.
I also want to stress the fact that, see, I can't... If they knew more, they would be like, that makes total sense. That's of course why you do that, but I can't. There's a very good reason for why we did that, because even if it was like, if it was a little bit, it wouldn't be the worst. But the fact is, the game, it is a big game. You go a lot of places, suffice to say, and it's bad. Arch is an economic autist? No, he's not. He doesn't even...
He's really not.
He gets it wrong all the time.
Out of curiosity, I've watched people on YouTube who I would deem to be economic autists. Arch is not one of those.
What Barge does is he tries to make us suffer.
We still have those fucking 10 dwarf coins. Or
Yep.
sorry, dwarf silver.
And I'll never figure out what the fuck to do with them.
I'm not gonna lie, one of these days I'm just gonna decide to just add it to our regular silver pile, but just double it, because he said it's better than other stuff. So I'm just going to assume that it's worth twice as much.
Good, because honestly, I refuse. I mean, you're bothering. Like I told Arch at the beginning, like I'm not gonna like you're gonna if you do that currency thing again, because we've tried it last time. It was you got confused. You got confused. He got confused by his own thing, and so we ended up getting confused by him, and then we ended up
Here's the thing.
discussing it for
I
like an
could
hour.
be willing to do it if he said beforehand,
Alright,
you're
enough.
going to need, and here are the currencies, so I can do a fucking Excel spreadsheet for it, but I'm not going to do that
I
on
do
the
like
fly.
how they ask us simple. How does a currency work in our game? And we have like a fucking spurg about the harpy.
Fucking 10 dwarf silver.
The problem is because you don't know the story context, you don't freely travel to the certain locations. Not in the first half of the game, at least. And so all I would be doing if I introduced a system like that is I'd be purely punishing the player. Like, you would just be punished. And I'm not doing that to you. I'm not doing that to you guys. As much as you guys might want to be masochists and want me to punish you, I'm not doing it. I'm not letting you guys whip yourself. Like, less money for me. Because I guarantee your money's only going to lose value.
No, Kibs, you know what? If someone, when the game comes out, wants to make a mod where every region has its own currency, go for it.
Hell, tell you what. If somebody wants to make a mod, I'll even get the proper art, and I'll give them the proper lore so it can be canon and lore accurate. I'll even get the proper art assets for them, so all they have to do is just mod it in themselves. I'll do that. I'll go halfway. How about that? That seems reasonable. One of you little autistic fucks, you can mod it in. I'll get the currency types. I'll get you all the lore information and pertinent data you need. And yeah, you can just implement it. And then you'll be like, oh my god, they are just losing money. And I'll be like, I told you. Based on the way the game's designed, they would just be losing money. People are going to not like that. Just based on the current travel path where the characters have to go, their money's only going to go down. To the point where it's going to have 0 at one point. And you're going to be very sad, and you're going to cry, and
That's
you're
the
like...
downside of... not necessarily. You're going from a relatively strong economy to others.
King Brandon, I want to strangle you, because that one made me laugh. He says, do you have leveled weapons? Is your first level steel sword completely useless against 50 naked peasants? See, now that you said that, I wasn't thinking of ever implementing a system like that, but that sounds quite brilliant, actually. I think you're actually kind of based, and we're going to have to do that now.
No, if you're talking about that, you know what would be really funny? If the guards from the first zone were, like, modded to fight, like, street beggars from the last zone, but because of relative level, the street beggars are more powerful than the guards from the first zone.
Oh my god, they just get slaughtered.
I always was amused by that.
The elite,
because that's what the world is telling you when you experience things like that.
I know.
That is what the world is practically telling you.
We need to do that to the Palatina Guard, the elite of the elite, the royal guard of the fucking the Astrian Empire, the guard, the safekeepers of the bloodline that has been ruling Astria for so long, and they get like absolutely their shit kicked in by fucking street level peasants.
There's all those level 50 peasants. Oh boy.
Oh my god. Okay, no. So to answer your question without like just being a meme, generally the game will be paced in such a way that the enemies will make sense that you're fighting. It'll just gradually go up. Your level 1. So you shouldn't be encountering, like, you shouldn't have level 1 gear and then all of a sudden be fighting level 50s. We fucked up if that's happening. You should have clearly had opportunities to become stronger or better. In terms of gear and progression, generally we're going to be pretty slow with it. Trying to avoid number inflation because it's just easier to balance with smaller numbers. So
also, smaller numbers makes it easier for people to comprehend where they are and where they've been, because in some games, getting a 50-point increase in attack is like whoop-de-fucking-do. So fucking much, because it goes into the thousands and in some cases millions. But if the power scale is small, 50 points is like, wow, holy crap, that's a lot.
We don't
like, I know one thing that people have pointed to is what was it? The math for like Final Fantasy Tactics, because the numbers are relatively small, it makes it easier to comprehend. It's like, oh wow, this character's actually significantly stronger than they were now at the end game versus the beginning.
Oh man, see, you reminded me, Sharon. I'm sad. Towards the beginning, the Palatina Guards halberds were basically just giant blunderbuss shotgun halberd things, and those were cool. And because we regressed the technology, those are way too advanced. So they lost it. I'm so sad about it still. They lost those cool weapons. They have halberds, which, to be fair, in the game's rules, they do a fuck ton of stuff. Terraria. Neku Snapu, Eldegusto. Neku Snapu. Terraria is a fun game. I know Bubbles doesn't like it, but like, and I know it gets repetitive, yeah, but for what it is, $10, I think it's a pretty good game.
It's like, I know I basically hate it.
I don't hate it. I'm just saying that people's criticisms that I played with are valid. I still like it.
To be fair, didn't you also play that like when it, like first came out, so it's like, yeah, I've done this before.
Yes, I did. I beat the Wall of Flesh like 30 times. Because every time they'd update it, like, you'd have to do it again or something like that. Oh my goodness. And then there's like new bosses after the Wall of Flesh further into it. And I never really got further past like the couple of bosses once you beat the Wall of Flesh, because just kept having to restart.
Wall of Flesh is the first big hurdle.
It's the first big hurdle, because once you beat that, then it triggers like the next section of the game. Which is kind of cool, but oh well.
Discussion for not now.
Palatina guards, like the Praetorian guards. You know what's funny is the Palatina is actually a word. I believe it is an actual guard type that the late Romans had. Generally the bodyguard of governors, if I recall correctly. Did you make sure to pay them on time? Chat, don't worry about it.
Praetorian joke. Because the first captain of the Praetorian Guard was a greedy little cunt.
I know. The Palatina aren't the Praetorians. They don't have that much influence or power. There's not that many of them. Also, the problem with the Praetorians is they were like the only troops.
They
allowed
also
in the city.
probably actually gonna do their job and not just do the opposite of
Also,
their job.
keep in mind that the Palatina Guard also are religious in nature, versus the Praetorians, which were just purely like political and military.
Yes, the Palatina card in our games are very they're handpicked from the Celestial Orders, like a regular guard. They're not casters, for obvious reasons, because that'd be a mistake. But they are handpicked from the Celestial Orders military group, as they're generally the elite and the most well trusted. And because the Celestial Order is also only controlled by a Valen blood, it's very clear that they've been able to maintain a lot of control. Well, with hit or miss success, actually. Because there have been some speed bumps, I'm not gonna lie. It's been 1,000 years, and some of those years were really bad years. I mean, that's kind of what's led to the crisis of 1022 AE. Yes, chatty. According to Total War, Telepalatina are shit tier, first tier 1. That's mean and rude.
Probably somewhat correct, though.
Sharon, that's
bad.
not the appropriate place to discuss this. Mostly because YouTube will not be kind and generous, God.
Oh boy, bad.
Yes. On news that I will not say, I will say that I'm happy for some people that I cannot say. But I don't know who those people are. But somewhere there are some happy people, and I'm happy for them.
There is unnamed group, which I am pleased at their well-being.
I'm glad things are going well for them. I don't know who they are, and I can't say.
In Enemy Town.
Enemy Town.
I fucking love that. I love that World War II video so much.
Enemy Town.
Oh no, it's so dumb, and I loved it. Remember, when you're in enemy town, in enemy territory. God damn it. Oh, it was great.
That's okay, Artemis Fowl.
There's that one old propaganda video I love when they just compare. Oh, this is the 50 cal, and this is an MG42. See, the 50 cal is more accurate. The MG42 is not. So you don't need to be instead afraid of the MG42, completely leaving out that the MG42 fires about 5 times the amount of bullets.
These are minor details that the soldiers don't need to know.
That's funny. In regards to Artemis Fowl, I want to point out I have no actual expectations of the game, as long as you are making something you like. And more or less, this is a passion project. It very much is a sort of dream project, and I'm very happy that people are interested in it and that they want to see it too, because that's good. Because it also means that I get months, and months mean I can make more things I want to make, which is more stuff in the game. And thanks to you guys, we have a lot of things. But in regards to that, even if you're not super interested in it, that's okay. Like I'm not gonna be bothered by that too much. So it doesn't bug me if you don't care. But there will be a demo, so if you want, the only thing I would ask is that you consider trying it when it's one day ready, the demo, because you might like it. Who knows? Or maybe you'll hate it. I don't know. I hope not. But you never know. Some people click with certain things. Sometimes they don't. Yes, we don't do polysqueaks because polysqueaks. The problem with that bastard beast is A, suppression. I don't want to deal with any more suppression. B, it's just better to just stay out of it. Like, the goal of this channel is not to get involved in things like that because, to be honest, I have my own personal beliefs. Some of you have spoken to me. You know what I believe in. You know stuff I lean towards. But
Hetero supremacy is beliefs.
And because
but when it comes to my channel, I don't want my channel, or well, let's rephrase that. Our channel, communism, plays in the background. Oh, I love it. I wanted to actually help grow the game and the stuff like that. And the problem with polysqueaks is it puts everything at risk. It puts the channel at risk. And by putting the channel at risk, I put the source of revenue, which the team gets, at risk. And that's irresponsible of me. That's why I get very mad at Arch every time he does it, even when he does it jokingly. Because, like, if this channel disappears, I don't know what I'm going to do. You know? Like, I don't know how to get the extra money that I'm able to do with keeping everybody working on, like, basically full time. Like, their money disappears. And that's why I also want to keep Twitch, because Twitch, you know, we get bits and we get subs to that too. All this adds up, and my fear is that if I lose one of these things because I didn't do something right, because I didn't keep my fat mouth shut, I've now cost other people bread on our team, and I don't want to do that. Shut up, chat. Fucking having a serious conversation with them. They're like, Kibs is neco-supremacist, Carolines towards twaps, bestiality, and ethno-nationalism. Definitely not. Make another channel.
You got it fucking wrong.
It's not so simple.
It's
Artemis.
eco-necoism.
I could make another channel, but I'll lose all the work I've done in this. All that work will be gone. And I'll have to start from scratch. And that's not good enough. Making another channel isn't good enough. Like, I would do it if I had to, yes, but that's a huge setback. Most of you guys don't follow me on Discord. And I'm talking about the lurkers. Most of you guys don't, like, if this channel disappears, you're probably not going to be able to find me very easily. Like, some of you will find me through Arch again and stuff like that, but I'll lose a lot of you. And I'll have shrunk again. And that would be bad. That would be bad. I can't run that risk, and so we have to abide by the terms of service. We don't have the luxury of being vocal and free-minded, because we don't have the money. We literally can't survive without YouTube, sadly. It's tragic that it's come to this. But it's also a blessing, because it's a blessing in the sense that we have exceeded what I've been able to do. We've gone beyond the Kib. We've gone to the chat, somehow.
It was astounding we were able to get beyond him, given his generous
Shut the
size.
fuck up. You're easily findable. Just follow the sound of clap. Shut the fuck in. Chat's getting snarky. When are you gonna guest star in DevStream or VStream? See, problem is V does politics. I shouldn't get involved. I like V, and I think V is a cool guy, and I would invite him on my channel again. And I will, actually. Oh, shit. Remind me to send him a message. I don't know if he'll be able to make the times.
Did you ever give Arch his audio file?
I gotta do a retake of it, because I didn't record with the right microphone. So it was distant. It shouldn't take me too long. I did record it, though, last night. And then checked it in the morning and was like, fuck. Because when I turned around, because when I move over to my computer where I do the RP, I have to move this boom stand, you know, with the microphone on it. But I need to turn the microphone around. Because if I don't turn the microphone around, it's facing the wrong direction. And so it was facing the wrong direction when I did the recording. Oh my god. It's okay, it's literally just a minute. But I was cutting it into pieces for Arch so that he had them as little pieces, that snippets. So it was easier for him to move around. You already do politics in Bargecast. Yes, and I do them there. I make exceptions there because I'm trying to help Arch. I want to help my friend to get bigger and be successful on his channel. Because Arch is my friend and I care about him and I want his channel to be successful. I want him to make it big. so he can carry my fat ass to victory.
See, chat, he himself admits that he is a great rotund figure.
Archer must carry me to victory, so I
He's
must make
projecting
Bart
all of
stronger.
his on bubbles.
It's an easy concept. You know, to be fair, Artemis, I had the conversation with Arch. So the Barchcast, right? The Barchcast was supposed to be about video games and video game news and gaming culture as a whole, right? It's become more poly-squeaky as time has gone on. I'm saying that word so YouTube doesn't notice. It's become more of that as time has gone on, and I'm surprised. Actually, no.
Are you?
I shouldn't be surprised. I think I expected it. But I always actually message Arch about it, and I'm always like, Arch, maybe we should tone it down. Maybe we should tone it down, because I don't want him to lose his stuff, because that would suck for him. Like, I know what that's like. I know what it was like for him when he lost his, channel the first time around, when it was wrongfully taken down, and how much stress that is. Like, that sucks. He puts so much work into that. No one should have that just taken away from them. Like, I don't want him to go through that again, because I don't want to see my friends deal with that kind of shit. They shouldn't have to. So somebody's got to look out for the blonde bimbo, because he's not going to do it. Oh, Arch really wants to get into the poly squeaks. It's just what he likes doing. And you know what?
Here's the
Nothing wrong with
sad
that.
thing when it comes to it.
But he should be careful about it.
That stuff always interests people to a greater or lesser degree. So it's always going to be there, but
You're going to lose part of your audience when you delve into that. Generally, because some people just don't care or don't agree with your opinions. It's like when, we talk about some things, and we all get heated discussions. I get in a heated discussion with Hanse, and I get in a heated discussion with Disco sometimes where we disagree about something. But it's important to remember that even if we disagree about something, that at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter that much, because like often the thing we're disagreeing about is either A, a miscommunication, B, it's not that big of a deal, etc., etc. In the same vein that, here on the streams and stuff. Now, we've had people in the past where we say something or we do something, and all of a sudden we're loathed. Like it flips like a coin. Nobody here has done that, by the way. Not the people I'm talking to in chat. We had people in the past do that, where they'd flip like a coin, where they just like they go from like, talking to them in VC seem like they're all right, to literally running gay ops on our server, like about like trying to get us canceled and stuff. Like some people, like it's just weird, and it's over. Sometimes it's over weird things. Sometimes it's over big things. Sometimes it's over nothing. It's strange. People on the internet behave a lot more differently than I would expect in real life. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's because I'm isolated and I live out in the middle of nowhere. But I always found that baffling, how people think they can just do that and expect to be like innocent, like, or just treated like, they didn't do anything wrong. Like, what? You tried to ruin my career. One person tried to fucking like get me fired from my job. Good luck. My dad's my employer.
my son said what?
Yeah. Well, he just goes, not again, guys.
To be fair, that gets into the just psychology of internet, which is always a fun little thing. What? I don't have to bear witness to what I do and what I say? Consequences don't mean anything? They do, but you don't have to see them, so.
Generally, yeah. B is a Celeste apologist. Oh no. We'll have to beat him. I knew he'd be a little Celeste simp. He probably will. I'll give V a copy. Hopefully he likes it. I don't know if it's super up his alley, though. But
I'm sad, but I'm smiling at the same time because I'm thinking of something dumb when you said that in regards to Celeste.
What? Tell
it. I'm laughing because now I'm imagining it in my head again.
Okay, what?
I'm just imagining V just going, younger.
What? Longer?
Younger.
No. That's not funny. That's not even as funny as you thought it was. That's just sad.
It's funny. It's funny because it's depressing.
If I make you more infamous than Barch, then you made it. I don't really want to be infamous. I want a lot of things, actually. I want our game to be successful, which is a big ask, right? And I also want to have, like, a cool fandom that's interested in our stuff. And, like, that's it. And, like, just enough just to make more games, if, like, that would be it. It would be great if we could do, like, animes and stuff. That'd be awesome, but that's not probably going to happen. But it would be just perfect if that worked out that way, because then that would be the best. If I could just make video games for a living and make fictional stories and stuff and characters and just make video games and entertainment stuff and just make fun things for people to play with, people to escape and play video games and have fun and make friends, and that's it. And make money from that so I can prosper off that. That would be perfect. But we got to get there.
God.
Chat seemed to have heard me when I said it.
Younger. Younger.
Oh.
She's already 12, but I might age Celeste down to 10, chat. How do you feel about that? Chat.
That is fine, as long as people don't do that, man.
See, the only reason why I was thinking of aging her down... Okay, I can't even talk about that. Never mind. The story thing. But know that it's for a good reason.
I'm making her younger for a good cause, chat, he claims.
Jonathan Crow says, I'm here because Disco brought the stream to my attention. Well, tell Disco I said thanks. I really appreciate that. Disco's a smart lass. Unfortunately, we'll have to dispose of... No kidding.
I was exceedingly cranky.
Where's Disco? She sleeping? Probably at this hour.
I would just say, look at the time.
Oh, speaking of, if you're here because Disco brought the stream to your attention, one thing I should mention real quickly, Jonathan, is that you'll see Disco tomorrow on this channel as well. We're going to be doing a big stream with all of us playing the new Total War Warhammer 3 multiplayer campaign when it comes out tomorrow. Or wait.
It worked.
Well, if it works. If it doesn't work, we're going to postpone it. Obviously. Honestly, I'll probably stay up to launch to try it and see if I can make sure it runs, because I probably should. See if
I don't know if I want to stay up to 2 a.m. to do that.
You don't. I remember I work from home. I'll just go straight to work, and then I'll take a power nap.
Do remember I did take tomorrow off.
Well, that's true. You were messing with me
Mongoloid.
earlier about the age of consent. Is this what you meant, says Ricky Squealy Kitty? That's because Squealy Kitty thought I was 17. And you know what? These characters, they're made up, okay? They don't exist. And secondly, I'm pretty sure she's 18.
He's just saying the age of consent should be younger, that's all, guys. You don't understand.
It's just a piece of paper, guys.
It's just a number, man.
It's just
Bruh, it just colors on the screen,
Bro, just a number,
It actually
bro.
astounds me that
That's an argument.
big brain
though.
philosophers have actually tried to argue that.
Is it the number thing? Yeah.
No, the age of consent should be younger.
Why?
Yeah, no, it's kind of a sad philosophy joke that's basically, hey, you know your favorite philosopher? Don't look up some of the stuff they advocated for back in the day.
Why, though?
I don't remember their reason.
Is the reason why because they want to increase the amount of childbirths or something like that? Or what?
Again, the thing is, some of their arguments were very different from each other, so it's down to which specific one you are talking about. But a decent number of them back in the day, the big-sided ones, they advocated for it at one point or another.
Strange. And kind of creepy.
It is.
Ding dong man.
Don't ban it, Wizardbot.
One of the other reasons
No,
why...
that's just
No,
me.
He's saying that in regards of that.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, one of the number of reasons why. Philosophy.
Well, I told most people to put it on their SSD. Hopefully they did.
Yeah, you said don't bother showing up if you don't have it on an SSD.
Yeah, we've got to keep our eyes messing with
Pickle
us, so
Father
we can't-
guessed it.
Ah, bad he didn't put it on SSD, and then he's gonna be eaten.
Pickle Father's correct. I am 27 years old. I had to be reminded because I thought I was 28. But
Keeps
turns out I'm
getting old.
27.
Keeps getting old. Keeps getting older.
I am.
Don't worry,
Oh,
Kibs. In 2 years, you'll start getting like back problems when you wake up.
When I turned fucking 22, I remember thinking to myself, like, God damn, like, we're gonna have Legends of Terrestria out, like, by the time I'm 25. And here I am, 27, and I'm like, there is no God. To be fair, though, I had a very bad understanding of how game design worked, and as well as how easy it would be to make a game back then. That was also when we were making it in Java. Oh, that was a mistake. Oh, sadness, chat. Sadness and depression.
damn it!
Probably a decent number of them remakes. It wouldn't surprise me.
Oh, I'm gonna play Scary Campaign 2 on number 2. LOL should be fun. Hopefully it'll be fun with friends, I hope. But I've heard that the game's got some issues with some balancing as well as just lacking unit variety.
I've at least heard that the
For some of the
actual
Chaos
like
factions.
8-player multiplayer was stable enough. That's the only thing I bothered looking into.
That's good. I hope it's stable because we're gonna stream it, and I don't want to shit on Creative Assembly actually. Like I'd like
That's
to.
a fucking lie.
No, that's not true. I would like to just have a game that works, but like Creative Assembly finds ways. Like they find ways. Like I'll just be like, I'm gonna play this game.
CA finds a way.
Creative Assembly, always creative at figuring out a way to make you mad. They are so good at it though. They're so
Giggles,
They
that's
don't
funny.
give a shit either.
I've forgotten some of my
Giggles-
own birthdays till someone wished me a happy birthday. I was sad. You know
What's
what I want?
happy about this?
I want to make myself a birthday cake, and I want to make the World of Warcraft one from the World of Warcraft recipe book that I bought for my stepmom. 'cause
Wow,
she really liked
Chad, he's
WoW.
not even going to make a cake for his own fucking universe. He's going to make it for another universe.
Yeah, well, I'm not okay. I love cooking, and I'm not very good at it.
I want you
half
to
the time.
imagine Celeste, sad, crying as you're making a Warcraft cake. You
But-
filthy fucking monster.
I've tried making some recipes, hypothetical ones for Terrestria, and I succeeded at some. They turned out okay, but it might boil down to taste. But some of them I tried, and I was like, "That's just oh, that's just."
Bad.
But yes, generally, when it comes to the food that we're gonna make in game, we're gonna try to make actual recipes for some of it because I think it'll be fun as a creative writing exercise. And we might put them in game. We can make like an Astrian pizza and see how that tastes. Assuming they have pizza, I don't even know. I need to look up the origins of pizza and how that came to be, just better understand like how in the context of this universe could they have come to that conclusion that making bread and making it flat and then putting shit on top of it. Because
Probably the same way
it-
literally everyone else did it.
by accident.
Someone did it. Someone did it once by accident, and then it's like, nom nom nom.
Going to turn out to be delicious.
It's like sandwiches. Sandwiches. People eat bread separately. Like what? Put stuff in a sandwich? What are you, gay? And like Earl Sandwich is like, bro, check this out. And I'm like, whoa, bro, you didn't even. All you did was just slice bread, but like this is literally like amazing. And they like give him a cookie or something. When it comes to cake frosting, if it's too heavy on it, I scrape some of it off. I love the cake, but heavy frosting, I don't like heavy frosting. I'm just saying that.
I'm kind of weird when it comes to frosting, where frosting has to taste just right, otherwise I don't care for it. Thankfully, my tolerance for such things is fairly wide. Usually it's the reason why, like, if I'm going to get, like, a cake for myself, it's going to be an ice cream cake, because, like, look,
Whatever.
I'm
Battle
going to be
Tech.
indulgent anyway, so you might as well get something you absolutely
Hold
like.
on, Bastard Beast is calling me out. He says, whatever happened to Battletech, huh? Gibbs is two-timing with WoW like a whore. Oh, I thought you were going to go somewhere else with that. I thought you were going to be like, where's all the Battletech lore video stuff? Because that's what I was expecting, but you didn't say that. I'll say it for you. I'll say it. We're waiting. We're waiting on some stuff still. But one of the big problems is the renewals. I can't commission any new stuff. We have plenty of stuff to go off of with right now. But I'm not sure how long it's going to take Sandro to finish the interactive map. I think Sandro might have bitten off more than he can chew. Maybe he should just drew me a map. But he's getting really far with it. It's getting really good. Like, you can type in names, I think. Or no, was the last update he did to it? Either way, that could be cool. Maybe if you could even change things. Oh, that'd be cool. I could see us giving that away as like an RP tool, and then we could take that idea and then apply that to our own stuff. Like release a pen and paper program to go alongside our stuff. It's a brilliant thing. Honestly, the BTR project has actually been great for experimentation. We've managed to experiment with a lot of things. I've been poking at Robert, where's the BTR like Draconis track, and he's working on it. Like but he's just, just taking up some time. Making bail
Being a
Kibs.
robber. He's being a robber.
Mm-hmm. One of the biggest monkey wrenches, though, in the current stream plan that I think ruined a lot of the BTR project in terms of the podcasting or lorecast stream I wanted to do, is Bubbles' schedule. Bubbles literally getting a job has absolutely undermined it completely. Oh, it's not his fault. It is, but it's but it's one of
Man
those.
needs to eat.
But it's one of those things where it's like, God, now he has a job, and now he's like, fuck. Like, that's my co-host, and now he's like, he's on irregularly. He's on at an hour at tops. I need to get him to be more stable about the hour thing, because honestly, 1 hour per lorecast, we could start right now. Okay, well, I need to send him the materials, because he might not know about it, but I could start right now. We could start right about the Russian Civil War and just get right into it. Because I've been ready to rock and roll with that shit for a while now. So I think we need to get Bubbles to stabilize his schedule so we can actually get that done. Because I want to start the lowercast. I know that the lowercast is going to run into a speed bump as soon as we get out of the Russian Second Civil War, and once we get out of pretty much all the other stuff, because I'll need the map. I need the interactive map. I need it. I need to be able to actually type in systems like Tau Ceti 4 or whatever. I need to get those systems for when we reference them in lore so I can show the people where they are. That's the other bottleneck. It's going to be the interactive lore map. Then, once that's done, oh boy, it's going to be golden. The best part about the lore map is it already can cycle through dates and times and eras. Oh, Sandro has done God's work. I should poke at him. Speaking of poking at him, I'm going to do it right now before I forget, because I will totally fucking forget.
I saw him hanging out with Brony and Fairman earlier today.
Brony?
Yeah, Boag.
Oof.
Yeah, I saw that. I
Yikes.
saw that the other day. Just
I have a screen cap that I put it in the Discord's contextual, so that everyone knows that Boag watches My Little Pony.
just sitting. There's some other people.
Also, before I forget, Strato was also there for a bit. Never let him wrangle or like squirm out of that.
He's been trying. I've seen that.
Yeah, he was like, "Shame on Boag," and then Boag just took a screen cap with him in the stream watching.
An old man has no shame.
What
Now that I
projects
know
am I
Draconis
working
is on
on?
the server.
As in for the channel? Because the thing is, my work schedule is not very conducive to stream stuff. Because my work goes from roughly 12 to about 8:30 Central Time. So it's not very conducive to Kibs's stream time.
Regrettably. Yep. And then the other person that we can probably get to help with the lowercast stuff would be Fairbear, but I need to also prime him on it. That's not too hard, Fairman. The idea with the lorecast is we're gonna prime each other on the lore, and by prime I mean I more or less know the lore well enough to know what things in terms of continuity I want to talk about. And so what we'll do is we'll do the Russian Second Civil War thing, because it's kind of like the beginning of the BattleTech lore. Like, it is as early far back as you can go to, like, where the timeline between our universe and theirs really goes their own separate direction. So we'll start with the Second Civil War, and deal with that. And then we'll work our way up slowly, and we'll focus on the main dynasty, the Cameron dynasty, and then we'll do it for all the other houses. And we'll do it all the way up to an era, and then we'll bounce back and do it again to the next era. It'll be kind of fun. And we'll do them like an hour-long session each. So 1 session per character, 1 session per event, and the idea is to keep it short, sort of condensed, so that it's kind of bite-sizey. And we're going to stream them, because of Lorecast, so that everyone can chime into the conversation. We can have discussions, so people can learn, the audience can learn, and we can learn as a group. It'll be fantastic. Most of the stuff I will pre-prime myself all on, so it'll be fine. No, I'm not doing a Text Talks Beetle Squeak. We're doing a Lorecast series. I'm not going to be stepping on other people's shoes with what they do. The first Lorecast went remarkably well. It exceeded all expectations. We've already done one. You can look it up on the channel. It's like the beginning opening one, where we just go through the introductory booklet as like a little thing, and we just sort of faff around with chat, and it's kind of fun. Remember to file your taxes? No, I don't remember that.
It's true, that time is coming up.
Oh god, so much fucking money is just gonna burn when I could spend it on the game.
Well, all you need to do is basically take over the US and declare yourself dictator for life.
Burning money, huh?
What I mean by prime, you filthy little boog degenerates, prime myself up, as in I'll reread the lore I've read before again. Also, that's not quite how that works either, Sharon. Oh, God. Now I need to explain how lore and content creation works. So generally speaking, if you actually steal someone else's thing, that would be basically verbatim copying. For instance, if I were to look at Arch's videos and just, like, do lore and do it the exact same way he presents it, but only change, like, a few things in terms of presentation and formula, that would be basically stealing. Even my old Battletech lore isn't stealing, because I did it long before most other people. And also, that, well, not most other people, a fair few of the new people that have come into it. But even that was its own formula. It's all about the formula and how they do it. Because most lore channels do things differently. You little slit. You're getting back 1,700? I'll probably be paying like 2,000 or something again. Probably 3,000 this time. Oh, it's gonna suck. Oh, Jesus Christ, help me. It'll be strong, chat. Gotta be brave. It's because chat was so generous that I'm being punished now by the gods.
By the gods. By that he means the IRS.
Pretty much. No, Sharon, I'm going on tangents. Don't interfere. It's not about you anymore. It's about me. As a little re-spurges.
No. Bap him for going on tangents.
I will go on tangents. I like when chat's like, no, don't go on tangents. It's like, shh, too late started.
Said he should be going on derivatives. Then Kibs is like,
That's
math joke.
That was how it worked.
It's okay. Don't know what derivatives means. That's not part of my common core. You're like, fuck.
That's similar to a tangent.
Oh my god. I needed to explain Common Core to my father the other day. I showed him that. That legitimately made him angry.
As it should.
Because he is, not bookkeeper, what's it called? Accountant, basically, that one.
Yes, I would imagine an accountant would be extremely agitated and vehemently upset at the propagation of Common Core.
He did not like that. And, oh god. I mean, I got pissed off at that.
I like how they were getting mad at me when I was trying to explain it. Like, they just started accusing me. It's like, I was literally forced to be learning this.
Fucking nerd. Yes, I'm a nerd for utilizing words from my fucking expensive college degree. Yes, I'm the nerd.
One is competitive today. Oh boy.
Just file everything as business expenses, lol. Then get audited by the IRS and then get lulled out of existence.
Yeah, see, that's when the IRS comes. It's like, everything.
Everything! Just goes full on.
There are certain things I can do. Like when I have the proper stuff formed. Like, for example, taking Vigigame as things. Because technically, if I stream it, but it would have to be a caveat. I'd have to make sure I have streams, because prove that I did stream it. Channel. Stuff like that. You know, streaming computer, everything in it would require tax write-off. Shame I didn't that properly set up. Catch on fire soon. It's okay, we'll get through taxes, then we'll get back to normal making Vigigame, and then government can fuck off for like another year.
Augusto, I went to college specifically for civil engineering.
What a little
Right?
engine. Hands engineer. He's like, hands,
To be
beauties.
fair, I do have the little piece of paper saying, yes, I do have a... no, it's not an associate. It's a bachelor's in civil engineering. I was told by many
He's an
people to go back to get a
engineer.
master's, and I was like, haha, haha, no. $32,500 in debt for the bachelor's was good enough.
Hands, do it again.
No, not without the fucking job to pay it off.
He's just not one.
To be fair, it should be paid off, I think. Either this year, but if not this year, definitely next year. It'll be paid off.
Hands will finally be free.
Payback is happy.
Draconis, I
Payback is
DM'd
happy.
you. Draconis, how come you haven't responded to my DMs, Draconis? Draconis, he's like scared. He's like, little tears. He's hiding from me, chat, in the testing chamber.
In the test chamber.
Talking about torture, Mr. Freeman.
Oh, but kids enjoyed this game so
Or
much.
CBT.
Isn't that right, Kibs?
What are you talking about?
You enjoyed Black Mesa so much.
I did up until the last part.
Ah,
Zen sucked. Zen was awful. Zen should be
it
deleted.
dragged on
No one
so
likes
much.
Zen, and it doesn't really matter which version of Half-Life you're
And the
playing.
worst thing is, after Kibs pointed out how much that one dragged out, I was just looking at it and said, "Oh God, he's right." It's
Like,
the-
it just goes on and on. Like, it's like half the game's length is what it felt like. Like, I felt like I spent thousands of years playing Zen when I'd rather the game just have ended. Like, the first part of Zen wasn't too bad with, like, you know, going through the facility thing before. That was kind of cool because, like, had some story elements. But when you're just wandering around Zen, you're like, oh, God, I want to kill myself. Terrible.
Blip, 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 blip. Blip, 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 blip.
Kibs, I send you recipe book to help you eat well while in budget. Very good, Mooshiager. Fairman's just sitting there frowning. Like, Fairman, man.
Just staring at the name.
I like how the other Germans in our Discord server just don't like each other. Like, they hate each other. They're all fucking Germans.
No, that is wrong.
They're like Sieg, and
No,
they're like
no,
Heil.
Kibs,
and
that
I'm
is
like, "I don't like
factually
you."
wrong. Only I don't like the Germans.
Fairman, you are German.
The
Shut up.
partition of
No?
Germany should be a political platform.
Nah.
No. Nah, Fairman don't want to be
See,
partitioned.
that is
Nah.
something you don't want. If you just add an outsider and a hostile, they're just gonna band together, and you know what happens then.
What is Fairman blubbing about? Just usual Fairman stuff.
I'm saying don't give him a common enemy. That never works out.
I'm just saying, we can have that common enemy be the other Germans.
Yeah, but then it's an internal thing.
I
It's
don't have
already
time
internal.
to play video games right now, Sharon. In fact, I mostly typed this up on stream here because I was just thinking about, you know, what I want to talk about for today's meeting, because we're going to be discussing, or not today, sorry,
I
this
was about to say,
weekend's
wait, what?
meeting. This weekend we're having a meeting, and one of the things I want to discuss with Tyler and the meeting is I want to talk about the website and the miniatures and some of the pre-planning that we'll need to do for what the website needs to do logistically. Like, it needs to be able to have pictures for the minis, it needs to be able to host those files and pictures, blah, blah, blah. And I want different tabs and categories so you can categorize the different miniatures and the different little PDFs and booklets under different sections so that people can easily navigate and get to the information they want. And then I'm pretty sure there's already a contact page. I think that's the first thing Tyler wrote down. But, yeah, and then it'll be perfect. And we'll have our little website, and people will be like, wow, you have a website? And I'll be like, hey. They'll be like, Twitter, give me a check mark because I have a website. And they'll be like, okay. And they'll be like, ha, I have a check mark. I'm kidding. I'm not sure if that's how that works. I was memeing half there. But yeah, on the serious side, yeah, getting the website up is a good thing. Good thing because we'll have a nice little website. It'll be covered in beautiful art, and chat will be like, well, they'll make clappy sounds. I hope. And maybe we'll get some sales, because I know some people want to buy those little minis. Now, one thing I will be clear on is...
I should get to the printer.
Well, one thing I will be clear on is... I did tell the mask, so I felt like I was fairly equitable about this, maybe even too generous. But I was very much of the opinion that if Barch or Hanse or whatever don't want their minis to be on the website, that's fine, because they were designed as sort of a gift for them. So if they want to keep them for themselves, they can. But anything on the website, all the revenue in that website generates in terms of sales, it all goes back into the game or into more minis. It is not for profits, sadly. Not yet, at least. It is for simply alleviating the stress of everything else we're developing, making it a little bit easier. Maybe one day it'll generate actual real profits. I mean, technically a sale will be profits, but if we want to be honest, if we look at what the actual business operating costs are, it's such a big red number that it'll just be like, tragedy. Yeah, so we will play more War now, don't worry. They're going to be adding the German decks, I believe, for the West and East Germans, I think. So that'll be interesting.
Honestly, I'd be kind of interested to see how the German units properly handle against other people, considering the massive accuracy bonus they have versus the mechanized infantry.
Where's an accuracy bonus?
Their accuracy bonus moving is actually the same, or if not a little bit higher, than the mechanized infantry stationary.
Who?
The German units, like the Jaegers.
The one
Oh,
Jaeger
they're
unit
already
they put
in.
Well, they put some
Yeah.
Jaegers in as
Well, yeah,
bonus
it's
supplements.
not a complete German
We're
roster.
interrupting
They have
hands. They're part of the supplements for the American deck, for their infantry deck.
Oh.
their machine guns are not that great. It's actually the riflemen where the German units are going to shine.
Well, let's see. There we go.
Yes, the hope is with the miniatures sales on the website is that the miniatures will stop being a deficit and will actually in turn pay for themselves in terms of operating costs, which will alleviate that stress. It would be nice if they went over so I could actually begin dumping some of the excess monies, because the only thing I'm going to commission for the miniature department is concept art for the minis, which is honestly the same concept art for the game, so it's nice and double-sided, does both. And then the minis themselves, which are a bit on the pricey side, but once they're made, all it takes is probably like, I don't even know how many sales it would take to pay them off, actually. Actually, I could figure it out, but it depends on how much we charge for it, because I feel like, yeah, charging $20 for one is just too much. No. It's going to have to be lower, a lot lower. 10, it still feels steep. It's going to take a while to pay itself back, though. Well, that's just how it's going to have to be. Oh well. But yeah, we'll figure out the exact pricing, and then I'll talk with people in the Chamber of Squeakrits and feel what they feel is like a nice equitable rate, and sort of settle on some sort of rate that doesn't feel like it's unfair to either party, and it's a more balanced and equitable cost. So it's nice and balanced. Maybe around tens or below. Maybe 5. 5 would be cheap, but honestly, I feel like the paying for one STL file of like Aerith would be 5. I feel like that's the more fair number. But it's just a single like model. Don't you? Does that seem equitable? Guys, what do you think? Everyone.
What?
Chat and you.
What? I was doing finishing up the support. What?
I'm just pondering. For the Aerith mini herself, just by herself, right? 5. Is that too much?
For the print.
Yeah, that's just the print.
Honestly, looking at the cost of some of the other prints people say, that is on the cheaper end.
The thing is, I have no point of reference because I'm not someone who looks into minis.
That
I know, that's why I'm asking chat too, because they're going to be also pretty knowledgeable.
On the quote unquote cheap end, so yeah.
Like, that's something I would ask, like, chat and Bathios.
Wow.
Well, we're not going to decide anything now. I just don't want to. I just want it to be nice and fair, so it's not like ridiculous.
Or you can probably see a artist $15.
Modest 15, but you need to buy the previous Aerith in order to unlock the modern one, and then buy the Aerith DLC. Oh God, we have become Creative Assembly now. Let Fairman work, Kyle. Sharon just wants his minis, greedy little.
Where is Fairman? Where's?
Just let Fairman work. Fairman can do
Yeah.
2 things at the same time if he tries.
Barely.
Did you make a mini of Gravestone with Celeste written on it? No.
See, I was so tempted to go with a
That'd be a lot of money for that.
1/100th of a millimeter print, but I really don't want to have this thing go for fucking. Ugh. This one already is going to take 3 hours.
Just listening to it go. Meh,
And I'm
meh.
probably going to make another big one, and that big one is probably going to be 20 hours, if not more. Speaking of big one, Befios, you better fix that one up. That fucking bayonet.
Here with swimsuit calendar. Not a terrible idea to make a Legends of Terrestria lewd calendar. That would make money. And then a safer one.
I think Sala would enjoy drawing that.
I second the calendar. Or Aerith one. Aerith one would be nice too. But it would require money and resources to get that in production, though. That's the one trick. And the one problem we have now is, well, it's gonna always be money. Even if we're successful, it doesn't matter. With
Matter a little
success
bit
means
less.
more expenditure. Yeah, it will be alleviated, but either way. The only minis I really have got is 40k. He's sad about it. That's okay. You'll have our minis soon enough. Yes, I do want to definitely undercut the ever-living shit out of GW because funny. Even though we're not even competing with them because they're so far out of our league. But it would just be funny.
I
It
mean,
would just
considering
be-
that we're not even competing with them because they're not in the same market. Yeah, they're miniatures, but not in 3D models.
Yes, our miniature market that we're trying to enter all of a sudden and abruptly, that came out of nowhere, is merely just selling the private printing
Games-
rights.
Because Games Workshop would rather go out of business than to just do anything nice for their fans. Just, we're currently having problems and the people are leaving our hobby because we're being scumbags. Let's just increase the prices so we can gouge out all of the money before we die. Ooh.
Well, I mean, I would say like at least we're more, ethical than them, but that doesn't say anything.
That's not hard.
That's not even a fucking compliment. That's literally like, hey,
It's
you
like
exist.
smelling. Hey, I'm smelling better like a shit. Yeah.
Hey, you breathe. Hey, I don't smell as bad. It's like, yeah, okay, wow. Legend of Terrestria NSFW calendar would sell very well. Ah, damn, you're probably right. It's a brilliant move.
Officially loot mod. the more
Officially
damage
sanctioned.
The more damage there's, the more the clothing gets cut down. Which is,
Well, it's fortunate that the enemy strikes are very precise, that they're only removing their clothing.
no, that's just very good armor.
I think it's just luck at that point. I think-
Maybe both.
of that thick senator guy. Therostocles is not a senator. He is technically descendant of Therostocles the First. Therostocles the Fifth is well, they've become house lords. They were originally governors of regions, but they've been given power, and they basically solidified their power and formed semi-pseudo little dynasty houses. Because before that, there was the other noble classes, but they didn't have large tracts of land like these house lords do. These governors, well, governor dynasties, do. Artemis, no! FBI just breaks down his door and arrests him. He's like, no.
Arrest that man.
I want him to be Mr. January, so my daddy is named Therostocles. Nice. What the fuck?
Don't think about it, kids.
He's wearing a Speedo and some shades like, hey, baby. The reason why he has an eating problem is rather sad, Chad. You don't laugh at him.
You got an eating problem. That
My
means
God.
she's fat.
We've done horrible things to Celeste. The best thing is we're going to have to be gentle with her. All the bruises she'll have from chat. What makes you think I'm not a Fed, says Artemis. Pff, don't lie. Filthy little glowy. Excuse me. The Feds should be useful. They should, number one, somehow give me money, okay? For no reason. And besides that, yeah. I'm sure Feds have like an
I'll
allotment of
simply
money.
say this: if you're actually a Fed, oh boy, are your talents being wasted on the wrong people.
It's kind of funny though.
Remember, these people are the most afraid of people they have the least to fear.
You know what? Know what would be funny if there was a dedicated Fed following us? Because then you know what? Good for him or her. You know why?
The guy
Because
probably
Simple paycheck, that's why.
it's an easy paycheck. I'm a bit envious, to be honest.
He's like, yeah, boss, they're totally doing stuff, yeah.
I better keep an eye on them. Not a bad idea. Easy
The thing
bucks.
is, that's how a lot of government jobs are. Minimal fucking effort.
Man, I wish I was a Fed. I'd make lots of money doing nothing too. I could be really
Now,
good.
keep
at
in
that.
mind, a decent chunk of what federal agents, or agencies, I should say, actually do is paperwork and data analysis. It's actually incredibly boring from what I've heard.
Yeah, they're a government agency. Most of it is boring.
Oh, please don't give me a 2.
I hope that's when he gets fired. No, Pickle Father, that's mean. Evasion fired for watching alt-right YouTuber channel while on the job. Oh no. Like yeah, he isn't a Fed, but he's like watching the content, but he's not actually like doing it for Fed reasons. My God. Also, what do you mean far alt-right? Get out of here.
Alt-right.
See, Artemis Fowl, that's a good pitch for your boss. He says, I'm just funding a subversive network of internet activists, which is a bit weird. Working on a project, and Kibs was talking about de-aging girls into children. See, the way you word that doesn't make sense, because de-aging girls into children. So you mean de-aging women into children. Also, that's the weirdest thing I've ever heard and ever had to read. Like, you have to go up to your boss and say, like, yeah, this dude, he's de-aging people. What? Yeah, he threatened to do it. He's going to do it for reals. Like, de-aging people. It's like, yes.
How does he do it? Just smash cut to, like, an artist. He just erases the boobs.
That's kind of funny.
Replaces the boobs with just, like, 2 little dots. It's like, there, de-aged.
Oh my God. Oh no, we've become the problem. Now we're discriminating against flat-chested whammonses. It's true. We've sinned, chat. We've sinned, and now we must pay. Celeste is code for undesirables, boss. That's why his fans hate her so much. They're like, yeah, let's kick Celeste down a flight of steps. And I'm like, oh my God. They're basically terrorists.
Horrible
I
again.
don't know why, but Celeste just keeps having all the money in the world.
Celeste becomes the okay symbol for white supremacy.
That was funny, because it was a 4chan meme.
I could.
But then the news thought it was serious.
They're doing this similar thing with NFTs right now, which is funny. There was something else where they tried that.
I'm telling you, chat. We just need to. It's so stupid. I don't even know what to say about it. Damn it. I was trying to grab that Indio one where Celeste is just smiling, but I gotta go dig for it. Instead, chat, watch Aerith dance. How about that, chat? You can thank Baphios for that.
Oh god, I know.
I was
what's
gonna say
gonna
it's
come.
either gonna be the Baphios one or the one that
Show?
Show did.
That's the one where she just wiggles violently.
It's like,
They're spurging out about something nobody knows for certain. Hold on, I'm almost there, Chad. I'm gonna find it soon, TM. Soon. Soon.
you know the one thing Baphios' animation is missing?
What?
If you say the fucking Fortnite thing, I'm gonna fucking hurt.
No, the Neko dab.
There we go. Found it, Chad.
Oh no.
Whoa. What do you think of that, Chad? Well, that's
when
amazing.
Chat is just recalling from earlier in the stream and it just goes, younger.
The Earth Mini he rigged it and set it up in this program that it has dances, and he just exported it. So Aerith just danced. I think it's the Monster
Hey.
Mash. I'm not sure.
Yeah. See, Baphios and me, when we were talking about, we were discussing just making Aerith a pencil witch.
Well, it might be Thriller.
Mm.
Maybe. I'm not sure. My God, Chad. But yeah, that's the thing now. It's on the server. Aerith just dancing. I don't know why. Baphios just decided to do it.
Artist, man.
That's the thing,
Weird people.
Eldegoose, like looking at that, I'm pretty sure that's an amalgamation of a number of dances.
Celeste is the ringleader of an internet. Oh my God, Chad. I know I have the plot of the second game. Thank you. Celeste becomes literally a fucking, like, an internet phenomena where she's, like, influencing people on the internet somehow. Getting them to be fucking extremists or something.
I mean, knowing this is stuff that gets popular nowadays, I want to say you have a chance, but no, it's not vapid and stupid enough.
I mean, it sounds pretty good to me. I think it'll sell like hotcakes. People are like, wow, this cute little fucking... Actually, by then she'll probably be an adult, maybe. This cute girl's all being all like, derp, 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 like, I'm gonna be an internet terrorist. I do like that.
Fucking VTubers, man.
Look at that smile. That's the smile she
Oh
makes as the
god,
bomb detonates.
Boak told me something about that, and it made me at the same time laugh, and at the other side just go, god.
No, I don't want her to be Lane. I want her to be internet terrorist. Lane was a literal god.
Less God, more Ensure.
What we're thinking is Allahu Akbar, brother.
What's this thing called that was written Code Geass on those terrorists? Oh god. I never
see,
watched that.
that
I never
series was
watched that
terrible,
show.
but it was funny.
I never watched that show. What the design, just retardedly long legs and arms, just
Oh no, the actual like proportions of characters was really off. But my favorite part of the show is when he accidentally commands his sister to commit genocide. That was funny.
oh boy. And of course she can do it because plot.
Yeah, she was commanded to by the geese.
Yeah, just because because I want to do something and have to do something, this will work.
No, the geese in that show, like if he said it, like they had to do it.
Yeah, but just because he has to do it doesn't mean she's gonna succeed.
No, she got gunned down. That's
Yeah.
what was funny.
Then he was just going, next. Mother, make man who's
Also,
just
Kibs,
that.
how long do you want to
I was
stay
thinking
up
of
doing
wrapping it
this?
up.
Because
Yes.
I was gonna say you do need to redo that audio thing,
Yep, I do.
What's an audio?
the thingy for Arch.
Yeah, what was I asked? I asked, what's an audio?
It's a thingy.
Wow. A lot of things, I think.
Yeah, see, you're getting it.
Right.
All right, chat. We're gonna head over to the Discord. Draconis, I expect to see you over there, Draconis. And then we're gonna take turns, fucking Draconis, chat.
I'm
And
thinking of going to bed, but I know if I'm gonna go to bed, I know what Boyk's gonna do, so I can't. Let's wait it.
little Boog will be punished for his sins. By the way, chat, thanks for popping into today's stream. Thanks for all the supers and whatnot, and I hope you guys had fun about this conversation. This was fun. I like these streams. I think they're fun. I enjoy them a lot more than I enjoy some of the games I stream. I'm thinking we'll do more of these, but we'll probably do them in a sense where we just sort of do them on a monthly basis. Because I don't think a weekly basis makes sense, but at the same time, we could do like a little baby update streams. I do want to start, maybe when we're closer to the combat prototype. I do want to start doing like weekly updates though, where people can actually know what was developed each week. Like, okay, how much progress they make. I think that would be really cool, and you guys could see like an insight into how things move. Because I think that's more interesting. Either way, guys, have a good night and take care, and I'll see you guys in tomorrow's Total War Sad Hammer stream. Bye bye.
Bye.